Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Okay, welcome to day 4, the ultimate day of our 26th International Congress of Vedanta. We have a very thick schedule today. 2 regular sessions, 1 parallel session, and then the concluding session. So I would like to go ahead and start. So as usual, we will start with Vedic chanting, and that will be done by Rahul Saraswat and Rahul Dubey. So please.
Harihi Om Jajjagrato Duramudaiti Devanta Dosupatasya Tathai Vaiti Durangaman Jyoti Sanjyoti Retan Tanme Manaha Siva Sankalpamastu Jena karmanyapasो mani krino jagle krinamanto vedate kodhiraha jada purvam jacchamantaha prajaram tanme manaha seva sankalpamastu harihi om.
Dhanyavad. So with that, we are ready to start session 10, which is ethics and ecology in Vedanta. And unfortunately, the session chair, Dr. Bora, hasn't joined in, but I would like to request Vishnu Bora to begin his talk on an analysis of ethics in Vedanta. Vishnu?
Yes, sir. Good evening, everyone, sir. Myself, Vishnu Bora. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, you're perfectly audible. We can see you as well. Do you have any PowerPoint file or anything?
No, sir. No,
okay,
sir. Actually,
very good. Please go ahead.
Okay, sir. Sir, I'm from Assam, Dhemaji. My topic of my presentation, actually, I'm going to read my paper only, is an analysis of the ethics of the Vedanta. So this paper is an analysis of the inquiry about the nature of moral and ethical perspective in the Vedanta philosophy. What kind of principle or inclination may be found in the Vedanta teaching? If we find any ethical implication in the system, then what is the nature? We would try to emphasize these queries and analysis them with an analytical perspective. This paper is mainly based on actually secondary source. I am not good in actually Sanskrit also. I am basically deals with the papers and books of written in English. The paper goes like, the ethics of the Vedanta is dependent on its metaphysics. According to Vedanta metaphysics, the Brahman is the sole reality and the individual's only modification of whatever that brings us closer closer to our innate divinity, that is the Brahman. The Vedanta postulate the absolute oneness of all things. Vedanta ethics and moral virtues are rooted in the ideal of realizing and manifesting our own innate divinity. According to Vedanta philosophy, the goal of our life is to realize and to manifest our own divinity. This divinity is our real nature. We move towards this goal as we grow with knowledge and life experiences. Sankara advocates ethics of asceticism, extirpation of all primal egoistic desires are indispensable for achievement of external and absolute life. desire for wealth and desire for enjoyment here and hereafter must be extirpated. Destruction of all desires due to nescience is auxiliaries to the realization of identity of Atman with Brahman. This, so this leads assertions that Vedanta ethics is aesthetic in its nature and does not positively support the conception of an active life. The metaphysical doctrine of Maya resolves the effects of this world into pure illusion. If the world of our knowledge is purely illusion, then morality became an appearance. Life with the distinction of subject and object, good and evil, is reduced to a fiction of the mind. The best thing for man would be to withdraw from this Maya world, from his attention inward and see if there is anything that is not a mere appearance or a shadow, but is reality partially understood. The different parts are real insofar as they are parts of our whole. They do not have a self-dependent reality. This does not mean that the aspects of life are all illusion. According to Shankar, there are two paths of spiritual life. First one is Prabhuti and second one is Nibriti Marga. Prabhuti Marga is the path intended for the person who participates in empirical life and is governed by the feeling of attachment and aversion. But here is what promotes desire. Hence, duty is a mean to satisfaction of desire, the ends or consequence. These ends may be empirical or non-empirical. These ends may be are laid down in Vaidika Karma Kanda. The empirical duties are known from ବ୍ୟବହାର, that is from the custom and practices of men. These empirical and non-empirical duties together constitute a moral code for the way of desire. They, however, do not constitute the highest morality. The second path, which is the Nibriti Marga, is the life of absolute termination, desire, and which generates virtues. The law of karma is the law of spiritual continuity. Shankara prescribed niskarma karma for purification of mind, which is necessary for attainment of true knowledge. But it cannot directly lead to liberation. This niskarma karma cannot lead to liberation. Duties performed without attachment, aversion, and desire, for which are niskarma karma. They are not actuated by egoism or devoid of the sense of I and mine. They are dedicated to God and done for good of mankind. They produce purification of mind in the production of their true knowledge. The liberated souls who have acquired integral experience renounce all actions for egoistic ends and engage in action only for the good of humanity without attachment and desire for truths. Their actions are in reality not action because they spring from integral experience of the Atman or Brahman. These who perform actions for solidarity of mankind are not bound by them because they are selfless act and unmotivated by nescience and egoism. So the Vedanta requests us to respect human dignity and demands the recognition of man as a man. To a Vedantin, nothing human is aligned. The whole universe is one country. all creation, the family of a God. No man has a right to isolate himself from the life of the whole. The individual's life is not a means to satisfaction of his personal desires, but is the trust for humanity. So work for other people is very important in Vedanta ethics. Uh, Being good and doing good to others is the universal and reflects the oneness of life. This Vedanta idea of love, fellowship, and self-sacrifices is the logical outcome of rational reflection upon man's place in the cosmos. This is what actually, according to Vedanta ethics, we have to do good for all creature, not only for human, but for all creature, and that then we can lead to a liberated life. So the conclusion of my paper is, this paper is very short paper, actually, sir. Sankara's Advaita theory is the advocacy of self-realization as being the highest ethical idea of human life. According to him, the self is to be realized as our own self. The significance of the moral life consists in the constant endeavor to make this principle more and more explicit, to bring out more and more spiritual nature. This ethical, this ethics through self-realization can be considered the maxim of Sankara's philosophy. The Vedanta ethics helps the individual raise to a state of monistic realization by teaching universal relationship and unity of spirit. In the Vedantic discipline, the human beings treated as an evolving spiritual unit, realizing his ultimate self through countless preceding self. Actually, this is about my paper, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Bora, for this paper on ethics. This paper is now open for questions. I would like to begin. You said you kind of expounded Shankara's philosophy, and you said be good and do good to others. As I understand, Shankara's philosophy doesn't even talk about doing good to others. It's purely focused on self-realization. So if that's the case, if you agree with that, then where is this ethics of utilitarianism or the complete benefit to society?
Sir, purification of mind is, I think, necessary for self-realization. Though Shankara emphasize on actually inward development of spirit. So for purification purification of mind, thinking good for others is also necessary, sir.
Thinking good for others and doing good for others, there is a little bit of difference. What does Shankara say about doing good for others and how?
Actually, sir, I have not enough answer, but this was stated in actually Radhakrishnan's ethics article. So I have taken this from that, sir.
Very good. Thank you so much. Any other question for Dr. Bora?
Dr. Bora, this is Sudhir. If you look at Shankara, the final, the Vyavaharik Jindagi, the transactional life, you could do ethical things. But really, since the goal of life is moksha, and moksha is really knowledge with a purified mind, the first steps are really not the ultimate goal. As you start rising above, you actually go above the human ethics, and the moksha is each individual soul, which really doesn't exist. I mean, moksha is really the realization, even for self, there is no ethical behavior. Even for my own self, I don't do any good. I just realize what I am, and that's the end of it. So there is no real goodness. I mean, I don't do good even to myself in gaining the moksha. I already have it in a sense.
Yes, sir. Yes. Thank you, sir, for enlightening.
May I just
Yeah, go ahead.
Professor Sukalyan Sen? Hello?
Yeah, please go ahead. I think he's
Please
muted.
go ahead.
Okay. Okay. So I think Dr. Vishnu, there is a book written by Rajendra Prasad, edited by him, Indian Philosophy of Morals. So there is a two-tier value system in India, Abhyuday and Nishreyas. Abhyuday has dharma, artha and kama, and Nishreyas is having the moksha aspect of it. So Shankara has written on dharma, artha and kama. There are extracts, not a comprehensive kind of a thing, and that way there is no comprehensive account of any of the ethical theories in India except Purusartha. So, and moksha is the ultimate one. And then there are classifications in the moksha, so Nishreyas, Shreyas, Preyas, Nishreyas, etc. Yeah? So that way you can have a substantive aspect of it. But as a matter of fact, Shankara's prime concern is the quest for the Atman, knowing the Atman, realizing it, and there you do not find ethics playing any role into it. Yeah? So, but there are other writings also Shankara where we have this kind of, and Vyavaharika does matter for him also, Vyavaharika world. We can't leave it. Yeah? Thank you. This is just an observation.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Arpi Singh ji. Any other question for Dr. Vishnu Bora?
Yeah, I had a comment to make, although it may be we have tendency here, and rightly so, to just make a quotation what Sankara said or what somebody else said. But I think the question that Sukalyanji raised is a valid one. The thing is, it may not be written somewhere, but if you don't do good to others, you don't know what good is. Because whatever you do to yourself, because it's like you have to do to others to find out to know who you are, you need to know who you are not. So this may be a very important thing, whether it's good or bad or right or wrong. We need to know what is wrong to know what is right. So we need to know what is good for others to know what is good for us. Or if just know who others are, so know who we are not, because these are others. So this may be, I don't know, I'm not read about Sankara's really the statements, but it may be implied. To know yourself, you need to know others, even though it may be just saying that I want to self-realize. But to know self, you need to know what self is not or what else it is. So you may have to go through that. So Dr. Vishnu can explore this idea. So Kalyanji, you have to make me co-host. I think I wrote to you.
Okay, I thought I did, but maybe I did the other one. You
may have.
Okay, sorry,
Yeah,
sir.
yeah.
Yes.
Okay, no issues. Okay, yeah, if you have to go, that's okay. So yeah, that's great. So Dr. Vishnu, you have any comments on that? I know you have not, done a extensive presentation here. You just did a brief one, but your own experience in that sense, what do you think of that?
Yes, sir. Actually, sir, my understanding is that what you have said, sir, for the purification of our mind or our atman, we have to do for other, do good for other. So from this is actually in my paper I have written. Actually, it is reference. It is given. It is given from the Radhakrishnan's idea. Actually, Radhakrishnan's there was one article, ethics in Vedanta. So I have developed it. I have not go through the actual original scriptures or Brahma Sutta. That's it.
Okay, well, you got plenty to think about.
Yes, sir.
For the future. So we will move on. I think Professor Sengupta has gone to pick up someone. So I'm going to move on, and we will have our next speaker, which is Dr. Arup Jyoti Sharma from I forgot that was it, are you still at Silchar?
I'm from Tripura University, sir.
Tripura University. Okay. So please go ahead with your presentation.
First of all, good evening and good morning as well. So thank you, the organizers, once again for giving me this opportunity to present my paper on the Vedanta Congress. And my paper is on the environmental issues in the Vedic scripture. So instead of taking only the Indian perspective, I have chosen, and I have also decided that both Indian and Western perspective I should take in order to give a comprehensive account of the environmental problem. So whenever actually we are talking about the environmental problem, basically I would like to mean the man and nature relationship. So what kind of relationship actually we have? And for that, actually, we need to go back to the past, where we had some kind of an anthropocentric relationship. And this anthropocentric relationship is man-centered, where interests of human beings are supreme. But later on, this view has been criticized and rejected. Then we have the cosmocentric or ecocentric views. And parallel to that, in the Indian tradition also, particularly in the Srimad Bhagavad Gita and also in the Shukla Yajurved, we have emphasis upon this man-nature relationship. So I have taken into account in that way both the Indian and Western perspective in order to give a kind of a holistic approach towards the problem. Now, the relation between man and nature constitutes the ultimate basis for all environmental issues. All natural beings, whether they are plants, animals, or human beings, are dependent on nature for their sustenance and survival. Unless we understand clearly the relationship between man and nature, it may not be possible to find out a reasonable solution to environmental issues. Our interaction with the non-human forms of life and with the environment as a whole raises a host of ethical issues, such as what kind of moral obligations do we have towards non-human forms of life? Do the beings and things of the non-human world have intrinsic value? Do humans have moral duties towards the future generations to preserve biotic and abiotic resources? An ethical theory is anthropocentric, which primarily gives importance to the interest of human beings and leaves aside those questions or denies the importance of the non-human world. Others, non-anthropocentrism, have strongly condemned their views as human chauvinism on the ground that is cannot account for our moral relations with the natural environment. They have argued for a new ethics, environmental ethics, that goes beyond the range of morally considerable cases beyond human interest. Now, in this paper, I shall critically examine the views of anthropocentrism. We have found that the view of anthropocentrism has emerged from Christianity and the Greek philosophical tradition. It has further evolved in the rationalistic tradition. In my paper, I shall offer anthropocentric view of man-nature relationship, and I shall also discuss the view of ecocentrism Here, I have also taken up the ecocentric views of Leopold and Ernest, and how their views have great affinity with the Indian tradition. The Indian tradition, especially in the Bhagavad Gita and the Vedas, provide a solid foundation for adequate concern and deep respect for nature. Nature is conceived as an entity from which everything has evolved and is fundamental to any existence. Human beings are considered only as a part of nature. Then, and in my own paper, I shall also discuss the cosmocentric views of Bhagavad Gita and also the views of the Yajurveda regarding and nature relationship in this regard. But firstly, let me go back to the past because since it is a historical account of man, I mean, we have to see the whole problem from the historical perspective. So it's go back to the past that the traditional Western ethical thought presupposes a particular attitude to nature. The dominant Western tradition, influenced by the mainstream Christianity, assumes that the natural world exists for the benefits of humans. The domain of ethics is strictly limited to human concern mainly. Nature being devoid of any intrinsic value, the destruction of any part of nature is not sinful if by such destruction we do not harm other human beings. This particular Western attitude to nature has evolved from the biblical account of creation. In the Genesis, we have found the Hebrew view of the special status of human beings. Human beings are granted dominion over nature. To understand Jesus' teaching about nature, we have to keep in mind the Old Testament beliefs about creation and also the Jewish ethical and which he and his hearer shared. The assumptions of Jesus and the New Testament about creation and thus about nature have been characterized by John Moodyman in a public lecture given in 1955, where he points out that the one true God made everything in the universe. The world was created for God's glory and for the exclusive benefit or convenience of any one species. The opening verse of the Bible immediately confronts with the eternal and transcendent God of the universe. God orders everything with divine wisdom and providence. The world is the good gifts of its creativity upon humans who are made in God's image, them with the Creator purpose. Hence, Christian ethics, God is the only one that gives objective worth to all natural creatures. These are largely unspoken beliefs, surfacing just occasionally, but implicit throughout the New Testament, including the teaching of Jesus. The ecocentric ethics puts a challenge to anthropocentric ethics. Ecocentric ethics has changed the whole way we have thought about right and wrong in classical ethics. E.F. Shoemaker is correct in arguing that our traditional economic institutions have confused us about ethics. Christian ethics condone mores or moral customs that constitute an act of violence against nature, which must be inevitably lead to violence between men. Christianity thinks that lower beings should support the higher beings. Lynn White Jr. opines that it is the Judeo-Christian concept of anthropocentrism that is responsible for ecological crisis. Judeo-Christianity, by establishing dualism between man and nature, made it God's will that man exploits nature for his proper ends. But to some, these criticisms against the Judeo-Christian tradition are not completely acceptable. Though it is true that God made nature for man to use, these criticisms, according to Christian theology, do not mean it for man's indulgence. Though man can use nature, there prevails the overall supervision of God, who is the creator of both man and nature. Presently, thinkers debate the interpretation of this grant of dominion. John Passmore and some other philosophers try to defend into this grant a directive to act as stewards, that is, to look after nature on behalf of God. A human-centered theory of environmental ethics holds that our moral duties with respect to the natural world are all ultimately desired from the duties we owe to one another as human beings. It is because we should respect the human rights of everyone or should protect and promote the well-being of humans. We must place certain constraints on our treatment of the Earth's natural environment and its non-human inhabitants for our own benefit. However, this view is strongly criticized by the ecocentrists who hold that both human and the non-human world have equal importance. Why, the questions actually that I would like to consider here is that why is it that our ethical concern is so narrow with respect to nature? Why is it difficult to bring other living and non-living things into our moral framework? Perhaps our conception of feeling pleasure or happiness is restricted only to human animals. Other lower animals are not capable of consciously measuring their pleasure and pain. Other creatures have these feelings, but they are unable to express it. We humans are so prejudiced about our own interest that we do not care for the needs and interests of other species. Peter Singer expresses the idea as follows, that it is anthropocentric, even species to other the value of different lives in a hierarchical manner. If we do so, we shall inevitably, by placing ourselves at the top and other being close to us in proportion to the resemblance between them and ourselves. Instead, we should recognize that from the point of view of different beings themselves, each life is of value. It may be that a person's life may include the study of philosophy, while a mouse life cannot. But the pleasure of a mouse life is
We seem to have lost him because of the internet issues. So we can, oh, he's here, okay. Okay. Yep, continue, please continue.
mouse life, the pleasure of a mouse life is all that the mouse and can be presumed to mean as much to the mouse as the pleasures of a person's life mean to the person. We cannot say that the one is more or less valuable than the other. The liberal philosophy of the Western world has been human-centered, in which the core belief is that only human beings have independent moral status and only they matter in themselves in all spheres of life. However, there are Western critics of the liberal conception of ethics who have disparaged this view as human chauvinism. Such critics have advocated a kind of decentering of the status of the human individual from the sphere of moral space. Humans are not to be seen as occupying the moral center of the world, and there is more to the moral universe than human beings. It is definitely a turn in the history of the environmental philosophy from a shallow morality to a morally deep universe, which is ecocentric or cosmocentric in spirit. This new environmental ethics advocates our essential oneness with nature, where to be one with nature means to become part of the great self. The Indian philosophical tradition provides a solid foundation for adequate concern and deep respect for nature. Nature is conceived as an entity from which everything has evolved and is fundamental to any existence. Human beings are considered only as a part of nature. The art, according to the Vedas, is not only for human beings to enjoy, but also for all other bipeds, and insects and other creatures. The most important aspect of Hindu theology is the belief that the Supreme Being actually gets incarnated in the form of various species. Indeed, ancient Hindu societies understood God and nature, Prakriti, to be one and the same. Hindu religion believes that only God has absolute sovereignty over all creatures, including man. Thus, man has dominion over his own life or non-human life. Therefore, all lives, human and non-human, are of equal value and all have the same right to existence. So I shall particularly refer to the cosmocentric views of the Bhagavad Gita and the Shukla Yajurved. I shall start with the views of the Gita and then I shall proceed with the views of Yajurved regarding their ecocentric views. The third chapter of the Gita, named as Karma Yoga, deals with human duties and ethics that will render a good sustainability of human existence and environmental consistency going together. Yajna is the subject of verses 8 to 25, and Lord Krishna dictates the various do's and do nots in that context. Verse 9 states that the people who are engaged in acts other than those concerned with yajna fell into bondage of karma. Therefore, one should act for yajna without an attachment. It also tells us that only duties or those acts which are desirable are to be done and not otherwise. The verse says, I quote here, work done as a sacrifice for Vishnu has to be performed. Otherwise, work causes bondage in this material world. Therefore, O son of Kunti, perform your prescribed duties for his satisfaction, and in that way, you will always remain free from bondage. Verse 13 advises that the sustenance obtained as left out from yajna is consumable because those who cook to feed their physical selves are engaged with sin only. Therefore, such devotees always perform yajna in different modes of devotional service, such as Sravanam, Kirtanam, Smaranam, Arkanam, etc. And these performances of yajnas keep them always aloof from all kinds of contamination of sinful association in the material world. Verses 14 to 15 are most significant as Lord Krishna tells Arjun an account of ecological cycle in brief. He says, people are product of food, food is product of rain, and rains are product of yajna. While yajna is the consequence and originates from the karmas have their origin in Vedas, and Vedas came from eternal being, the God, and it indicates that this eternal being has its establishment in yajna. The above verse points out that God gives the code of conduct to man through Vedic text and acts rendered accordingly amount to a yajna, and that yajna gives rise to clouds, and the water showered by them generates food that gives sustenance to human beings. Now it is obvious that any act which is contrary to the code shall not result into the merits supposed to be obtained from yajna. In other words, whatever we do is a contribution to yajna, or to say that each act, whether deliberate or indeliberate, or involuntary or voluntary, are the offerings to the yajna of life. If offerings are proper, they must result into correct or classical yajna, but an improper act will pollute the yajna and then it will result in a rise of clouds and ultimately will bring food to scarcity, forced starvation on large section of people. The material world is full of contaminations, and one who is immunized by accepting prasadam of the Lord is saved from the attack, whereas one who does not do so becomes subject to contamination. The concept of lokoshangraha is also associated with the concept of yajna. Preservation of ecological balance in nature is good for all beings. We must strive for the good of all and undertake activities that promote universal happiness. Whatever hinders, that is adharma. The ecological awareness can be very beautifully located in Manusmriti as we learned that man should protect the movable and immovable components of environment by taking into consideration their usefulness for human wealth and welfare. Now, again, going back to the Western tradition, we have found that the American philosopher Aldo Leopold has felt more than half a century ago the need for ecocentric environmental ethic and ethic dealing with man's relation to land, to plants and animals which grow upon it. In his concept of land ethic, human beings are considered a part and parcel of a wider community, which Leopold calls as biotic community, or an enlarged community which includes not only all the living species, but also all the living members of the ecological system, including water, air, and soil, or collectively the land. Leopold sums up the basis of his new land ethics as follows. I quote, "A thing is right when it tends to preserve the integrity, stability, and beauty of the biotic community. It is wrong when it tends otherwise." However, with the revival of the ecological concern in 1970s, the Norwegian philosopher Arne Næss writes a brief but influential article in 1973 entitled "The Shallow and the Deep Long-Range Ecology Movement." As a result of Næss' influence, the terms shallow and deep have become very popular among the environmental moralists. A shallow position is one that reduces concern for the environment to concern for the interest of human beings. A deep view is one that is committed to the equal rights to live and blossom of all forms of life. Differentiating shallow from the deep ecology, Peter Singer holds that shallow ecological thinking was limited to the traditional moral framework. Those thought in this way were anxious to avoid pollution to our water supply so that we could have safe water to drink, and they sought to preserve wilderness so that people could continue to enjoy through now, after considering the views of Leopold and Arne Næss, we have found that they advocate that our essential oneness with nature, where to be one with nature means to become part of the great self. And this is evidently a cosmocentric or ecocentric approach of our place in reality, as this spirit is reflected in the Indian philosophical tradition, especially in the Gita and also in the Vedic tradition. And it is interesting to note that Arne Næss' view has affinity with the Bhagavad Gita to emphasis on this self-realization with nature. Reverence for nature, the principle of the sanctity of life, biocentric equality, and cosmocentric attitude can be very easily found in Hindu religion ever since the time of the Vedas. Hindu religion believes that only God has absolute sovereignty over all creatures, including man. The idea of the divine being as the one underlying power of unity is beautifully expressed in Yajurveda. The loving says, beholds that being hidden in mystery, wherein the universe comes to have one home, therein unites and therefrom emanates the whole. The omnipresent pervades souls and matter like warp and woof in created beings. The fifth chapter of the Shukla Yajurveda refers to various forms of Rudra. Each Rudra is an expression of honor to one or the other forms of Rudra. Medicines and vegetation are called Rudras in Yajurveda. These Rudras are of two types: Shoiva, that is the beneficial form, and Rudra, the harmful form. All the constituents of nature remain Shiva in conditions of balance and become Rudra due to imbalance. Rudra is also known as poison taker and life giver, that is Shankar. These tree and vegetation also take poison in the form of carbon dioxide and blaze with life-giving oxygen. Due to imbalance of carbon dioxide, Rudra becomes harmful. Thus, saving the vegetation is serving the god Rudra. The following paragraph gives us an account of the various forms of Rudra. I quote, "The Lord of all directions, the trees adorned by green leaves as hair of man, the caretaker of animals, the Rudra having complexion of young yellow leaves, Lord of cereals, Lord of all life forms, protector of cultivated fields, Lord of trees, Lord of medicinal herbs, the products of fertile land." It tells us that almost no forms of life, whether microscopic bacteria or protozoan, living in soil and mud, or larger mammals, and there, which has been spread from being regarded as expression of Rudra, who is also the Lord of the forest and mountains. The mantras are meant for requesting the blessings and kindness of Rudra, and hence anything that is under the lordship cannot be subjected to dishonor. The first verse of the 40th chapter of Yajurveda is very crucial for our eco-sensitivity. Now, I would like to conclude here that there is indeed a harmonious relationship between the need of man and the spectacular diversity of the universe. Hindu Vedic tradition does not subscribe to the prevailing Western worldview that true nature of man is essentially to dominate and control nature by all possible means. It is to be noted that man in the Vedic period treats himself as an integral part of nature. During the time of the Vedas and the Upanishads, we have seen that emphasis is put not only on the intrinsic values of both the human and the non-human world, but also on a form of human self-realization which springs out of ecological consciousness. The Indian philosophical tradition provides a solid foundation for adequate concern in deep respect of nature. The Indian philosophical thinkers depict nature as fundamental to existence. Nature is considered an entity from which everything has evolved. Human beings are considered only. Nature is not considered merely as a physical world which is external to man or alienated from humans, nor are humans considered as essentially spiritual and alien to nature. Thank you. Thank you so much for your patient hearing. Thank you.
Wonderful. It's a very relevant topic. I think more relevant than anything else in today's society, to connect philosophical concepts from India and compare it to the Western world. I think is absolutely important. And actually, believe it or not, the Western, these concepts have seeped into the science. So according to science, we have developed a science in which we say humans are most evolved. It will be equivalent to saying that your child who is born the first day is more evolved than you are. It makes no sense, because we are, according to science, we are the latest species. The Homo sapiens are the latest species, at least in terms of human beings. Of course, Corona is much more later than we are, and it gives us real hard time. So we already realize that somebody is more evolved, even though we may be very tiny. But since we are, like you suggested, and maybe Bible, maybe actually the region where God says at the end, the sixth day, I guess, God says that God created human in His own image, and said that it is now for every the whole thing is for the humans. But it also, I think, it's important to realize. I'm talking a little bit more because I don't think Jyoti Misra is here, the one of the speakers. If he is, please let us know. But I didn't see him here, so I'm taking a little bit of time to make context, and then we'll open the things for more questions. But I just wanted to bring in this because you did bring this idea of humans and how the Western world is looking at. I just want to fill in with the scientific research that supports that whole idea, because we have put ourselves on the top, and then we use the same thing. Then we can use everything is for us because we are the latest. But the only thing is that we have been confused. We say that we are most evolved when we are really not that evolved. How can you need to have time to evolve? This is also, there is a contradiction. So if we have been only for 2 million years from scientific point of view, then how can you be more evolved than bacteria, for example, or virus, which has been there for billion years? And that too is a lifetime of human beings. The generation time is 20 years, and bacteria is normally 20 hours. So there is a huge difference. They have a lot more time, lot more iteration to evolve, and that's why no matter what you do, you get something like corona shows up suddenly, and you have no idea what to do. You find some other way, when something else will come up. So this fundamental idea, and one more thing, one more point I wanted to mention, which is a little bit of contradiction to what you said. You said that God in Hindu theology, I don't know if there is a theology, but let's assume there is one, and it says that the overall in charge is the supreme power, which treats everybody the same. I find that Hindus in practice, they have been actually not treating everybody the same. Actually, they think they treat the ones before us higher. That's why they worship animals, they worship ants, they worship snakes. So they have actually realized themselves that they are not the best one. And again, they even worship that something cannot be seen. And you don't worship something that is lower than you are or equal to you are, in most cases. You worship something that you consider higher than you are. And so in a practice, whether they do through yajna or other thing that you talked about, I think they feel that other things, they have realized the nature has higher evolution, has higher value. And the really last point is that I think we need to think about this nature, how the nature takes care of humans, not the humans, not the other way around. Nature takes care of the human, just like mother takes care of a baby. So we are babies, and we should realize that babies need to listen to the nature, which means they need to connect to the nature and understand the nature, just like babies need to connect to their mother and listen to the mother, not only listen, connect, but also listen to the mother. So that's why we call Mother Nature. Anyway, those are my comments, but now I think we have a little bit time. They have a significant amount of time to have some conversation on this issue, because I think Jyoti Misra, who is one of the other speakers, is not here in this session.
So Balaramji, may I tell something?
Please.
Yeah, thank you, Arup, for your nice paper. So what I want to make comment that you told in your deliberation that Shiva becomes Rudra when there is environmental disbalance. So Rudra make it balance in the whole world. So same type of thing is told by Dr. Radhakrishnan, that when there was a churning of ocean, Samudra Manthan, two things, major things came out, one Amrita, another is Garal, vish, poison. And Amrita is distributed among the gods, deities. But the Garal or poison, it is neither thrown outside nor put in the earth, because it would have created some sort of environmental disbalance. If it is thrown in the open place, the animals would have taken it and died. If it is put under the ground, then the plant world may be affected. So Shiva, it is metaphorically told, he protected the poison in his body so that the environmental balance remained as it is. So this is one of the interpretation of swallowing the poison. It is neither swallowed nor it is outside, but it is in between the throat, only for the protection of the environmental world. So this much I can add. As you told that Shiva is Rudra when there is a environmental disbalance, And by virtue of that, he brings some sort of environmental harmony, balance. So thank you very much for your nice presentation.
Dr. Arup, do you want to respond to
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for the beautiful comments. By the way, you will not be able to see me because I am in the department and there is no electricity at the moment. But I can listen to your comments, beautiful comments, and I can reply as well. Yes, I mean, whatever Professor Ghosh sir has pointed out is absolutely correct, and that will really, I mean, enrich the further aspect of my paper. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Any other?
Dr. Singh, this is Sudhir. A comment in terms of yajna and biochemistry. Can you hear me? Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can hear you fine.
Oh, okay. So in terms of the yajna, when we actually, in the modern day, we are burning a big fire, we are putting objects in, is that environmentally, scientifically, with the present instruments we have, is that actually good for the environment?
I don't know if Professor Sarma can hear you, but if I could just respond to you, Bansalji. Yajna is a very expansive word. It has so many layers. And the idea is you begin at the first level by these offerings, which are all biorenewable, by the way, so that you can then direct your energies and your focus toward the betterment of society. And then from this physical external act, it becomes an internal act. So this external act only is to kind of elevate your consciousness so that then you can go inward. But again, I mean, this is not my paper. I would like Arup to respond.
Yeah, he may respond to it. Well, he's now on. Okay, please go ahead.
But I mean, what is the question, sir? I'm not getting actually.
I'm just looking at the environmental impact of the external performance of the fire sacrifice. Not so much, with the material which is available to us at the present time, unfortunately not being purified or not being necessarily always, the kapoor is not always the kapoor, the mango stick is not always the mango stick. So despite the fact that we can relate it to the internal yajna with Dr. Sinha brought up, I understand that. But what about the external actual influence on the environment of our acts at the present time?
I mean, I'm not very sure about it, but it definitely has some external impact as well. Otherwise, whatever had been already done in the past has its present impact, and that we are actually getting the result nowadays. So whatever had been performed during that time definitely has the significance. So internally it was okay, but externally also, I mean, I think it has some good consequence on the environment. That much, sir, I can tell you.
Thank you.
Let me comment. The flip side of, sorry, Balramji.
Go ahead.
If I can do the flip side of it, when you are carrying out an elaborate ritual with so many offerings, there could be adverse effects on the environment. No? So yeah, yes, this is true. Let me tell a little bit, intervene a little bit, and then maybe Arupji can explain.
So there have been some research done. Scientific community has done some research on yajna and the kind of thing that they add. And what they have found, the microbial population goes down. Now, whether that's good or bad, one has to find out, like Sukalyanji is saying. But the things that you put in the yajna and, herbal things that you put in there, it has an impact on the environment. And they have been done not only in the air, but also in the water. They have tested the water microbial population is affected as well as the air population is affected. That's one. The second thing is there is near Lucknow, there is a mango orchards or gardens where there is some, actually, it was in the news maybe 10 years ago. There is a Muslim community person who does this yajna. And he, in his whole mango, he never uses any other thing, what would be the antiseptics or any of the other thing that people spray. He just does yajna, and people from all over the world, that news was something, people came from Norway to understand what he does and how he does, because he doesn't use any chemicals in his mango garden. So absolutely there is an effect, and we have not really done as much research in India that we should do to find out what kind of mechanism is involved, both chemical mechanism, biological mechanism, how this all operates. It's unfortunate that we do not take lead in doing those kind of research, Dr. Sudhir.
Thank you, Balram.
Thank you, Balramji. And with that, I think we are ready to move into the next session number 11. And I have two announcements. Number one, that Professor R.P. Singh, who's listed as the chair, he will start the session as the chair, but he has been invited by some media channel for some other program. So for a short while, he may have to leave the session. And during his absence, Dr. Prashant Shukla will be your chair. And the second announcement, R.P. Singh ji, is that I just now received an email from our first speaker of session 11, Suyasha Singh Isser, who says that she is held up in traffic and therefore requests that the talk be scheduled for some later time, maybe by an hour or so. So R.P. Singh ji, please take over. And the second speaker, Raghunath Da, he is here, so we can start with him.
Thank you, Professor Sengupta. And since the list of speakers is quite long one, and most of the speakers are very prominent ones, so I straight away come to the second speaker, Professor Raghunath Ghosh, good friend of mine for so many years. He'll be speaking on denying Samavaya as a relation and Advaita approach. So, Professor Ghosh, you are there?
Yeah. I am very much here.
Good. You are already there in the US.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you, Professor Singh, for nice meeting to you after a long time.
Yes.
And hope you are okay. Now my session is a little bit technical on denying Samavaya as a relation and Advaita approach. Now, one thing has to be taken, though it is a little bit technical thing, but I will explain in such a way so that technicalities can be overcome. And as my friends know that there is a controversy between realistic school, Nyaya Boishishika school, and idealistic Shankara school. So there is a different prasthana altogether. Nyaya has got some ontological commitment to the padarthas, like dravya, guna, karma, samanya, vishesh, samavaya, and ava. Among these, Sanjog is one of the Guno. It comes under Guno. And Samavaya is a separate Padarth according to them. Now, let us see what's the difference between Sanjoga and Samavaya. Otherwise, the problem I pose or problem raised by the Advaitins will have some misunderstanding, will lead to some misunderstanding. So contact of Sanjog is a quality, it comes under Guna, hence it is called an external object, aguntuka relation. Because the relator, you know, a relation presupposes two relator, at least two, maybe more than two, but at least two relator. One is called, technically called Pratijogi, another is called Anuyogi. That is, in two sides, relatum 1 and relatum 2. So relatum 1 may be called Pratijogi, relatum 2 may be called Anujogi. However, the relator of the relation, why it is called Juto Siddha Sambandha? That is, Sanjog is a kind of relation which can be separability or separable relation. That means relation is always relating two things and two things can be separated. That's why they are called Juto Siddhi. That means a separable relationship. Relatum 1, relatum 2 may exist before the relation is established between them. Even after the establishment of relation, relatum 1 and relatum 2 may lose their status. So that is why this Sanjog is a kind of temporary relationship. Yuta Siddha Sambandha, two things can be separated, can be conjoined according to our wish. So, just as table and the pen, you can put the pen on the table. So, table and pen, these are relatum 1 and relatum 2, and in between there is a relation called Sanjoga. But this can be separated. When the pen is withdrawn from the table, then there is no more Sanjoga. That is why it is an external relation, independent relation. It does not depend on something else. Juto Siddho. So there are so many adjuncts. It is called Agantuka external. It is called Juto Siddho, that is independent relationship capable of being separated or external. But Samavaya is completely of opposite type. It is called Ayuto Siddho. Ayuto Siddha means they will have some inseparable relationship. Just as Adhar and Adhyo, superstratum and substratum. A is in B. So A is always in B. So B is the Adhar and A is Adhyo. A is the superstratum, B is the substratum. So this relationship is called, it cannot be separated. In the sense, color and the object can never be separated because color is something which cannot have the property of separability from the object, from the flower. So flower or color or smell in the flower, they have got inseparable relationship. That's why it is unlike Sanjoga, but it is very much related as as Ayuta Siddhi inseparable relationship. And that is why the Naiyayikos prefer to tell them they are not independent relationship, they are dependent relationship. Because color is dependent on the flower, smell is dependent on the flower. Without flower, color cannot remain independently. Without flower, smell cannot remain independently. So sweetness of a water, sweetness of some drinks cannot remain if it is not there. So that is why Samavaya is called Ayuta Siddha, inseparable relation, unlike Samjoga, and it is called Nitya. Nitya means eternal. You cannot separate this thing, and this inseparability remain for the long time. So there are certain cases that is part and the whole. Suppose a table is the whole and different parts of the table like leg, leg rest, top, all these are the parts of the table. So if you separate the parts of the table, there will be no more table as such. So this is called Avayav and Avayavi. Then there is Jati and Bhakti. Bhakti means an individual cow, and Jati means the cowness. Manusya and Manushyattva, universal and individual. Kriya Kriyavan, Bhavan Asho. The horse is running. So running is the property, Kriyavan. Asho is the Kriyavan, Kriya is the running stage. So all these things, gun and guni, just like color and the flower, these are the sum of the pairs within which we have inseparability, which is called Samavaya. And this is eternal. So in case of Sanjog, we got external character. It is dependent, not dependent, independent one, and Juta Siddha separability. But in case of Samavaya, we have inseparability. It is dependent on another relator, and it is an eternal. But Sanjog is not eternal. It is non-eternal. It can be separated. So that is why it is called dependent relationship. Now, both are accepted by the Nyaya Vaisheshika system. But so far as the Advaita Vedanta is concerned, they have certain problem in accepting the relation called Samavaya. According to them, why Samavaya is to be accepted as a relation. And Sanjog also, they have certain problem. What is the problem as relationship? Suppose there is a Sanjog, that is contact between table and the pen. As I told, table and pen, there is a contact. And contact, I told, it's by virtue of being a quality, it always remains in the table. So Sanjog and the table, there must be a relation. Because gun and guni, there must be the relation called again Samavaya. Now the third phase, Samavaya and the table, there is another relation called Samavaya 1. Again Samavaya 1 and the table will come to Samavaya 2. In this way, we are led to the problem of infinite regress. That's why in accepting Samavaya as a relation, we have to face the regressive problem problem of infinite regress. This is one of the problem raised by Shankara. Second problem raised by Shankara as well as Dharmakirti. They told that if the Pratijogi and Anujogi, the relata 1 and relatum 2, in case of Samavaya, they are dependent with each other. If they are dependent with each other, if there is paratantrata, then the question has been raised whether two things exist or does not exist. If they exist, relatum 1 and relatum 2, without any relation, then what is the importance of accepting relation between them? Because without even relation, they can remain independently. Moreover, Shankara and Dharmakirti, they are having the same view that relatum 1 and relatum 2, they are a relative term. Because relatum 1 is called relatum due to having some relation between them. If we deny relationship, then how can I tell them relatum in the true sense of the term? So relatum 1 and relatum 2, in between, if there is no relation, in spite of that, if they remain, then what's the use of accepting relation as such? No need of accepting relation. And if I say, yes, relation and relatum, they are not there. So if they are not there, then they are a fictitious object. So however, if we cannot accept the fictitious object, we cannot accept the existence of two objects without any relation. So it is better not to accept relation according to Shankara and Dharmakirti. This is the second problem. First problem is infinite regress. Regarding infinite regress, the Noyaikos has given some rejoinder. What is that rejoinder? The problem was between pain is on the table. Pain and table, there is a relation called Sanyoga, contact, and contact has a relation with the table. This relation is Samavaya. Samavaya and the table, there is Samavaya 1, and Samavaya and the table, Samavaya 1 and the table leads to Samavaya 2 like this. So Samavayasya Samavayantara Siddhi. The Noyaikos are telling this is not our position. Our position means Noyaiko position. What is their position? Their position, there is no infinite regress because Samavayastu Shatma Vritti. Samavaya has no Samavayantar. That is, Samavaya has no another Samavaya. Samavaya is Shatma Vritti, existing in itself. So Samavaya has no Samavayantar. This is the view of the Noyaikos. Therefore, there is no need of accepting Samavaya. There is no need of accepting the infinite regress. Tatra Samavayasu Asatma Vritti. Samavaya remain within itself. So for the existence Samavaya, we do not need Samavayantar. Samavayantar, this another form of Samavaya, is uncalled for because Samavaya itself is Nitya. That is why this is the justification of the Nayayikas. Still, the Shankara is not satisfied. He told that what's the use of accepting Samavaya? Instead of accepting Samavaya, we may call it Tadatma. So Tadatma is the substitute for Samavaya. As we call that there are two things, clay model and the clay. Clay model and the clay, Nayayikas will call that Mrit Pratima and Mrittika, there is a Samavaya relationship. Nunir Putul and Nun, the salt and the image made of salt. They are two, but actually when there is in contact with water, they are amalgamated. So it is called a kind of tadatma. So the image made out of salt.
Professor Raghunath Ghosh, you have only
Yeah,
2
please.
minutes left.
Okay,
You have
okay,
only 2 minutes.
okay,
Yeah, please.
okay. And next, the Samavaya, regarding Samavaya, it is told by Shankara. What does the Samavaya means? You told it means Samavaya means a kind of ayuta siddhi. What is the inseparable relationship? Shankaracharya raised 3 points. Inseparability means aprithak deshota, space must be equal, then it is called ayuta siddha. Aprithak kalota, time may be same, then it is called ayuta siddhi. And aprithak svabhavata, nature of the object must be the same. Then we call it is, and 3 points are refuted by Shankara. Aprithak deshota is not possible. Where there is thread, there must be the cloth. We cannot have a different place. In India, there is thread, and in America, there is a cloth. This prithak deshota is not acceptable. So, aprithak deshota is not there. So, it is at the same place. So, in aprithak deshota, it remaining in the same space, not in the same kalo. At the same time, two things cannot remain. So 2 horns of a cow, it remains in the same time, but there is no causal, they are not ayuta siddha in the true sense of the term. And thirdly, if we say that two things are only aprithak svabhavata, then how can we distinguish between cause and effect? So thread is the cause, cloth is the effect. If they are having the same svabhava, then we cannot have this type of ayuta siddha. Ultimately, at last I will tell, for Vedantin, only Brahman is Nitya Padartha. Apart from Brahman, there is nothing which is called Nitya. And according to them, monism, Advaita means Vedatraya Bhava. Vedatraya Bhava means there will be no Sajatiya Ved, no Vijatiya Ved, no Sagata Ved. So if Veda is not there, how can you accept the relationship there? So it is better to accept Tadatma. Tadatma means Veda Bhinnatte Sati Abhedattam. Veda Sahisnu Abheda. So Samavaya stands for Tadatma, which is nothing but Veda Sahisnu Abheda. There must be difference and identity. So Samavaya has to be taken in this sense. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Very illuminating presentation as it used to be. a scholar like you. I have a little apprehension about the thing that you have taken up idealist school of Vedanta
Yeah.
and the realist school of Nyaya
Yeah.
with the category of Samavaya and even a Sanyoga, etc. So, if the broader scheme is completely different, idealism and realism,
Yeah.
then what reasons do you have to compare and contrast them or look for, something which is, very challenging that way? Apparently, it seems to be.
Yeah. Yeah.
This
Yeah.
is just a brief, anxiety I have.
And thank you, Professor Singh, for raising very nice question. Why I have taken up this thing? I know that two type of philosophers have got their two separate passages. In spite of that, it is not I who has brought the problem. Shankara has brought the problem in his Bhashya. In his Bhashya, he told in Tarkapada chapter that Samavaya has not to be taken as a relation. Why? In order to establish Tadatmo. Because Tadatmo, Tattamoshi, we have to lead to that path. So if a man thinks separability, inseparable relationship with two phenomenal objects, then ultimate reality where there is inseparability, that will be subsidiary. So in order to give emphasis that the tadatma which is in the transcendental level, in the paramarthika level, has to be taken into account, even in the day-to-day life there is identity that has to be not to be taken as samavaya, that is also the lower image of, that is tadatma sambandha. Ultimately, their aim is lead us to tadatma, ekatmata, to give this one type of
Clear,
oneness. So
clear now.
that's
So,
why that's
yeah, yeah.
uh, and
So we still
Professor
have
Singh.
yeah, we still have a few minutes left. So if one or two questions can be entertained. So it's open for discussion, please.
Sir, can I ask one?
Yeah,
Please,
please,
Dr.
please.
Jayanti.
Sir, it was a brilliant presentation. I just have a need a clarification regarding few things. Suppose Shankar, as you said, not accepting the relation the way Nayayikas are giving the Samabaya explanation. My question is simply that how do you understand the states of the consciousness? If there is no relation, then how do you understand the waking state, dreaming state, deep sleep, and also to come to the studio? What kind of relation it is? Or
Thank
they are
you.
inseparable? Yes.
Thank you, madam, for your nice question. So you know four stages, Swapna, Jagrata, Sushupti, and Turiya. There are four stages of self, according to Gauravpada and others. Here, these stages are in the phenomenal level. When you reach to the Turiya means fourth stage, you are in the transcendental level. There is no way back to the Swapna and Sushupti again. These are metaphors. If you go to Panchadashi, they have given the metaphor of so many pictures. Chitra Turaganyaya, which is called Chitra Turaganyaya. So many metaphors are given to understand the transcendental reality. So our object first is Swapna, Jagrata, then Sushupti, then Swapna, then Turiya. These are the promotional, just our CAS, Career Advancement Scheme. So from Jagrata to Sushupti to Swapna, and ultimately professorship is the Turiya. So there is no way of looking back in the so in this way, you take it as a metaphorical way of promotion, human development. And ultimately, the last development is Turiya. Turiya is called fourth, and it is called transcendental par excellence. And if you reach that, then there is no way of coming back. That is why, madam, I told that this is Vedo is there, but in the phenomenal level. Ultimately, not Vedo in the when you are in the Turiya, you are identified with the world. Tadatma is there, but this is not the relation at all. So
Thank you.
relation is very much phenomenon, but it cannot be told a phenomenon in the true sense of the term.
Thank you so much.
Thank you,
So,
madam.
anybody else wants to say something?
Yeah,
Yes.
Dada, Sudhir, can I ask a question in regards to when you qualified phenomenon versus, I guess, objectivity? Would pain and pleasure fall in the same, like a phenomenal state?
Yeah. Actually, pain and pleasure, according to Advaita Vedanta, that antakarana is something which has got some avayavas, parts. And why? Because it is the full of attributes. What are the attributes? In Vedanta Paribhasha it is told that pain, pleasure, Ri means sameness, Dhri means dhiraj, that is perseverance. All these things are the parts of antakarana. So these parts of antakarana and antakarana to Vedanta is having some parts. Unlike Nyaya, mind is not a sense organ, it's a sense organ, but having no parts. It is called atomic energy. So here it has got parts, no problem. So if you ask the question, where does the pleasure, pain, etc., these are relative terms. So it is the antakarana vritti. So something you may feel pleasure. Suppose in India, a man has got son and daughter, and he is repenting that my son's marriage is not good. I am feeling pain. Why? Because every weekend, my daughter-in-law takes my son to her in-laws, to her father's house. But my daughter's marriage is good. Every weekend she brings my son-in-law here. So here, in same thing is happening. In one case, it is a case of pleasure. In another case, it is a case of pain. Both are antakarana vritti.
I think you have
Thank
done very good job, Professor Ghosh.
Yeah,
Thank you.
R.P. Singh ji, if I could just clarify, please don't misunderstand when Raghunath Das says atomic energy. It has nothing to do with what we understand as nuclear explosion or things like that. It is purely a Nyayika.
So Sukolanda, it is in Kathopanishad, Anoraniyan Mahato Mohiyan.
Yeah.
All these are metaphorical statements. Don't take it that atomic means it connected with your science. Anoraniyan, that is subtler than Anu. And Mahato Mohiyan, subtler than, bigger than the sky.
Yeah.
Bigger than the biggest.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Raghunath.
R.P. Singh ji, could I make one request of you?
Yeah.
Could I now take a group photograph, please, of this?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So give me, please put on your cameras. And as usual, I will take 2 photographs. So We'll give 15 seconds for you to get ready. Okay. Number 1. There we go. Thank you. Give me just a minute, please. And now to number 2. Just 1 second. There we go. Very good. Thank you so much. RP Singh ji, please continue.
Okay, thank you very much. Now I come to the speaker 3, that is Ritu Kartari Antil. Ritu, you are there?
Yes,
Yes,
she's there.
Professor, I'm here.
She has joined in. I will just spotlight her. There we go.
Yeah, Ritu, welcome. So she's going to speak on an answer to existential absurdism, a philosophical inquiry into the classical theories of metaphysics. So it's over to you, Ritu. Go ahead. So you have 20
Yes,
minutes to
Professor.
for presentation, then some discussion.
All right, Professor. My pranamas to all the respected present here. As the topic is already mentioned by Professor, I would straightforward start with the introduction to my paper. So through my research, I would be broadly posing 3 questions and 3 answers. First, what do we want to become? And the answer that I'm proposing it, we all want to become good people, good for oneself, good for each other, and good for our socio-economic environment and our mother nature. Second, what are we now? We experience ourselves to be conscious material entities dwelling in chaos and existential absurdities. Third question, how do we propose to pass from our present condition to the condition we desire to reach? To answer this question, I propose in this paper the method to realize our true nature and place in this universe, and then navigate to the destination we want to reach. In order to know our place and destination in this absurd world, the method proposes the acceptance of a good metaphysical belief. As Aldous Huxley puts it, the choice is not between some metaphysics and no metaphysics, it is between a good metaphysics and a bad metaphysics. And I argue that a good metaphysics or a philosophy is one that can consistently deliver clarity through our madness and absurdities for a lifetime. A good metaphysics would be that which depicts the balance and unity of binaries that we see all around us and contradictions that we experience. As Charles Hartshorne says, good metaphysics means one that avoids the extreme that is the mark of error in philosophy and in life. That is to say, a bad metaphysics is illustrated by one-sided, exaggerated extremes of a sort, which a few speculative people favors for their personal interests. Therefore, the method requires us to make a distinction between good and bad, balanced and unbalanced kind of metaphysics. A good metaphysics is well balanced, properly qualified, and the golden mean. It is a higher degree of synthesis and the unity of contraries. Hartshorne also mentions that a good metaphysics is common to or true of all conceivable occurrences, that which seem to be a common element of all possibility in this universe. This method that I propose favors the reality of dualism, balance of materialism and spiritualism, and a mild critique of Western sense of independent responsibility and a Vedantic non-dualism. Here, I would like to mention that these criticisms are very in an ideological state that need a substantial building. I start with my paper. Existential absurdity is a realization that results from the idea that human existence is inherently meaningless and senseless in the face of an indefinitely large, uncaring, and chaotic universe. It implies that life is intrinsically ludicrous and that efforts to come up with a meaningful or rational justification for why we exist are completely futile. Throughout history, this concept has been examined by numerous notable thinkers. European literature and art of the modern period were influenced by the fragmenting socio-political and cultural shifts brought about by modernity, capitalism, and the world wars. As a result, the disturbed mad mind symbolized this time period and was used by European writers as a means of expression to explore and elaborate on the uncomfortable ideas of nihilism, aesthetic existentialism, and absurdity. Due to colonialism and with the early globalized trends, these discourses have traveled and influenced the Eastern world as well. We see in most of the philosophy and literature departments, scholars reading the works of Sartre, Bois, Albert Camus, Franz Kafka, and other surrealist philosophers like Andrew Breton. The existential philosopher Camus argues that life is inherently meaningless and that the only response is to create one's own meaning. Kafka's protagonist in his work, The Metamorphosis, wakes up one morning transformed into a giant insect like a cockroach, but continues to go about his daily routines as if nothing has changed. This acceptance of the absurdity of life can be seen as a form of resilience, a way of coping with the challenges and uncertainties of the modern world. But we can easily observe this lack of resilience to deal with challenges when people commit suicides. Therefore, we can say the sense of resilience does not come so easy, and survival is not a natural instinct in an environment of extreme absurdity and failures of life. The second response to absurdity that is proposed by Western philosophers is to pursue the meaning of our existence in a seemingly meaningless world. This is the approach taken by famous intellectual couple Jean-Paul Sartre and Simone de Beauvoir, who rejects the idea that life is inherently meaningless and instead argues that we must create our own values and purposes. According to Beauvoir, humans are always constrained by their physical, social, and historical ingrained practicity, while still having the choice to overcome and build their own futures with responsibility. The only option available to the human is to live within and mediate the balance between these two states of existence. However, even the most intelligent and civilized of the humans commonly find it challenging to strike the balance between these two states of human existences. And the majority of common people may not even know what the art of balance is. Even some famous intellectuals can witness the inevitable downfall of any good or a perfect idea. Therefore, Western existentialism, rooted in a secular and individualistic framework, could not fully capture the complexity of human existence. These theories have become the trends of advertising industries to reclaim the radical imagery of an absurd lifestyle and fashion, reversing the methodology from doing a philosophical inquiry on the nature of existence to producing the potential commercial content. Here we see that the sense of responsibility to find the meaning and purpose of our lives often goes into vain. Therefore, some foundational ground is needed in order to escape these feelings of absurdity. Aldous Huxley says that metaphysical understandings become our major cause of action. Therefore, my paper takes into its consideration the metaphysical idea of Sankhya theory of evolution and its implication on our understanding of human existence and the meaning of life. By emphasizing the dualism between matter and consciousness, a powerful and transformative way of engaging with the world is offered, building on the idea of transcending the limits of our material bodies. This approach leads to the finality of answers and destination of our seemingly absurd lives. By emphasizing the importance of meditation, ethical conduct, service, and devotion. And this is where the yoga philosophy comes into picture. It emphasizes on the techniques of Ashtanga Yoga, the cultivation of a deep sense of connection and integration with oneself and the world. Basically, the paper tries to answer the absurdity of existence by navigating through the combination of self-knowledge, ethical conduct, detachment, by following the metaphysical themes in Indian philosophical schools. My research deals solely with the metaphysical beliefs and treats them predominantly from a humanistic point of view. These beliefs provide methods of self-education, method from which humans can make better sense of their surroundings and the universe. These understandings help transform their character and enlarge their perspectives to answer their existential absurdities. Sankhya school, therefore, is what explains the modern scientific principles in the most accurate aspect of the environment that surrounds us. Even Vedanta school takes help from Sankhya school to explain the phenomena of creation, and then disregards its importance only by merely saying that Prakriti is an illusory part of Brahman itself, and then the whole plethora of contradictions and paradoxes start. Some questions can be raised here are: how can material reality manifest from something immaterial consciousness? And even if it does, as explained by Aurobindo's integral philosophy of creation, where matter is a manifestation of consciousness. This being a very gradual manifestation from subtle to gross, still there is a jump from something that is in something that is not, which is exactly like bringing in the argument of causality by Sankhya philosophy, that milk has the potential to make the curd and not the water. And also, because the paper concerns the humanistic existential inquiry, one more question on the Vedanta singularity would be: how does a lay person understand a known dual phenomena which cannot be defined? And even if it is defined, the definition itself negates it. Then how do the common people navigate through their existence? How do they find the meaning and purpose of their lives? How do they strike the balance between the binaries and the contradiction that exist all around us? Existential dilemma on a binary as basic as material consumerism for individualistic comfort or environmental protection for the good of all. Therefore, I argue that Sankhya's metaphysics of dualism goes closer to the hearts of lay, middle, or poor class people who are generally fighting to strike a balance between chasing the material dream in chaotic spaces and finding the peace of spirituality. So how do we create the balance between the material differences and the sense of spirituality? Spirituality that combines us all, which gives a sense of fundamental principle that uniformly functions under all existence in this universe. Principles that has no biases and differences. Sankhya metaphysics satisfy all of the criteria to escape the existential absurdity by showing a perfect balance of spirituality and materiality. It depicts the absolute unity of two fundamental principles after creation, which is recorded by sense perceptions as well. Professor Pratibha Gramin in her paper presentation the other day also elaborated on the play of Prakriti in the light of Purusha, where she mentioned that Purusha makes no difference in black and white, more intelligent Prakritic objects. It only lights them up to exist and appear in their own. Modifications of Prakriti and its creative evolution enables us to acknowledge Bhed, the reality of our differences, the reality of our happiness and pain, the reality of our absurdities. And only after the acknowledgement or the diagnosis of the ailment, we go for the treatment. And this treatment to escape the absurdity of creation is provided by yoga philosophy through the means of Ashtanga. It is possible for people who employ the yogic methods to achieve a high degree of non-attachment to the things of the world, and at the same time so to heighten their consciousness so that they can attach themselves more completely to a greater purpose of being and to transcendence this evolved reality. And after all, what is the harm in accepting the reality of duality, provided it doesn't reduce to merely physicalism? Sankhya's approach answers the question of interaction between something that is material and something that is non-material by stating that when Purusha, which is not mind and is simple consciousness like Nirgun consciousness, like Nirgun Brahman, combines with Prakriti in an integral manner, thus leads to the play of manifestation of mind, senses, and other physical gross substances. Also, in my research, I argue that it is a far-fetched dream that any known living things will ever be recorded to have consciousness, and in fact, AI being conscious, as Professor Rajiv mentioned in his presentation, that AI is intelligent and not conscious. So there is a binary that exists and we experience. Even Dan Zahavi writes, we are as we cannot ask what it feels like to be a piece of soap or a radiator. We can ask what it is like to be a cat, a wolf, and other human being, because we take them to be conscious and to have experiences. Experiences have a subjective feel to them that is a certain phenomenal quality of what it is like to be, what it feels like to have them. Therefore, conclusively, I would say Sankhya metaphysics is what I have found to be consistent in offering an accurate explanation of this universe and our sense experiences. This paper is about accepting the differences, accepting our feelings, acknowledging the situation and place we are in, and then finally, if one wants, can choose the ultimate destination of our reality, the state of balance, the state of involution where sattva, rajas, and tamas guna goes into their original place. This is how we escape the three dukkha's mentioned in Sankhya philosophy, Adhyatmic, Adidevik, and Adibodhik, and the absurdities of life. Here I complete my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ritu. Well in time. So now it's open for discussion. So Ritu, would you like to spell out the criterion for absurdity, the way Simon de Beauvoir and others they have floated it? So ethics of absurdity.
Yes, Professor. Simon de Beauvoir mentions that we dwell in two kinds of existences in our lives. We have our own freedom and responsibility to overcome those contradictions. They give a sense, both Beauvoir and Sartre give a sense that there is an inherent meaning in us to find that out.
Anyway, you can see it. So now, is there anybody who can raise certain questions, have a discussion of it? A good presentation. So,
Okay, R.P. Singh ji, if I have your permission, can I ask a question of Ritu?
yes, please.
So Ritu, correct me if I misunderstood you, but you said, well, for this middle class people, we need material comforts and we also have to be spiritual.
Yeah,
I mean, I think if you lower the ideal, then you are left with nothing actually. So if you start with this premise, then I'm not so sure how much progress you can make.
Yes, Professor, I relate to your opinion, and but at the same time, over the period of time, I have applied philosophy to my own life. But over the period of time, I have not been able to ignore the realities that surround me. I think that is the only inspiration of my paper, that there has to be an acknowledgement of both the aspects, and then the goal has to be there to strike the balance between the two, and then the choice is up to us to lead to the final destination, as
Thank
I
you.
explained
Thank
in
you
the
so much.
paper.
So,
Okay, may I?
anybody else? Yeah, please.
Okay. May I come in?
Yeah, please.
Okay.
Yes, Pratibha.
Okay, yes. I think that what we have to work on is we can have anything that we work on or anything that we strive for. But we have to keep in mind that it is temporary and not have such big attachment. So if we don't have that big attachment, we also, we don't have so much pain. It's like we do the work, but looking into that clingingness is what brings the pain. So
Yes,
then,
Professor.
yeah, it's like
That is where the balance is coming, right? Nishkam Karma, Gita philosophies asserts this idea. That is where that we are involved in the work, but we are not attached from it. That is the other aspect of balance. That there are two things.
Right. And I have also discovered that really studying the different qualities of the gunas can help a lot, because we can look at our own aim or whatever we have and say, oh my gosh, that's a terrible amount of tamasic. And that's where you really get the pain, all the things that happen in life that we don't want. And whereas if we look at the sattva, yeah, there's a clarity that comes, there's a lighterness that comes. And so this, I think, is maybe one of the things for the future that people can really take up. Doesn't have anything to do with any, I mean, it applies to everyone. It's not cultural, it's really cosmic. So we strive to look at those qualities can be helpful.
Yes, Professor, you are very right in mentioning that knowing our prakritic nature, we can enhance our capacities and capabilities.
Mm-hmm.
Sir, can I ask one?
Yeah, please, very quick, yeah.
Yes, quick. So I'm happy to see you, Ritu, that you brought existential angst and existential absurdity here. And because see that Sartre and Simone Beauvoir, very particularly, they are analyzing the existential conditions where we are living. And as there are many things which in the Western, at least one thing is good within the existentialism is that they are not bringing any kind of hypocrisy, but giving a kind of realistic situation where we and our consciousness is working. And they are very extremely subjectivism. So that's why you have chosen a right path to the spiritualism, because there is a problem how to move from the within the existential analysis of alienation. And very rightly you points out, but maybe I'll say that if you go to not Sankhya but the Vedanta, maybe a much better way understanding that you can overcome the problems. And very rightly, because we Indians basically don't talk about, and very rightly Shankaracharya also speaks about Maya, and the Maya of Shankaracharya is a kind of alienation state which everybody is having, that when it comes to the objective world and how you are relating to it. I'm happy that you brought out so many things. Only thing is that when you say good metaphysics and bad metaphysics, that is the question.
Thank you for your comment, Professor.
Yeah. I think this was a good point. So fine. So I think there is
R.P. Singh ji, just one
yes.
quick update. Our first speaker of this session, Suyasha Singh Isar, she has joined this session. So I leave it to you when you want to schedule her talk.
So I'll pick her after 2 lectures here. So Kanchana and Vikas, then I'll pick her. So now the next speaker is Kanchana Godate. Kanchana, you are there?
Yes, I'm there. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So that is literature to awaken spiritual consciousness, exploring Sri Aurobindo's poetics and hermeneutics. Very interesting theme. So over to you now.
Yeah, hello everyone. First and foremost, I'm not trained into philosophy, and I'm not into academics also. So please excuse me if I make any mistakes. And Sri Aurobindo is also not my area of scholarship. But while I'm a student of literature, and I felt that there is one area in Aurobindo scholarship which requires a little more attention, and that's why I have taken this up. So my topic is literature to awaken spiritual consciousness, exploring Sri Aurobindo's poetics and hermeneutics. First, before going to Sri Aurobindo, I would like to clear a little bit of a basic background. First is literary theory and criticism. It's a formal discipline in literature. It's a framework through which we study, analyze, evaluate, and critique literature or a piece of art. I think philosophy and literary theory and criticism are almost overlapping areas, and we have many common philosophers who have contributed to literary theory and criticism. And secondly, hermeneutics. Hermeneutics has now evolved as a science which can interpret texts. But in the West, it started as a science of interpreting Bible. So we have biblical hermeneutics. But over the years, there are so many people who contributed to the field of hermeneutics, and now it has evolved as a scientific branch of interpreting texts. And now the definition of text is also expanded. It is not just a scripture or a printed word, but even videos and everything. The definition of text has widened, and now hermeneutics is a branch which is a research methodology which is used in law, phenomenology, even in psychology and other social sciences. The Mimamsa, which is one of the Indian darshanas, which was a science of performing rituals and explaining the meaning behind rituals. So it is somewhat parallel to, we can say, literary theory and criticism or hermeneutics. Then it is a contemplative tradition of understanding the meaning of the Vedic text. In Indian tradition of sutras and commentaries, they can also be called the hermeneutical traditions. So now coming to Sri Aurobindo. Sri Aurobindo was a great scholar, and it is impossible to get a grasp of the length and breadth of his work in one lifetime. It is impossible. But when we go through his work, we can understand that at many places, Sri Aurobindo has mentioned that how he expected the text or poetry, especially scripture, or he's talking about inspired word. Let us be clear here that here Sri Aurobindo is not talking about any piece of literature, any drama, but he's especially talking about the scriptures. And also at the same time, Sri Aurobindo treated poetry on par with which came from the seer or mystic's mind. So Aurobindo had his views on how texts are to be interpreted, and what was the significance of literature or sacred texts in awakening the spiritual consciousness. I feel that there are so many books that have been written on Aurobindo's contribution to the philosophy, nationalism, and socialism, and etc. etc. I think a little more attention needs to be given on exclusively given on Aurobindo's hermeneutics and his poetics. So it's a short attempt. So what are the canonical texts that Sri Aurobindo's works where we find that his hermeneutical views are expressed? So the most important work is the Future Poetry. This work these were the essays which were published in the monthly journal of Auroville, which is called Arya. They were published between, if I'm not mistaken, 1917 and 1921, but I'm not sure about the dates. But there were several essays which were published. Then, in his lifetime, twice Aurobindo revised this work. In his lifetime, it was not published as a book. After his death, it was published as a book. But Future Poetry, it is grounded in Indian aesthetics and poetry, and also it considers the modern poetry, especially, I mean, if we consider Aurobindo's time, then it is parallel to Victorian period. And And he's also making some comment on romantic period. So it is a comment. This book is fundamentally a comment on James Cousins. Again, James Cousin, who was actually an Irish poet, but he spent many of his years in India, and he was influenced by Indian culture. Then we also have a lot of interaction of Aurobindo, James Cousin, and with Tagore also. So here. This James Cousins had written a book, New Ways in English Poetry, and Sri Aurobindo is making a comment on that book, and this is how we have a future poetry. So, part one of this poet, he's totally talking on contemporary English poetry, and part two of this book is totally talking about how the poetry should be, his vision for future poetics, and how a poetry can be a mantra. So, Sri Aurobindo discusses the essence of poetry with special reference to the rhythm and moment, style and substance, and most importantly, poetic vision as mantra. Then even his essays on and essays on Gita, and there we have also many essays written on interpretation of Vedas, and in his essays, we find his views on his hermeneutics or interpretation. Here, especially, I have considered his one of his essays, which is called Interpretation of Scriptures itself. Again, we can find in his works letters on art, yoga, and poetry. He is voicing his opinions on how should we read literature as a first thing, uh, and secondly, how literature or spiritual literature or sacred literature is helpful in awakening, or it can act as a catalyst in awakening the spiritual consciousness. I'm directly jumping to the second part of the book, which I mentioned earlier, which is called Future Poetry. Because first part, like I said, it is most of the times it's a commentary. It's beautiful, but it's commentary on the contemporary English poetry and the Victorian poets, etc. And that part is also elaborating on Sri Aurobindo's Sri Aurobindo as a literary critic. But here, especially in this paper, we are concerned with spiritual literature only. That's why I omitted that part of the book. Now, coming to the second part, Sri Aurobindo speaks about poetry as a mantra. So, what Aurobindo says that poetry is a mantra only if it reveals the innermost truth and conveys the highest power of rhythm and speech of that truth. I have taken one quote, which is from his essay in the Ideal Spirit of Poetry, where he says, "What the Vedic poets meant by the mantra was inspired and revealed, seeing the vision thinking, attended by realization. Or let us say, it is supreme rhythmic language which ceases to hold on this finite and brings into each the light and voice of its own infinite." Secondly, what distinguishes Aurobindo's poetics among his contemporaries is that he looks at poetry just not as some artistic or literary work, but like I had explained earlier, for him, poetry is a seer's creation and a genius of a supramind. Even in Sanskrit, if we go study etymologically, rishi and kavi were somewhat, I'm not saying they're exactly parallel, but somewhat they were parallel words. So, to Aurobindo, poetry is not just a literary or artistic composition, but it is seer's creation, and it comes from the mystic mind, or the mind who has had the vision of spirituality. So here he has cited the examples of Walt Whitman, David Carpenter, and also Rabindranath Tagore. Then here Aurobindo expresses his pleasure as the idea of the Rushi, who is the Kavi, as we mentioned just now. An intuitive and mystical element is indispensable in Aurobindo's poetry. Then there is a quote, which is, I'm not reading everything literally, but here a question was asked to him whether poetry can become a sadhana, and this is what Aurobindo had replied. Then poetry as a path to consciousness. then this is what we need to explore more and more through his literature, that where are the places exactly where Aurobindo is pointing out that poetry. Again, when I mean poetry here, I'm not just talking about something written in the form of poetry, but Vedic hymns also can also be considered as poetry, or any mystical poetry, or for example, Khalil Gibran's book, which is a poetic prose, the prophet. So when we utter the word poetry, please keep in mind that we are talking about the Vedic hymns and the sacred text, and not just a poetry. Then his vision for future poetry is to embody the highest religious, artistic, and philosophical truth, not far removed from life, but something that connects to the action and life of a common man. Here we can also draw the parallels between Swami Vivekananda and Sri Aurobindo. Actually, my PhD topic, I had dwelt on Swami Vivekananda's hermeneutics. And in his letters and speeches, Vivekananda so many times underlined the fact that in the commentary tradition, each of the school, what he called text torturing, Vivekananda called it text torturing, that when we read Shankaracharya's commentary of some text, then it will be written from Advaita standpoint. If we read Sri Ramanuja, then it will be from Vishishta Advaita standpoint. So, as in the modern times, Swami Vivekananda emphasized that we need to look at a total Indian canon of literature as a whole, and not from the sectarian point of view. And Swami Vivekananda also emphasized that Indian philosophy was born in King's Court. That's why we have the practical Vedanta. It was born on the battlefield, warfield, in the courts of the kings. And it was related to the day-to-day functioning of the common man. So spiritual upliftment is not just the function of the sacred text, but this sacred literature has to have some connection with day-to-day life of the common man. So here I feel that Sri Aurobindo echoes Swami Vivekananda. And then Sri Aurobindo feels that poetry must speak about the higher truth, which is greater than what has governed human life. Then he says that poetry expresses the inner soul of the man and embodies the power of beauty that a poet has seen in his words. And like I had specified earlier, that once Aurobindo was asked that if poetry can become a sadhana, and in his letter on art and yoga, he had written quite an elaborate reply, where he had said that the inspired word, not an ordinary word, but inspired word has the power to transform human consciousness. Again, the Aurobindo is what stands behind Sri Aurobindo is the thousands of years of tradition of Vedic literature. And this behind this tradition, we know Vedic word is called apaurushaya. Apaurushaya means that the word which is impersonal. First, apaurushaya is not just a divine word, but apaurushaya has many implications. But apaurushaya means something which is not written, but it does not have a singular author, or there is no authorship. There is no personality attached to this word. That's why Vedas are apaurushaya. And secondly, they also come, they are the record of the experiences, they are the revelations, but revelations not in the sense of biblical revelations, or prophetic revelations, or not revelations of the book. It is also related to the Mimamsa theory of language, where they say that the word or sound is eternal. So Vedas were never written per se, they were always eternal. This is what Apaurushayatva implies. And we need to consider this background when we try to understand Sri Aurobindo's hermeneutics. So therefore, Sri Aurobindo says that definitely an inspired word has a lot of power to awaken spiritual consciousness. And he is citing the example of Vedic poetry here. Then I come to Aurobindo's essay, which is called Interpretation of Scriptures. So Aurobindo says that ordinary poetry or literature are not the vehicles of spiritual transformation, but it has to be deeply spiritual and inspired which he calls the mantra, and only mantra has the power to reach the highest planes of consciousness. Secondly, he doesn't equate sadhana to poetry if it's ordinary. Ordinary means it's conducted to day-to-day life, or if it, I'm not sure. I don't think that this Aurobindo has not specified this, but this is how I interpret that. If it is going for any material pursuit, then that is not a sadhana. This is an ordinary sadhana. So he agrees that art and literature are gateways of the inner being. From so it is important to see that which word and whose words these are. Adhikari. Again, there are many. I think there's a lot of philosophy also about the adhikari, but in this context, the adhikari or the inspired word, we can consider the word of the rishis who have had this spiritual experiences. So such words or words coming from people who have also experienced these spiritual states of consciousness, their words have the power to transform the consciousness of other people. Sri Aurobindo's hermeneutics is beyond poetics. One of his essays, Interpretation of Scriptures, he prescribed three parameters. So he says to know the truth, the known, the knower, and knowledge. These were the three parameters. Known is the text that we seek to interpret. I mean, then there is a knower or the seer. And third one is the drashta. Drashta is what we call the person who has seen the, who has had the knowledge or this experience. To Aurobindo, the spiritual spiritual practice is an essential component of spiritual interpretation, and knowledge itself is truth. I mean, here we also need to consider a lot of Indian epistemology also, or what is meant by knowledge, because always even Swami Vivekananda differentiated between the knowledge or information. I think in AI age, we can deem it just as an information, what we call knowledge. And knowledge is something which with means to know, something which you have realized. So here knowledge is in the context of realization. And I think very important statement that Aurobindo makes in his this essay, he says that to understand scriptures, it is not enough to be a scholar. One has to be the soul. So just by studying philosophy, literature, or having mastery over the books will not make us realize souls, but one has to have realization from within. Then now I reach my conclusion that how can sacred, in my area of, not my scholarship, the area of my curiosity is how, sorry, there is a spelling mistake here. It has to be sacred words. Please note, it's not scared words. So literature to awaken the spiritual consciousness, Aurobindo asserts that scriptures are a medium of transformation and not instruction. We have spoken on that. Then to him, scripture is a source of radical transformation, and reader, and here just, I mean, the way I'm reading any ordinary poetry or a piece of literature or drama, that is not going to be sufficient to transform my consciousness, but I have to be a very serious inquiry, and then only the scripture can transform me as a reader. And the very term scripture is extended to spiritual texts. Aurobindo's poetics is applicable to spiritual, or what we call the genre, which is self-help book, now we can call it, or even it is helpful to cross-cultural hermeneutics, I feel. And what are some scholarly works which speak about Aurobindo's hermeneutics? First is this is noted Indian critic C.D. Narasimha. He calls Sri Aurobindo as the inaugurator of modern Indian criticism. Then Narasimha makes a point that Indian criticism has had already a rich tradition of literary theory and criticism centuries before Europe. And a person like Aurobindo, who who had a perfect grounding in Sanskrit and Latin, Greek, and French. So he exceeds the credentials of a literary critic, and he is no less than the likes of T.S. Eliot to be the literary critic. T.S. Eliot is often considered to be one of the greatest critics. And Sri Aurobindo represents a generation in Indian intellectual tradition who were able to put Indian sensibilities into English language. Then another Aurobindo scholar, Debashish Banerjee, is highlighting some key elements of Aurobindo's feature poetry, which is the power of intuitive speech, then power of rhythm to unravel the mysteries of higher planes of consciousness, and the revelatory power of the image, the power of the metaphor, and multiplicity of meanings of words. So Banerjee says that Sri Aurobindo's poetics is very intuitive by its own nature. Then Swami Medhananda, who is a monk of Ramakrishna Mathan Mission, he has written one paper on, I think, philology and transformative possibilities of scriptures, and he's exploring Sri Aurobindo's hermeneutics there. So these are the some of the works which I have come across, which are talking about Sri Aurobindo's views. And again, Sri Aurobindo has commented on even on he is a literary critic in himself. But here this paper is concerned only with literature as a medium of spiritual, as to awaken the spiritual consciousness. So I think here I end my presentation.
Thank you, Kanchan. Very lucid presentation and very substantive in many ways. And in fact, literature is a way of doing philosophy, and music, painting, art, architecture. So these are the new avenues where one can do the epistemological, metaphysical, aesthetic, even ethical issues also very substantially. It is there. And in India, it has been there, and in the West also. In the West, in fact, it started with Aristotle, with theoretical science, then productive science, practical science, and productive science. So you have epistemology, metaphysics, ethics, and aesthetics. Kant also wrote three critiques: pure reason, practical reason, and the judgment. And Sri Aurobindo was aware of it. That's why he took up, life divine and human cycle as the, philosophical aspect of it, and synthesis of yoga as the practical aspect of it, and Savitri as the aesthetic aspect of it.
Yes.
Because when science, when knowledge, ethics, and art go together, you have a comprehensive picture of the reality under investigation. And in India, Sri Aurobindo did it very substantially. And many others also did it, like Tagore and others. But somehow the metaphysical aspect was not so substantially developed there. So aesthetic aspect predominates over the rasa theory and everything else. Yeah. And one of the definitions of Brahman is that it is Brahmananda Sahodara. Rasas are known as Brahmananda Sahodara, like the brother of Brahman. So there is a integral relationship, integrated relationship. And then we have brought it to the level of modern discourses also, existentialism, and there is time, much before that. And I would like to know a little thing from you, that in case of hermeneutics, what do you think? That the reader has to go into the intentionality of the author to find out what really he wants to say, or the reader has to know that the author is dead, only he has given us a script like Rona Barth, and the reader is all that is the case. So author is dead, reader is born.
Yes.
Or the way Gadamar and others have said, the fusion of horizon.
Yeah, fusion of
So which one do you go along with?
Yeah. Thank you very much for this question, and you have definitely opened up like a big literary debate whether the text is important we have the formalism. We says the form is only important. Then we have the author is Ronald Barthes, and he said that death of the author, that it is a very famous essay. And in my PhD chapter, the second, I'm very sorry, I won't be able to answer from my own point of view, but maybe I can dwell on what others have said. Because even if I analyze it, I'm not able to give you the foolproof answer to this. So in the second chapter, I had considered this apaurushayatva, where some like Francis X. Clooney and some people who have exclusively worked on this Purushottama Bilimoria, exclusively worked on this, what you are saying, this intentionality. So when they say that death of the author, now the literary theory criticism is talking about it, but Indian texts or Vedas, when we call them apaurushayatva, so there the author's intentional author, the author was already dead, and it is not attributed to any single person. And at the same time, what like Gadamer says, that Gadamer talks about fusion of horizons of author, reader, and also history, I mean background, which is also equally important. So when we stand today, I mean, I would like to side with or reiterate what Vivekananda said, that when author cannot be removed from the background and context he writes, and at the same time, reader also brings in his own points of view. So, but it is exactly not that any from author side or reader side, the text would always be one-sided. So considering text as a whole, when we consider in the background where we stand and where we are looking at the literature. So now it's, if I sit here and say what Buddha did, Shankara did, but they were product of particular time also and timelessness. So the time factor, the timeless factor of each text, I need to consider as a reader. And otherwise, I, as a prejudiced reader, if I only bring in my views to critique a text, then that would be unfair.
It's all right. Only Apaurushaya and the death of the author cannot go together. They have entirely different connotations. Anyway, I open it for question and answer session. So please ask any questions.
May I ask Professor
Yes,
Singh?
please. Yes, please.
So thank you, Kanchan, for your nice paper. Just I would like to once you mentioned that through Sri Aurobindo, poetry is a kind of having a mantra status. Mantra. Why you told it is a mantra, but in another place, Sri Aurobindo told that any poetry is not the product of ordinary mind, but product of overmind. So you know there are so many stages of minds according to Sri Aurobindo: illumined mind, intuitive mind, overmind, supermind. But any poetry, starting from Rigvedic mantras to poetry now, all these are product of overmind. How do you interpret this thing?
I interpret basically in the context that Sri Aurobindo was trying to explain. It is that, for example, if you consider the poetry of Robert Frost, William Wordsworth, and Vedic hymns, this is where I think Sri Aurobindo was trying to distinguish between, he does not deny that poetry, even it is called transcendental poets, or everybody doesn't have an element of spirituality in the poetry, but there is in literary theory and criticism, there is an element of mysticism, which may not be spiritual. So every poetry is a product of higher mind. It comes from higher states of mind. But the question that we are exploring, can it transform consciousness? Then this is where Aurobindo is raising the flag, and he's saying that adhikari, in this context, adhikari can be considered the person who has realization, and poetry, which comes from the person who has realized, has only power to transform. And the poetry which doesn't come from the realized sort, which he deems as the ordinary poetry. This is how I interpret it. Thank you.
So, if I can extend that question from from Dada a little bit further, when one talks about Sir Aurobindo, number one, his best poetry. I couldn't catch all of what Sir Raghavendra said, but Savitri's first chapter, for example, is the most extensive, the most chapters he wrote again and again. And I think he wrote it about, the last estimated, he wrote it about 10 or 12 times before it was finally, and it is the most extensive. And it is felt that all of these poets, all of the poets have to have an experiential knowledge. They were not trying to express knowledge of words. These words, like you have mentioned, are Purusha. So the silence for a poet would be the best way to express his thoughts. But since he had to express it in words, he put it in words. And actually for Savitri, he says that even if you read 2 lines every day, or 1 line of poetry every day, and a lot of the scholars like Alok Pandey and other people who talk about it basically say the same thing, that Savitri is not a piece of literature. It is something to just go over and meditate on. Any thoughts on that?
Oh, can I ask one question, Professor R.P. Singh ji?
Very brief, sir. Very brief, because
That will be very brief. Naturally, I should restrict to only one question. So, at one place you have mentioned that Sri Aurobindo develops an alternative hermeneutic paradigm. Can you say what is this alternative hermeneutic paradigm according to Sri Aurobindo?
No, I have not mentioned that he develops an alternative hermeneutic paradigm. I have said that Sri Aurobindo has many times exclusively spoken about his views on how literature can awaken spiritual consciousness and what kind of poetry is capable of doing that. So Sri Aurobindo not should be studied just as a literary critic, but he offers a sophisticated. This is my not Aurobindo does not offer it. This is my reading that he gives a kind of hermeneutics which can facilitate cross-cultural hermeneutical dialogue.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And now we have to move to the other speaker, Dr. Vikas Paniwal. Vikas, you are there?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Yeah, please, it's over to you now.
Thank you very much, sir.
Sri Aurobindo's integral yoga as philosophical counseling. So he is engaged with philosophical counseling. So philosophy is a therapy, not a theory.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir. And I would specifically like to thank the previous speaker, Dr. Kanchan, for creating grounds for the discussion of my paper through her elaborate explication of the practical and experiential dimensions of Sri Aurobindo's philosophy. A point of difference that I would like to highlight here is that Sri Aurobindo is as much practical as spiritual. And this can be argued based on his understanding of education and how he emphasizes the physical, mental, and vital, along with psychic dimension of a human being. So this is actually my starting point. I have been a student of clinical psychology, and I have come to philosophy via education. So most of my concerns, I believe, are quite practical. So what I'm trying to propose here is that Sri Aurobindo's thought, till it is understood, or till the time probably psychology opens itself up to the non-empirical dimension and experiential dimension fully, till that time, Sri Aurobindo's thought should be considered as a very prominent, exhaustive framework for philosophical counseling. Now, philosophical counseling is a growing area of philosophical practice that highlights the importance of philosophy, both ancient and contemporary, to help people deal with their issues and give direction to their own lives. So in this sense, it's different from psychological counseling, in which the assumption is that the counselee will go to a counselor, the counselor will heal the counselee, and the counselee will feel better. So here philosophical counseling is more closer to education, where the understanding is that the counselee will go to a counselor and they will interact, they will engage in dialogue, and the counselee would realize certain about the maybe the underlying principles, maybe the fundamental assumptions, maybe the incoherences in his or her own worldview. So the idea is that we need to empower, educate, and prepare people to find answers for their own questions. So philosophical counseling is proposed both in lieu of and in conjunction with psychotherapy. This is still a matter of debate. I'm not getting into it today. But the argument for philosophical counseling, for the idea that such a field or area of work should be there, is that psychology does not provide a holistic worldview. Psychology looks at things in bits and pieces and in a very analytical dimension. It largely depends on medical and social models of well-being. It does not address the questions of meaning and goals, and it does not involve questions of faith and spirituality. Now, I understand that some thinkers in existential movement, along with positive psychology, transpersonal psychology, and other psychologies based on Eastern traditions such as Buddhism, Zen, Sufi, and Hindu have emerged. But they are not yet given much space in the traditional empirical understanding of psychology. So psychology as a science resists basing itself on spirituality, faith, or matters of meaning. Furthermore, psychology and psychotherapy have become engulfed with market forces where diagnosis, medication, hospitalization, etc. have become important considerations. Many people also raise doubts about overdiagnosis, motivated diagnosis, social relativity of diagnosis, etc. Around psychological diagnosis. So philosophical counseling agrees with these doubts, but also accepts that in some cases medication may be necessary. However, the primary belief is that the issues emerge from inconsistencies in a person's worldview, or maybe a lack of any worldview. Philosophical counseling enables counselees to reflect on their beliefs and place them within a larger worldview. So Sri Aurobindo, I believe, provides one of the most comprehensive worldviews rooted in Hindu philosophical tradition, while most therapeutic interventions focus on one or a few aspects of human being. Few movements within psychology have attempted to address the whole being. And Sri Aurobindo's framework undercuts all these movements, which are now known as transpersonal psychologies. So this is the main argument of my paper. The rest is actually just elaboration and substantiation. So I can get into that, or I can respond to questions while elaborating on it. The chairperson? Raghavendra sir, how would you like me to go about it?
Yes. So, but it's not yet complete. You go ahead.
No, it's the main argument. It's just the main argument. So I'm not elaborating onto it because Kanchan has very beautifully elaborated on different levels of consciousness.
You elaborate it in your own way.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Sure. Thank you very much. So first of all, the beauty of Sri Aurobindo's framework is that he emphasizes on the whole being. So as I mentioned, he talks about the physical, vital, mental, and the psychic. And also he discusses the various levels of consciousness. As we were discussing in the previous, in the context of previous presentation, right beginning from the inconscient to the supermind. So these levels of consciousness that Sri Aurobindo highlights eschew the different ideas of consciousness presented in any other framework, whether it be psychoanalysis, where the unconscious is highlighted, or the Jungian framework, where spirituality is accepted, or any other framework. However, as I'm arguing, such kind of articulation is still not accepted in traditional psychology, and yet it is something with which we all connect. So this connection finds space in philosophical counseling rather than a psychological counseling. Similarly, Sri Aurobindo's ideas, which become the basis of his Aurobindo ashram, the township that he established, Auroville, they are very important, and that township proves that his ideas are practical and they are they're as meant to be lived as to be thought about. So I think I should share here that the idea of a counselor in Sri Aurobindo's tradition, and I'm building my argument based on Dr. Alok Pandey's work. He was a psychiatrist. He is a psychiatrist, but he has left the traditional system and he's now settled in Sri Aurobindo ashram and he practices there. I think the idea that a counselor has to heal as a being. The being of the counselor is what heals, rather than the actual method. So I think this is the most foundational idea. So of course we begin, and the educational dimension of Sri Aurobindo is that we begin from near to far, from simple to complex, from familiar to unfamiliar. But we also consult the mind in its own development. I think this is the most foundational principle that makes Sri Aurobindo's thought relevant to all of us, that we all respond to Sri Aurobindo's writings, to the world with our own level of consciousness. There was this discussion happening about Savitri. So when I went to Sri Aurobindo ashram, there was also discussion that people interpret Savitri in different forms. And it is said that people understand Savitri at the level of their own consciousness. So Sri Aurobindo's hermeneutics are very important in this dimension. However, the idea, and I think this is where Dr. Prashant's question made sense, and it's very important to reflect upon, that it's not an analytical activity where you can substantiate your interpretation by providing a proof. It's an experiential dimension that you have to live by. So these are the reasons why I'm proposing that integral yoga should be considered more as a philosophical counseling framework rather than as a psychological therapy. Sir, you are muted.
Yes. So you have floated some ideas on which we can have a discussion about. So 3-4 dimensions which are there before us, like what kind of values that we can follow in our life activities, because for him, philosophy is a way of life. Counseling is also a way of life. So, sadhana, vidya, and kala go together. They complement. So, that kind of a vision has to be there. And then it is manifested in the educational system that he has introduced. Right from the beginning to the, when they grow up to 12th standard and things like that. Yeah. So his philosophy of education is one kind of an application of those values. Meditation is also an act. What kind of meditation does he have? And because in the ashram they do meditation, and also I've seen most of the places in Pondicherry also, they have a meditation room. So in hotels and other places also. So I've been visiting there quite often. And so the counselor and the counselee, that dichotomy is something which is overcome in that process. Yeah. So these are the couple of issues on which one can have discussion about it. So now I open it for discussion. To everybody. So anybody wants to say something?
So
Thank you, sir, for highlighting them.
Professor Singh,
Yes, sir.
Just I would like to, Baniyalji, please tell us what do you mean by integrality in yoga, according to Sri Aurobindo. So integrity means you have to combine many things together. So one thing you told that vital, physical, and also mental, this plane are to be transformed through integration. But another integrality is there, that there are two hemispheres. In one hemisphere is admitted by the materialist, and another hemisphere is admitted by spiritualist. What Sri Aurobindo has done had integrated both the hemispheres. Would you kindly highlight these things, that Satchidananda and matter mind life, these are not two different ways of life. It is two-way traffic. You can go from one to another. Involution and evolution himself. So would you kindly enlighten this?
So I think I would begin with Sri Aurobindo's idea of triple transformation, where he discusses that the first movement in any sadhana is moving inwards. So you look within. The second movement is towards up. So you look at the divine. You raise your level of consciousness. And third movement is from up to down, where he brings in the devotion, the bhakti yoga, that the divine itself comes to you, the grace comes to you. So I think along with the examples that you have given, how he has tried to bring together physical, mental, vital, psychic, along with involution and evolution, what he has done is that he has conceptualized an absolute non-duality. And I think it is probably the limit of language because of which he has to use these categories of physical, vital, mental. And he's trying to show the limitation of this language by highlighting that this is integral yoga. I hope I have been able to address the question.
Yeah, yeah. So, but the limit happens, dil mange more. People want to know more and more about it. So anyway, now is there any other question or query or observation, comment?
Yeah, I had a question.
Yeah, please.
May I
please.
ask? Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Vikas. I had two interrelated questions. First is, what makes philosophical counseling really philosophical and not psychological? First thing. And secondly, I don't understand, because I am not trained into philosophy. So how can we have philosophical counseling based on ideology of any singular philosophical? So how would philosophical counseling based on Jiddu Krishnamurti would be different from Sri Aurobindo?
Two very good questions, ma'am. Thank you very much. So one, this is really a matter of debate about what is philosophical and philosophical counseling. So there are, I think, multiple answers. I won't be able to satisfy you with any one definite answer. So the questioning is philosophical. The approach to life issues could be philosophical. The framework on which we are thinking could be philosophical. The way we think of our own worldview could be philosophical. So, and I won't say here or claim that psychological counseling cannot be philosophical, but it's incidental if it is philosophical. So that's the difference. The second question, where you highlighted the importance of one framework. So I would say that Sri Aurobindo's thought is not an ideology. It's a philosophy. because ideology is necessarily socio-political. But I get the question that what would be the difference, and why should we do philosophical counseling based on any one framework? I think what I'm highlighting here is that this is a suitable framework for people who have these assumptions that one, humans are spiritual, two, that there are different levels of consciousness, and three, that we can rise through these levels of consciousness. So this is only one framework. Now, Krishnamurti would totally reject this framework. Krishnamurti would say, what do you mean? This is all thought. This is nothing. This is all mind game. So I think what I'm highlighting here is that the suitability of a framework has to be considered before using it as the foundation of any philosophical counseling. So a person who is very rational, who believes probably that no metaphysical assumption is sufficient, and since they are all assumptions, they need to be let go of, Krishnamurti will be more suited to them. But someone who has had some sort of spiritual experience, who has had a personal experience of levels of consciousness, or who has done some sadhana, probably would be suited to Sri Aurobindo's framework. So that's my response.
So any
I
other
have a question. Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
please.
Sir, it's just a trivial question that came to my mind. You mentioned that there is a realization that the counselee experiences when they reflect on the inconsistency during the philosophical counseling. Is it possible that it could be resonated with Socrates' dialectical method? I know.
Absolutely, it is. I think
Dialectic method and philosophical counseling.
yes, there is a very elaborate literature on the importance of dialogue and dialectic in philosophical counseling. So your insight is right at the point.
Thank you, sir.
But Socrates' actions were known as some kind of midwifery. So he just tries to job of a midwife. So some people say that it's a later version. So some recent discoveries that writings have come out. Yeah? But dialogue is definitely very important component of counseling and also philosophical inquiry. So that way there could be a meeting point. So now if there is no other question, then I think we had missed Suresa Singh's presentation. She was held up somewhere in the traffic. So would you like to now come up? And,
yes, sir.
Now I have to leave this meeting, and Dr. Prakash Shukla will chair the session. And I'll just listen for 5 minutes and then I'll leave. Dr. Prashant Shukla, so he will be the chair in the rest of the time. Over to you.
Good evening, everyone. So, should I start or?
Yes, please.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So the title of my presentation, my paper is Transcending Gender Consciousness. Before I begin, I would like to just give you a brief view of my abstract for this paper. So women's position in Indian society has been highly influenced by the customs and practices imparted by the classical religious scriptures. And philosophical texts could be also said to have taken into consideration these scriptures. And I would use both of them to talk about and comprehend the ultimate understanding of the idea of Brahman. The public and private sphere still practices their traditions to redefine their functions, and both are up for debate in the modern era. Now, this presentation starts with those pieces of knowledge and attempts to highlight their changing interpretations in contemporary times.
The Indian subcontinent has given exceptional and admirable honor to women, be it the matrimonial rights or Swayamvar, political rights, education, financial security, or Stridhan, or connoting as a symbol of the power of Stri Shakti, lady of the house, etc. Her freedom to use her body, intelligence, and wealth are exemplary, which were practiced even in the earlier times, as reflected in these classical texts. Since her position has taken a degraded status over the past centuries, it has become a necessity to philosophically reflect on her status and restore the previous historical narratives which have ignorance, advocated by the ignorance are caused by delusion. And Advait Vedanta contemplates, we can take this into consideration to contemplate transcending gender consciousness. This thought believes in the oneness of the soul and the organic integrality of existence. It imparts the eternal value system that spiritually everyone is interdependent and complements each other despite physical limitations. So the gender differentiations are caused by Maya. And this issue calls for studying gender consciousness because dwelling on the inequality based on this goes against the nature. And discrimination in the culture exists because of the identifications which are related to the men-women dichotomy. Now, one of the ideas that I tried to advocate here is that since Nirgun Brahman is qualityless and it is unmarred by names, forms, and therefore we can say it is gender neutral. It is without shape, body, sex, ego, and attributes, and everyone shares the same divinity. Now, this paper also tries to highlight the underlying women's movement, which has become an uphill task due to religious misinterpretations. Women have been relegated to an inferior status for a very long time, and this patriarchal culture has imposed limitations on them based on the very same attributes which empowers them, like motherhood and being empathetic and having rational inclinations, which mean that they are sidelined from the societal culture based on the attributes of physiology. Now, this experience itself makes her more protective and powerful when these attributes are added, and her empathetic and rational inclination brings a sense of well-being to the table in this violence-driven world. Now, religion and philosophy have their own share of distinct characteristics. Religion tries to answer important questions of life and is not necessarily subjected to criticality sometimes, and it is also based on belief. It provides awareness about the belief in God and the universe and can also be understood as an arrangement of conduct. Philosophy, on the other hand, is subjected to logic and reason when answering crucial questions and looks for justification. It can be used to think about religion from its perspective and examine its phenomena. Philosophy studies about fundamental principles of reality, human activity, cognition, and it carefully reflects upon a subject, and that is why we have so many branches. Now, this can be applied to both theoretical and practical progresses. Now, apart from the doubts and accusations directed against women, certain other philosophical and religious thoughts gives us a different version, which we will be dealing with right now. Now, the classical Indian texts also show of dichotomous literature and theory in context to both male and female position. And various thinkers have closely worked on this idea to expose this misogyny. The notion of patriarchy created pativrata to ensure the chastity of women naturalizes the duty of men in society to safeguard this. Another example by Usha Chakravarti is of a widow who is forced to give up all forms of adornment because these items are associated with her sexuality. Now, a woman's sexuality seemed to be the focal point of this elaborate maze of control, even though she has little role to in perpetuating this pure bloodline. Now, Kumkum Sangari, in her book, The Politics of the Possible, has also stated that patriarchies function simultaneously, either through practices of violence or through threat. Now, the categories of gender and women are contextual to each society and cannot be a universal template. because South Asian feminist scholars do not agree to a lot Western values to South Asian women. For instance, childbearing and motherhood are highly valued here by women themselves sometimes. However, this idea has also been contested for a long time. Now, when taking into consideration the religious aspect, it has been attributed a narrative of being patriarchal because of these cultural practices adopted like sati. Or this practice was mainly adopted by the husband's family with no intention to support the women and her children financially and emotionally.
We seem to have lost Suyasha Singh. So Prashant ji, let me know what you would like to do. Go ahead with the next speaker or wait for some time.
Sir, I guess we can 1 more minute so that she may rejoin. And if
That's
not,
right.
then we can carry on with the next speaker.
Very good, Prashant ji.
I hope that's okay.
Perfectly fine. You are the chair, you are the boss.
Am I audible now?
Yes, yes, go ahead, please. Please continue.
Um, so these songs have a spiritual and philosophical image. However, according to Ruth Vanita and Madhu Kishwar, women are sometimes negatively projected in these songs. They are imaged as somebody who will lead men astray from their devotion, and therefore they are asked to avoid them. But the fact which cannot be ignored is that these appeal to mass consciousness rather than restricted to some. Now, this also displays that the love for God is not confined to gender or social hierarchies on the other hand. And this also exhibits that the song belongs publicly. And there is an embracement of both masculine and feminine here. Even the Bhakti tradition encompasses holds without differentiation between people belonging to different castes, class, gender, etc. And it is inclusive in approach and caters to everyone's interest. And prayers and expressions of devotion to God transcend this dichotomy. We have also found opposing accounts in some classical texts, and there are stark contrasts in terms of liberty that the scriptures have given to both men and women. But while engaging in devotion, people aspire to achieve that by practicing love, service, and emotions. However, we find that these characteristics are mostly associated with women who are seen as inferior. Even in influential texts like Bhagavad Puran, this text has inspired work in many other areas like poetry, drama, art. And there have been various interpretations of the term Maya here, namely illusion. Now, I would like to quote in Bhagavad Puran, it is said that Maya is portrayed as the elusive power of God that entices soul away from the path of spiritual perfection by entangling them in physical pleasures. With the divine power of Yogamaya, Maya reveals the identity of God to a worthy soul and hides its identity in front of an unworthy soul. Even author Gopal Gupta argues that female nature is resonated with Maya in Bhagavad, and it portrays feminine nature more with their sexuality. Females have long been accused of interfering with the focus of the ones who are working towards spiritual attainment. And according to this idea, those who exercise self-control in front of a woman would lead a good life, and those who get bewildered by women have to face tough situations from the path of liberation. And this is an idea that we also find sometimes even in the contemporary context. But the text also says that both of them have sensual temptations attached to them. These manifestations comes from both of them. However, women are the ones who are portrayed as who are in need to their sexuality in check. And it also ignores the fact that this argument can be used the other way around, since women too equally can reach greater heights and attain salvation, but the constrictions imposed upon them in place of their gender by patriarchy make it difficult for them to do so. And despite such differences, attempts of reconciliation are being made time and again. And the true self is essential without any differences, but the particular characteristics of gender, which is subscribed to individuals at birth. And this has been famously put up by Buber in her book, The Second Sex, where she says that women are not born but made. And there has been arguments where it is said that when women and men sought out devotion, they enter into a third gender where they let go of the particular characteristics attributed to them and transgress those radical impositions to declare their love for God. So when this union takes place, the boundary between the self and the other dissolves, and they try to reside in their identity. So this reflects that the characteristics which are needed to show affection to God are present in all human beings, which can give us a sense of fulfillment. Still, women are not accepted to be a part of this larger culture in society. Also, a similar kind of expression is also found in Brihadaranyaka Upanishad's Atma. Men and women are divine in their essential nature, it suggests. And because of the power of Maya, this sexless self gets conditioned to become either a man or a woman and play the respective role in their lives. This kind of association starts a disruptive process of wrong identification regarding their capabilities and energy. Vedic women enjoyed training in all aspects of education, art, and craft, and they engaged in spiritual activities, chose their own husbands, expressed creativities, wrote mantras, and participated in debates. During yajna, it is mandatory for a woman to sit on the right side and man on the left side. And a yajna is not complete if it is not performed, but both the husband and wife have to be together. Now, one of the other connotation for a wife is dharam-patni, which means that the wife accompanies the husband to perform dharma. Now, another point of view that I would quickly add on here is that Hindu philosophical thoughts also give divine presence to power or Shakti as feminine. And this feminine principle is viewed with dynamic power and absolute sanctity. She is understood to be the cause behind the creation, sustenance, and dissolution of all the existence. Now, it quotes that philosophical principles such as prakriti, which is basically matter or primal components of the physical world, the gunas, the root material cause of creation, Maya, the three cosmological power of veiling the ultimate reality, the conceptual paradigms such as Satkaryavad, postulating the presence of the cause within the effect, and Parinamvad, which posits the transformation of the cause into the effect, are deeply imbued in the structure of the Shakti theology advanced by this text. Now, this thought of Shakti is resonated with the theory of Advaita Vedanta, which also emphasizes the existence of a singular truth. And Hindu theology credits varied natural creations on a divinity. Similarly, the activities of the earth are associated with God, and a sense of completeness and power which Shakti advocate exists within everyone. Now,
Please carry on, ma'am.
sir, I conclude my presentation.
So the questions are invited. I guess it was very enriching presentation, Dr. A brief question from my side. You started with the gender issue and the distinction between men and women, particularly in the societal dimension. Now, I have a firm conviction that you can talk about gender issue in no matter which school you are talking about. You can talk about Mimamsa, you can talk even about Charvak or Jain or Bauddha, but this is my conviction that you cannot even talk about gender issues with reference to Vedanta, because Vedanta is the one which talks about the jiva and never talks about the gender of the jiva. So I say that Vedanta particularly gender neutral in the sense that the term has not even been referred to. Maybe it was considered not natural or not necessary. So what would be your take on this? Thank you.
Thank you for the question, sir. Actually, that is the same reason that I took up Vedanta. Before before working on this paper, before this conference, actually, this is something that I came recently about how, where you mentioned that the Vedanta only talks about Jiva, because before that, I have worked on these perspective regarding Jainism and Sankhya philosophy. So even this was a very a new ground for me, and I am very lucky enough to have stumbled upon this. And surely I'll work
Thank you.
on this paper more. I'll be expanding
It
on
was
it.
a very enriching.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So we would be inviting our next speaker, Dr. Paramita Chaudhary, and she would be speaking on the topic influence of Ramakrishna on Vivekananda. So Dr. Chaudhary, the dais is all yours.
Namaskar to all my respected members of this platform. First of all, I would like to express my heartfelt thanks for giving me this opportunity to present my paper on influence of Ramakrishna and Vivekananda on this platform. So let me begin with the introduction of my paper. Vivekananda, as we all know, is considered as the new Vedantin philosopher. He has given utmost importance to the practical approaches of Vedanta philosophy. However, by practical Vedanta, if we mean the ideas of Vedanta which are abstract in nature are tried to be given a concrete form or applied in practical life, then it may be said that prior to Vivekananda, Ramakrishna is found to be practically emphasizing the Vedantic abstract concepts to laymen with relevant examples, which is easily understandable to all rather than only realizable by scholars. Thus, being the disciple of Ramakrishna in need of reviewing Vivekananda's philosophy in the light of Ramakrishna's philosophy arises, so that we may locate the particular areas of influences of Ramakrishna to build up Vivekananda's new Vedanta philosophy. With this aim in view, an attempt has been made in this paper to find out the particular areas where the influences of Ramakrishna's ideas can be seen in building up Vivekananda's philosophy. So, first of all, in Vivekananda's philosophy, we may find that there is one ultimate reality, Brahman, which is one without second. The ultimate reality is termed interchangeably by him as Brahman and God both. There is no hard and fast demarcation between the two in his concept of ultimate reality, which has been observed by Vasant Kumar Lal as well. Moreover, for Vivekananda, the ultimate reality, which is one without second, is nirguna, unqualified, and nirvishesha, formless. But it is seen that the ultimate reality is described in two ways, that is the nirguna and nirvishesha Brahman, which is transcendent, and also described in the form of personal God or Ishvara or Shaguna Brahman, which is the relative aspect of Brahman. But question may arise that whether these two realities corresponding to the two terms. The answer given by Vivekananda is that there are not two, but it is the same Satchidananda who is impersonal as well as personal, that is Nirguna and Shaguna. In fact, it is seen that for Vivekananda, it is the same Brahman beyond space-time is inactive, which is impersonal. But when he is seen as personal God or Ishvara from the relative standpoint, or within space-time and causation, Brahman acts. He is the creative energy which is eternally active. It is the same energy when acts appears in the form of creator, preserver, and destroyer God. Here, Vivekananda seems to be influenced by Ramakrishna by considering ultimate reality as both Nirguna and Shaguna. For Ramakrishna explains the personal God as Shakti. For him, Brahman and Shakti are same. Ramakrishna states that, quote, wherever you see actions like creation, preservation, and dissolution, there is a manifestation of Shakti. Water is water, whether it is calm or full of waves and bubbles. The Absolute alone is the primordial energy which creates, preserves, and destroys. Thus, it is the same captain, whether he remains inactive or performs his worship or pays a visit to the Governor General. Only we designate him by different names at different times. It may be stated that, just like his Guru Ramakrishna, who was a staunch believer of personal God, so the personal God is also being given importance in the philosophy of Vivekananda. As Ramakrishna maintains that, I quote here, you believe in God without form, that is quite all right, but never for a moment think that this alone is true and all else false. Remember that God with form is just as true as God without form. So for Vivekananda, in the absolute sense, God is impersonal, which is Nirguna, and in the relative sense, he is personal, which is Shaguna. As Vivekananda says that God is personal only apparently, but he is the impersonal being. In reality, both are same. Similarly, Ramakrishna also teaches that it is the same reality that is the nameless and formless Brahman for the Jnani or the man of philosophic insight, the Atman or the pure self for the yogi, or the man absorbed in meditation, and Bhagwan or personal God for the bhakta or the man of devotion. It is observed that though Ramakrishna accepted the absolute Brahman to be without name and form, which is passive, that is, which is without activity and change, but the same Brahman can be with form and name in the relative plane of Maya. But this named and formed Brahman is not at all undermined by Ramakrishna by saying that there is no harm to be in Maya. To consider the impersonal Brahman as personal because both are two aspects of the same coin. So the person meditating on the personal God is meditating the same impersonal Brahman, but only its active aspect. Moreover, he tries to emphasize on the point that for the layman, meditating the personal God is easier path than that of the impersonal Brahman. So like a non-dualist, he admits only Brahman to be ultimately real, but unlike an orthodox monist, he did not slight at the importance of Maya, rather acknowledges its power in the relative life. However, it is to be said that ultimately Vivekananda considers the ultimate reality is the very self of man. Thus, finally, he has given a practical definition of God, saying that in every being there exists God. The soul, which is beyond the body, is the reality in every being. And so, God is not to be searched in the external world, but he is inside the soul. Vivekananda brings God in the practical ground by explaining God in the form of man. Instead of worshipping different images, if the man who are needy or poor are worshipped, considering them as God, it will give more beneficial results. Shiva, the God, will be more pleased with them who serve his children instead of performing only the ceremonials and rituals. Thus, he put forward a broad outlook of the ultimate reality, not to confine him within piece of images, but showing his presence everywhere in the world and especially in every man, which will help in establishing universal harmony and ultimately show the way to freedom. Thus, Vivekananda affirms that it is not possible to have a conception of God higher than man. So, God is man and man is God. In fact, it may be said that in the philosophy of Vivekananda, man and God both are reciprocal terms. Thus, Vivekananda holds that man is God, he is Narayana. This viewpoint of Vivekananda also seems to be a teaching from Ramakrishna because, I quote here, Sri Ramakrishna's sympathy for the poor sprang from his perception of God in all created beings. His sentiment was not that of the humanist or philanthropist. To him, the service of man was the same as the worship of God. Vivekananda also insists on the teaching of his Guru Ramakrishna, Shiva Jnane Jiva Seva, service of man, considering him as God. For Vivekananda believes that man is potentially divine, and as such, service to humanity is indeed service to God. In fact, it may be said that Vivekananda, being a practical thinker, along with the spiritual aspect of man, gives importance to the physical aspect of man as well. This is also because of the influence of his gurus who used to say that religion is not possible in empty bellies. His motto is to develop an all round personality of man, spiritual as well as physical. That is why maybe Vivekananda accepts the four idols of human life: karma, artha, kama, and moksha. And as such, Vivekananda stresses on the betterment of economic condition of its countrymen. In Vivekananda's philosophy, along with unity, the variety or multiplicities are also important. And as such, he prescribes the four paths of jnana, karma, bhakti, and raja yoga, through which the realization of oneness is possible. Vivekananda prescribes these four paths according to the different temperaments of the people. However, he maintains that though the paths are different, but the goal to attain in all these paths are same, which is the realization of the ultimate reality. Moreover, it is seen that for Vivekananda, all the paths are equally important for realization, and these paths are not totally exclusive, rather are complementary to each other. He believes that all are capable of realizing the reality, irrespective of any caste, creed, and religion. It is not that the intellectually strong people only can be able to attain realization, but for him, the emotionally strong people are equally capable of attaining it. That is why maybe he prescribes the path of Bhakti Yoga. As for Vivekananda, both the personal and impersonal Brahman are one and the same, and thus Bhakti is also considered as effective for self realization. He considered it as the easiest of all, but it is slow in process. Similarly, Ramakrishna also remarks that, I quote, the path of knowledge leads to truth, as does the path that combines knowledge and love. The path of love, too, leads to this goal. The way of love is as true as the way of knowledge. All paths ultimately lead to the same truth. In fact, Ramakrishna has very beautifully explained this with an example. Again, I quote, it is like water called in different languages by different names, such as jal, pani, and so forth. There are 3 or 4 ghats on a lake. The Hindus who drink water at one place call it jal. The Muslims at another place call it pani. And the English at a third place call it water. All three denote one and the same thing. The differences begin in the name only. In the same way, some address reality as Allah, some as God, some as Brahman, some as Kali, and others by such names as Rama, Jesus, Durga, Hari. In this regard, it may be said that in Vivekananda's philosophy, monism and dualism become identified. Vivekananda says that though Advaita is the last stage to pursue, but Dvaita and Vishishta Advaita are the preceding stages to reach the ultimate state of Advaita. In the words of Vivekananda, quote, now I tell you my discovery. All of religion is contained in the Vedanta, that is, in the 3 stages of the Vedanta philosophy, the Dvaita, Vishishtadvaita, and Advaita. One comes after the other. These are the 3 stages of the spiritual growth in man. Each one is necessary. This particular preaching of Vivekananda may also be due to the teaching of Ramakrishna, who upholds that, again I quote, the 3 great systems of thought known as dualism, qualified non-dualism, and absolute non-dualism, Dvaita, Vishishtadvaita, and Advaita, perceive to the present 3 stages in man's progress towards the ultimate reality. They were not contradictory, but complementary and suited to different temperaments. For the ordinary man with strong attachment to the senses, a dualistic form of religion prescribing a certain amount of material support, such as music and other symbols, is useful. The mind can comprehend and describe the range of thought and experience up to the Vishishtadvaita and no further. The Advaita and the last word in spiritual experience is something to be felt in Samadhi, for it transcends mind and speech. So the dualities and multiplicities are being given importance because Ramakrishna recognizes Maya as divine energy, Mahamaya. So for him, Maya is not an illusion in the pragmatic field of empirical experience. But he also accepts that Maya is to be confined only within the realm of empirical or relative level, and to reach the reality Brahman, man has to go beyond the limit of Maya. This effect of Ramakrishna's teaching is greatly seen in Vivekananda's thought as well, because the latter also accepts that Maya is illusion, but it is the empirical fact of multiplicity. Vivekananda has said that Maya is nothing but the statement of fact about what we are and what we see around us. As Maya itself is not false but relative, thus the status of the world also has got a relative reality. In fact, it is to be said that the status of the world is defied by Vivekananda. No doubt the material world as it appears is not Brahman, which is to be defied in order to reveal its true nature, that is Brahman. He shows that the world does not change, but the individual's approach towards it changes after realization of the reality of oneness. Thus, it may be said that Vivekananda wants to make place for the reality of the world. The world is to be negated only to be affirmed. It is to be given up to be regained. Thus, in conclusion, it may be said that almost in every respect of philosophical thoughts of Vivekananda, the influence of Ramakrishna is prominent. It is seen that starting from the two aspects of activity and passivity of Brahman, the ultimate reality, and also the practical definition of God as man, are maybe due to the prior teachings of his Guru Ramakrishna. The acceptance of the status of Maya and the world as well, admitting the equal importance of the different paths for realizing the same reality, are also maybe nothing but the result of influence of his Guru Ramakrishna, which was in fact admitted by Vivekananda himself when he says, here I quote, "My teaching is my own interpretation of our ancient books in the light which my master shed upon them. I claim no supernatural authority." Father Vivekananda also remarks, I quote, "If there has been anything achieved by me, by thoughts or words or deeds, if from my lips has ever fallen one word that has helped anyone in the world, I lay no claim to it. It was his." Thank you.
Thank you, Paramita ji. You have been quite on time and your presentation was very crystal clear and compact. So it was very enriching for all of us. We are going to invite questions, if there are any, to the speaker.
Yes, Prasant, can I one?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I just would like to. It's a nice explanation. I would just like to. You spoke about Advaita, Visishta Advaita, and Dvaita Marga. So, how do you relate all three? That one is Bhakti Marg and one is non-dualism, and which one, according to you, is the best way of looking at spiritualism?
Sir, ma'am, thank you for the question. Actually, myself, I really prefer Bhakti Marga because I don't know, there is an inclination towards personal God. Though there is Brahman, I feel, but the realization is yet to be attained. But if I think that whenever there is love in doing any kind of work, then I think the work done can be best. So Bhakti Yoga actually inspires us to see all as children of one God. So there is also, it implants us to consider as all as one, brothers and sisters. So the universal brotherhood also may involve. So I think for this stage, karma yoga, that means sacrificing all the fruits of action may not be so much possible. Again, it may not be so much possible to go through the scriptures and strictly doing the Jnana Marga. So I think for the Kali Yuga, Bhakti Marga is best to be practiced for the realization.
So, Prashant ji, may I ask one thing?
Yeah, sure, sir. Sir.
So, Paramita, what I know from you, very good, comprehensive paper you have given.
Thank you,
But
sir. Thank you, sir.
one point I would like to draw your attention that Vivekananda, both Vivekananda and Ramakrishna were greatly influenced by Buddha. So in Buddha Gaya, when on the bank of Noiranjana in Bodhi Vriksha, Vivekananda sat for meditation. There he saw not Ramakrishna, not Sarada, not Hindu gods and goddesses, but he has seen Buddha. And Ramakrishna told that Buddha was not an atheist, Nastik. It is not true because it is inexpressible. God is inexpressible. That's why he didn't tell anything about God. And regarding Vivekananda also told that Arthokriya is the mark of existence. Jonmechi's যখন দাগ রেখে যা. As you have taken birth in this art, you keep some indelible mark. So these are some of the influence of Buddhists on Vivekananda's philosophy, also in Ramakrishna's philosophy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Very apt observation, sir. We are really enriched. Kanchanji, you have raised hand. You can
Yeah, yeah.
ask your question if it is a brief one. Yeah.
Yes, yes. It is a question come comment that we started with, you started with that Swami Vivekananda is a neo-Vedantin, and there's a great lot of debate where was he really neo-Vedantin. Then new book by Swami Medhananda is Swami Vivekananda's Cosmopolitanism refutes this title as a neo-Vedantin, and Swami Vijnananda also calls him Advait integral Vedantin. So Ramakrishna's influence on Vivekananda vis-a-vis on his views on reality, God, or philanthropy, they are there. There are also, we can see some allegations on Vivekananda that Vivekananda was heavily influenced by Western philosophy and science, and his philanthropic view is grounded more in missionary concept of charity and not in Indian philosophy. So, how do you defend this, or do you feel that is that the case?
Mm, Regarding philanthropical activities, what I have observed that it may be because of the influence of his guru only, which I have already stated in my paper that Ramakrishna always insisted that Shiva Gyane Jiva Seva, that we have to consider man as God, because the God which we always worship, that is in a form, that is in a temple, but instead we can practice worship of those who are needy, who are poor, because it will automatically the service we will reach to the God. Because Atman is Brahman, which is also an Advaitic concept, because Atman is underlying everywhere. And if we are considering Atman as Brahman, so it means that man is also Brahman. So I think it is considering philanthropical works or emphasizing God, man as God, is because of the background of Advaitic teaching. Aham Brahmasmi, I am Brahman, Atman is Brahman. I feel like that now. it okay?
Shanji, could I ask a
Thank you,
question,
Paramita
please?
ji. जी, बिल्कुल sir.
Thank you, Parmita, for this wonderful presentation. I just have one
Sir.
clarification that I seek from you. In some places, Vivekananda gives a hierarchical approach, starting from Dvaita to Vishishtadvaita to Advaita. And as you said, in some other places, he says it doesn't really matter which philosophical view you subscribe to, as long as you are serious and committed, that will get you to the goal. So it seems there is a contradiction. Could you clarify, please?
Sir, I think that when you need to start from something, that beginning should be from Dvaita. Because as we mentioned that Bhakti Yoga is the easiest path. For an ordinary layman, it is better to be in dualism. When I will start worshipping God, then I think there is a difference between the devotee and the object of devotion. But when my love gets intenser, then I can see that I and God are not different. Then it makes me feel like that I am a part of the whole. So it may be a thinking process which is developed from Dvaita to Vishishta Advaita. But it is up to a level that if I can refer to Radhakrishnan, then he says that intellect only helps us to show us the way to realize ultimate reality, but it is only with the intuition that we can realize ultimate reality. So when intuition will start working, when our intellect is its function, then only we can reach to the final stage of the Advaita. So this is what I feel, sir.
Thank you, Paramita ji. In fact, the last question was quite interesting because this claim has been made time and again as if Vivekananda is representing the colonial mentality to the Indian populace, which is actually not the case because this is so interesting. Once he goes to US, what he propagates is spiritualism, Vedantism. Sometimes he talks about Sakshi Bhava. But as he comes back to India, he's not talking about any kind of transcendentalism. He's saying, arise, awake, and speak not till the goal is reached. So the objectives in both the contexts are quite different, and that is why we should not make a category mistake of what he was saying and showing there with that of what he's doing inside the demographic boundary of India. So you are absolutely correct, and congratulations for a beautiful paper. Thank you. So with this, we are going to invite our next speaker, uh, Dr. Nuka Panchalji, and she would be speaking on the concept of Sukshma Sharir in Vedanta Sar with reference to rational emotive behavior therapy by Albert Ellie. So, Renuka ji, the dais is all yours.
Namaste. First, I would like to thank all of you for giving me this opportunity in order to present my subject. So, I'm just giving brief of my paper today. In Vedanta Sar, Acharya Sadananda explains about the concept of Sukshma Sharira, and as we all know, there are 5 layers or kosha, which are Annamaya kosha, Pranamaya kosha, Manomaya, Vijnanamaya, and Anandamaya. Among all these sheets, the sheet of intelligence means Vijnanamaya kosh, Manomaya kosh means mental sheath, and Pranamaya kosha, which is a vital life force sheath, are respectively called as means subtle body, that is called as Sukshma Sharira, means they are included in that. So here, Buddhi means intellect. When gets together with 5 Jnanendriya, it will become Vijnanamaya kosha. Then after that, 5 Jnanendriya with Manas, Manomaya kosha, and 5 Vayus, and means vital life force, and 5 Karmendriyas, means 5 organs of action, conclude with means when come together, then it is Pranamaya kosha. So these three koshas or these three layers facilitate thoughts, feeling, and actions of individuals respectively. Similarly, in cognitive behavioral therapy, which is also known as CBT in short, a widely used psychotherapeutic, which is widely used psychotherapeutic approach in order to treat clinical disorders like clinical depression, anxiety, panic attacks, etc. So, according to this approach, there is a sub branch which is also called as REBT, means Rational Emotive Behavioral Therapy. It is pioneered by Dr. Albert Ellis. REBT focuses on enhancement of intellectual thinking process in individual. This rational thought process lead to strong willpower of person and noble actions. In this paper, the detailed explanation about triad model of CBT and ABCDE model of REBT with concept of Buddhi, Sukshma Sharira, etc. In Vedanta philosophy, there is a focus to enhance Mahat in order to achieve ultimate bliss and wisdom. Likewise, in REBT also, focus is on enhancing rational thoughts and rejecting irrational ones. This paper would try to attempt and incorporate wisdom in Vedanta Sara or Vedanta with modern psychotherapy and psychological well-being tools. So CBT means cognitive behavioral therapy is a type of psychotherapy that helps us in order to change our unhelpful and unhealthy ways of thinking, feeling, and behaving, means action. So CBT was developed by Dr. Aaron Beck in 1960s and 70s. Moreover, CBT CBT focused on people's thinking, how the thinking is influenced to our emotion and emotion will lead to our action. So this is cognitive triad basically. CBT explain about cognitive triad. This triad consists of three components, mainly thoughts, feeling, and actions. This cognitive triad can be compared with concept of Mahat, means Buddhi, means thought, Ahankar, and Manas or Chitta, respectively. If thoughts are maladaptive and irrational in nature, then it lead to negative feeling and negative actions. And negative actions means negative feeling can lead to negative or bad behavior or bad or inappropriate behavior. If thoughts are strong, righteous, adaptive, or rational in nature, if they are logical in nature, then individual will become capable enough in order to maintain his emotional control, means feeling part, and it directly lead to noble actions. Similarly, here in Vedanta Sara, Buddhi is defined as Buddhi Nishchayatmika Antakarana Vritti. So, for example, Buddhi, when one is absolutely sure about the existence of pot, then it is Nishchayatmika Buddhi. On the other hand, Manas is Sankalpa Vikalpatmaka. Means one is not sure about object, whether it is pot or something else. And when Antakaran remembers something, means the shape of pot or this is like a pot, then it is called as Chitta. And finally, this pot is mine or I part is there, it is called as Ahankara, Abhimanatmaka Antakarana Vritti. So here we try to incorporate this knowledge with CBT and REBT. So CBT model means cognitive triad model. Thought means Buddhi, that is Vijnanamaya Kosha, because Buddhi, it is incorporated with 5 Jnanendriyas. Then feeling can be collaborate or associate with Manas, which can be positive and negative interpretation of feelings. What I am feeling, how I am taking. For example, if something happens to me, how I am taking, positively or negatively. Then also it depend upon my past experience, means how I felt previously when I got same experience. So it is a memory or memory association in past. So also it is related with Chitta. So Manomaya Kosh means Manas plus 5 Jnanendriya, and also it is Sankalpa Vikalpatmaka. And after that action part, it is Ahankara, means realizing self-existence. I means I am doing, I am feeling this, or I will do this, I need to do this, means whatever proactive or positive outcome of this. So Pranamaya Kosha is equal to 5 Vayus, means 5 vital force plus 5 organs of action, that is 5 Karmendriya. What I want to do or I will do. In the same line, Dr. Albert Ellis proposed the theory of REBT, which is bit extension about CBT model, and he has given his theory in ABCDE model. So A stands for antecedent, means activating event. B for belief, means what I am believing, what I am feeling about it. After that, the consequences, it is depend upon my belief. If my beliefs are very positive or logical and rational in nature, I will definitely feel good about it, but vice versa. After that, D means challenges to my existing belief, means whether they are correct or this is just a part of my illusion. And E means new effective belief. So now we will try to incorporate this with Vedanta wisdom. Activating event, after activating event, there is a belief. And this maladaptive belief generally lead to problematic situation or problematic or negative thinking process. So we can say that Adhyana or Avarana Shakti of Adhyana means irrational, illogical and bad beliefs or sabotaging beliefs or maladaptive beliefs. Then consequences, what I will feel, what I am feeling about it. So also here I believe, so here egoistic nature, or I am feeling that, I feel that, or it seems like that. So here ahankara will happen. And again, there are challenges to manas. So here finding conclusion means understanding pros and cons. So here role of manas will be there, sankalpa, vikalpa, or cost and benefit analysis. Am I thinking in correct manner, or it is just my mental illusion, or I'm just thinking about it, whatever. And after that, the role of buddhi means E part will occur here as a role of buddhi, means new effective belief, that is luminous nature, prakashatmaka, and that buddhi is focusing on righteousness, pure wisdom, intellectual power, psychological control, non-judgmental attitude, and non-materialistic thinking. So here, consequently, the focus is to control irrational belief and illogical desire, as well as enhancing and increasing power of buddhi, seems to be here very good psychotherapeutic tool in order to maintain and sustain psychological well-being and health. So I am concluding my paper with line with this conclusion that there is a connection between concept of mahat, ahankar and manas in Vedanta philosophy and modern psychotherapy. And with the enhancement of buddhi, an individual will able to achieve psychological health and life satisfaction overall. And core principle and characteristics of buddhi can be applied in modern psychotherapy as a very good healing tool. Thank you.
Thank you, Renuka ji. It was a very interesting relationship explicit between the RAB therapy with great Dr. Sushma Sarir. So that was very interesting presentation. I'd like questions if there are.
Prasant, can I?
Yes, ma'am. Sure, ma'am.
Yes. See, the point is that I would like to understand from you. You talk about a cognitive process. Okay, so that who has created that process? And when you discuss all this mahat, buddhi, ahankar, all these things, and you are trying to justify in terms of Advaita Vedanta, what is the role of, I would like to understand that what is the role of the Brahma here? And Brahma is a kind of Saguna Brahma, or Brahma has the limitation with you want to see that because there are two things we have to very carefully understand when we talk about Advaita specifically. My knowledge goes that you don't need anything to give Brahma. Brahma is sufficient to that. He has created that model in order to understand the contradictions of the world. Okay, so that cognitive process itself is may not be like it is a creation of a mind or its organs, or which has a limitations. But how do you see that what is the Brahma according to you? What is the nature of Brahman as Advaita Vedanta, and how you relate this to into the world and Brahma Maya relationship? How do you understand that?
Okay. So here, in our Vedantic perspective, Brahma is an ultimate reality. But Western philosophy lacks in understanding of these ultimate goals, because the focus of psychological tools and therapy is for real life means handling real life problem. So it is just focusing on logical and illogical thoughts. Just it is beyond before the threshold of buddhi. I think because the charcha of Brahman is not covered in overall therapeutic tool of this thought process and this model. So I'm just trying to understanding whether this buddhi part and this is logical thinking part are connected or not, and I'm just trying to blending Western system with our Indian knowledge system, and I need to also research about it. Also, I would like to read some books on it. I'm finding, but I'm not getting much stuff on this, because this is not yet a touched area, or maybe I'm not getting much books, but I will try to find.
No, you are right. You are absolute. What I'm trying to say is that, see, Sankaracharya has already given, if you read Advaita Vedanta, there are many things that we have discussed there, like Shravan Manan Nididhyasan. That is one of the category, like how to go about that to realize the Brahma and remove the contradiction and limitation. Then they talk about Sadhan Chatushtaya, and so many things they have already been said, answer to many of the all of the problems of the society, result being the problems. So what I'm trying to say is that when we make so simple ordinary to many concepts, that Brahma lose its own significance. That is my problem of understanding when discussion. एक तो ब्रह्म के बारे में बोलना, as I said, that is very difficult, but तभी भी अगर साइंटिफिक एक्सप्लेनेशन के द्वारा या कुछ हम चाहते हैं, so that means we are limiting Brahma, and because every answer of every problems of the life, whether it is psychological or ethical or material or scientific, all answers are given by Sankaracharya, whether you want to accept it or not it. And that intuition is a very strong. And he also said again and again, these concepts are very not ordinary concepts. In Dharmaraj Atwarindra's text, if you read that again and this, if you miss the like Nagarjun's case, if you see that Nagarjun also said that if you misunderstood Sunyata, so that is just like a death of a person. Okay, holding a snake and biting you, beating you. So some kind of. So that is how we have to very see. I'm completely thorough. It's a nice explanation. But when we discuss Vedanta, it is a kind of deep understanding goes into that. That is my only summation to everybody.
So, may I share one thing?
Raghunatha, would you like to make
Prashantji.
some observation, please?
Prashantji, just I would like to tell Sukshma Sharira and Sthula Sharira. Sthula Sharira, when you attain the Sthula Sharira, you can utilize that body for the sake of realization of Brahman. As rightly pointed out, Sravana, Manana, Nididhyasana, all these things, any type of meditative power, which is possible only in Sthula Sharira. And if you analyze the Sthula Sharira, then you can get Sukshma, which has no importance for realizing Brahma. So why you have brought Sukshma Sharira? You have given so much importance on Sukshma Sharira. Would you kindly answer this thing? What is your point of view? That Sukshma Sharira is better than Sukshma Sthula, or Sthula Sharira is better than Sukshma? Sukshma is just base of Sthula, and Sthula Sharira is meant for the realization, sadhana, samo, damo, titikha, uparati, sama, sadhan, everything is possible through your gross body, not the subtle body. Subtle body is not capable of being seen even, observable. Thank you very much.
Renuka ji, would you like to respond?
Yes, yes. Actually, my focus is on understanding the concept of buddhi over here, and focus on understanding rational and irrational thought. Means whenever we are driving into conclusion, means there are lots of psychological issues and lots of psychological thinking in which there is a problem of our making conclusion. If we are making able to get a right conclusion, then we will able to feel good, and if we able to feel good, then we will able to do good. So that's why I have focused on sukshma sharira over here.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Renuka ji, for an interesting paper. We were enriched. So now we are moving to the next speaker. Is Vedmitra Shukla here? The topic of the paper is, yes, sir, you are here. The topic of his presentation would be studying the Vedanga in the context of new education system in India. So, Dr. Shukla, please start your presentation.
Thank you. Namaste. It's thanks for giving opportunity to have my paper on this topic, interpreting language and literature, teaching methods of the Vedic age in new context. Being part and parcel of Indian education system, I have some observations. And recently, new education policy 2020 has been introduced, and now it is going to be applied in our education system. My point, what I am going to have this paper is divided in two parts. In the first part, I am going to have a general introduction of Vedanga, and how that Vedanga, that taken by me as language and literature teaching methods of the Vedic age, can be applied, can be applicable as far as our new education policy objectives are concerned. So this is my paper, and in the previous presenters, speakers, they have taken this topic, how our Indian knowledge systems, Advaita, Vedanta, and Vedanga can be refreshed and can be applicable to our society. No doubt, Vivekananda, new Vedanti, taken socio-political practices, how Daridra Narayan or Atmata Sarva Bhutesh taken by Ramakrishna Paramhans. In the same way, I have taken here Vedanga. So, first, a general introduction. No doubt, I'll skip some part as far as general introduction is concerned. And after that, keeping in view observations, especially from Department of English and Department of Education, Humanities. I'll try to put I'll try to put few aspects of Vedanga. So I read my paper. The modern education system in India has been guided often by the great Indian thinkers like Sri Aurobindo, Swami Vivekananda, Rabindranath Tagore, Mahatma Gandhi et al. The foundation of their thoughts on education was the knowledge of that education system, which is deeply rooted in the Indian knowledge system. They not only studied the ancient Indian education system, but also interpreted it with new approaches. In any kind of system across the world, gradual advancement of deterioration is possible, but the survival of any country system is not imaginable after the complete deviation from the ancient tradition of that country. This is the main reason that at the very beginning of the new education policy 2020, NEP 2020, that is, it is clearly stated the rich, I quote, the rich heritage of ancient and eternal Indian knowledge and thought has been a guiding light for this policy. This perspective broadens the scope for the study of ancient Indian knowledge and thought in the context of New Education Policy 2020 in India. In the present paper, an attempt is made to reread the significance of the Vedic language and literature and its teaching and learning methods evolved through the Vedanga in new context. In other words, a study of the Vedanga is presented here as the disciplines are the language and literature teaching methods of the Vedic age and keeping in view the NEP 2020. Its interpretation with new approaches is the chief concern of the paper. In this paper, issues and challenges faced by the Indian higher education, especially in the Department of English and the Department of Education, are also addressed to suggest some solutions like multidisciplinarity and a holistic education system, textbooks creation with traditional as well as innovative approaches, use of sutra, that is aphoristic style, in textbooks, preservation and promotion of a culture's languages, knowledge and its practical aspects, etc. As we know, in the history of India, the period from 1500 BCE to 600 BCE is taken as the Vedic age. In a view to determine the Vedic period, the Vedic literature proves important evidence. The Vedic literature mainly encompasses the 4 Vedas and the 6 Vedanga, Siksha, Kalpa, Vyakaran, Nirukta, Chand, and Jyotisha. Moreover, in the Indian knowledge system, 11 kinds of Vidya are discussed by Vedic scholars. It comprises 10 types of Aparavidya and 1 Paravidya. Among the Aparavidya, there are the 4 Vedas and the 6 Vedants, and 1 Paravidya is the Vedanta. At this juncture, it is easily perceptible that the all-pervasive nature of the knowledge was represented through the 11 divisions of the Vidya. It is also noticeable that with the purpose of teaching and learning the Vedic language and literature, Sutra Sahit was existing in the Vedic age. In other words, this is the Vedanga. The fact is that teaching and learning of the Vedic language and literature was not taken other than the core Vidya. There is a discussion on the Paravidya and Aparavidya where 6 Angas of the Vedanga are mentioned in one of the ancient texts, the Manduka Upanishad. Likewise, because of establishing its close relationship with the Vedas, I mean to say Vedanga, all the 6 Angas are metaphorically represented as body parts of the Vedas in Panini Siksha. I mean to say how teaching and learning methods were directly related with the core knowledge, the Ved. This shows that in the Vedic age, teaching and learning methods for the Vedic literature, particularly for the four Vedas, had been comprehensively evolved in the form of the Vedanga. To understand the methods and divisions of the teaching and learning of the Vedic language and literature discussed under the Vedanga in detail, it seems essential to have a brief discussion on each part of the Vedanga. I take first Siksha. All these 11 Vidya can be represented through the words. And finally, the word represents the knowledge. In this regard, Bhartarij Karika from his Vakyapadya is notable, where he says, in this world, no comprehension is possible except accompanied by speech. All knowledge science as permeated by speech. Sarvam Sabdena Bhasate. I have just taken a phrase from that sloka, from that Karika. With the help of Bhartarij, this declaration about the significance of speech, that is words, it can be said clearly that the pedagogy related to pronunciation and such other aspects of words is unavoidable. It is fundamentally important to understand how all words are formed through alphabets and the letters take form through pronunciation. This mode of pronunciation is a pedagogy without which practically any kind of knowledge is impossible. This is the essential prominence of the pedagogy that is called Siksha out of the six Vedanga. I skip some parts. Now I take Kalpa. All the Kalpa are divided into three major and two minor divisions. The three major divisions are the Srotra Sutras, the Greh Sutras, and the Dharmasastra. And the two minor are the Pritmedha Sutras and the Sulb Sutras. In the Shrut Sutras, Vedic Yagna are described. In the Greh Sutras, as we know, all the yagnas and rites are presented, keeping in view the requirements of householders. In other words, domestic rites are the main concern of the Greh Sutras. As far as the Dharma Sutras are concerned, the social system, Varna Ashram system, duties of a king, etc. are discussed in detail. The Pritmedha Sastras especially talk about last rites, and Silp Sutras present the architectural knowledge, particularly about the right place for the yajna, ways of preparing altars and their kinds. So in this way, Kalp are taken in a history of ancient Sanskrit literature. Max Muller tries to discuss the origin of Kalp in detail with some civilizational limitations, and he translates the Kalp as ceremonial. However, I'm not going to take Kalp in detail. In addition, I would like to add some other points. Keeping in view the prominence of the Kalp, we can say that the knowledge of the practice of Vedic recharge in the day-to-day lives of the Vedic scholars can be understood through the Kalp. In this regard, Sri Chandrasekhar Saraswati's observation is also noteworthy. He writes, Kalp is the Shastra that involves you in work. How is a rite to be performed? What are the rituals imposed upon the four castes and on people belonging to the four ashrams? What are the mantras to be chanted during these various rites, and what are the materials to be gathered? What kind of vessels are to be used, and how many ritviks are needed for the different rituals? All these come under the province of Kalp, as taken by the scholar. Now Vyakran, I take just to introduce. As we know, Vyakran is taken as the mouth of the Vedas. In the Mahabhashya, Patanjali declares that the Vyakran is the most significant part of the Vedanta. No doubt, at this juncture, many other issues related to the differences between Siksha and Vyakran, the question of Vyakran only of Vedic literature, the works of Panini and Patanjali which appeared after the Vedanta literature, difference between Vedic and Lokic Vyakaran, etc., could be discussed in detail, but due to the limitations of the present paper, the main focus is to understand how and to what extent the importance was given to the Vyakaran as a method in the teaching and learning of the Vedas. Now I take Nirukta with the objective of imparting knowledge of the Vedic recharge, precise meaning. The Nirukta was practiced by the scholars during the Vedic period. It was also taken as one of the significant parts of the Vedanga. Yask suggests that the success of Siksha and Vyakaran is possible only after the proper practice of etymology, that is the Nirukta. It is obvious that through Siksha and Vyakaran, the outer reality of the Vedic recharge could be understood. But that was the Nirukta which was capable of imparting the knowledge of the inner reality of the recharge. Now I take Chanda. It is mentioned in the foregoing lines that in the Pani Siksha, all the Vedanga are represented as the body parts of the Veda and metrics are Chanda, each taken as the legs of the Veda. The Rig Veda and the Sam Veda are completely presented through the metrics. No doubt, two other Vedas are also full of different chandas along with a few prose sections. Therefore, it is really difficult to deny the importance of Chanda in the Vedic age. However, the significant literature on the teaching and learning of Chanda, especially of the Vedic age, is not available sufficiently. Keeping in view the availability of literature on Chandas, Max Muller writes that the Aranyakas and Upanishad throw ample light on the importance of Chandas. At the same time, in the Vedanga, the noteworthy texts are the Shakal Pratisakya, Katyayana Sarva Nukram, and the Nidan Sutra. Another work on Chandas by Pingal is one of the remarkable works on this subject, but from the Vedanta viewpoint, only that part of the text is useful which talks about the Vedic Chandas. It also provides the knowledge of classical Chandas. Now I take Jyotish. As the importance of practical aspects of the knowledge of Vedic language and literature was established and emphasized through the Kalpa, the Jyotish was also practiced to explore the practical aspects of the Vedic knowledge. So these few aspects of Vedanga I have taken here. Now the second part of my paper, which is going to talk about the Vedic language and literature teaching methods in new context. So first, a very important observation which I have taken here, multidisciplinarity and a holistic education system. I read, the Vedanga-like knowledge system became possible at that time because the work of imparting knowledge was taken with the holistic approach. Because of that, that Vedanga possible, because of holistic approach. And at the same time, the interdisciplinary approach also existed in the Indian knowledge system. The question is whether we have those approaches in our current education system or we don't have them. If we have these approaches in the education system of some branches of knowledge, the question is to what extent we have in our current education system. As far as our current education system is concerned, we provide the knowledge of various branches through the concerned departments, and an interdisciplinary approach is generally lacking. In the new education policy 2020, it is well pointed out that there are the primary difficulties of a severely fragmented higher educational ecosystem and a rigid separation of disciplines with early specialization and streaming of students into narrow areas of study presently perceived in the Indian higher education system, as quoted from NEP. For instance, as far as my observation, in most of the departments of English or any other languages, we try to complete the process of teaching and learning just by imparting the knowledge of a particular language and literature. But we don't introduce the learners to how they can impart further the same to the next generation of learners. There are very few universities department of English that introduce English language teaching, that is ELT, as a compulsory paper for undergraduate and postgraduate students. In other words, the responsibility of imparting the knowledge of the pedagogy of a particular subject is simply allotted to a different department, that is Department of Education. Thus, we find that in the current education system, it seems imperative to provide a chance to the learners to be associated with other departments too, as we find in the ancient Indian knowledge system. Equal importance was given to the Vedanga. It was the one kind of 11 main Vidya, but all the branches were related to each other. With the purpose of reviving the holistic and multidisciplinary approach in the current NEP 2020, multidisciplinarity and the holistic education across the sciences, social sciences, arts, humanities, and sports for a multidisciplinary world in order to ensure the unity and integrity of all knowledge should be introduced as one of the fundamental principles. With such beliefs, it is plainly stated under the teacher education in the NEP 2020, I quote, as teacher education requires multidisciplinary inputs and education in high quality content as well as pedagogy, all teacher education programs must be conducted within composite multidisciplinary institutions. To this end, all multidisciplinary universities and colleges will aim to establish education departments which, besides carrying out cutting-edge research in various aspects of education, will also run B.Ed programs in collaboration with other departments such as psychology, philosophy, sociology, neuroscience, Indian languages, arts, music, history, literature, physical education, science, and mathematics. Moreover, all stand-alone TEI will be required to convert to multidisciplinary institutions by 2030, since they will have to offer the 4-year integrated teacher preparation program. So through Vedanga, we can learn how not only the knowledge of Ved, but at the same time, the knowledge of Vedanta was also important in that Vedic period. In the same way, in current time, as per NEP, we try to impart with the subject knowledge how to teach that knowledge to the next generation. It is also important. Now, next, my point that creating textbooks with traditional as well as innovative approaches. We can also note that in the Vedanta, there was a great emphasis on aphorism or sutras. This is the reason that the Vedanta is also called the Sutra Sahitya. The Vedanta that is directly related to the teaching and learning of the Vedic language and literature was presented in the form of sutras, aphorism, I can translate in this way. In this regard, under the heading of Sutra literature in journal, Max Muller talks about the Sutra style as one of the significant characteristics of the Vedanga in his A History of Ancient Sanskrit Literature. He writes, I quote, they, I mean to the Sutrakara, had made a scientific study of the literature handed down to them by former generations, and they wished to make that study easier to their contemporaries and the future generations. The style which they adopted for that purpose was business-like in the extreme. It was the curt and dry style of the sutras as a style peculiar to India, which can only be compared with the elaborate tables of contents or the marginal notes of some of our own early writers. They adopted a poetical form and they succeeded in combining the conscience of their conciseness of their prose with the rhythm of their early meters, the mixed slokas, keeping in view the ever-mentioned note on the
Sir, I'm sorry
of
to
the
interrupt. I'm sorry to interrupt, sir. You have overstretched your time. So I request you to wind up if possible.
That's fine. Thank you. Thank you. Keeping in view the above mentioned note on the importance of the Sutra style in the teaching and learning of the Vedas of that time, our current education system can be reviewed, and we can also use aphoristic style in our current textbooks. Usually, we are not following that aphoristic style in our current textbooks. I have taken here example that we can also not deny the importance of the study of grammar and the Sutra style in the Vedic age. Before knowing Vyakaran, one of the 6 parts of the Vedanta, the study of Vedas are discouraged by the Vedic scholars. In the current prescribed or recommended textbooks, both approaches to language teaching should be welcomed in a balanced way. Nowadays, in our English language teaching, we don't have emphasis over Vyakaran. So that is now last penultimate point here, preservation and promotion of cultures language. It is also very important to promote culture language. I read last few lines. In this situation, not only the insights but few teaching and learning devices directly from the Vedanta can be derived by the modern educationist through the revival of traditional teaching methods as well as the new approaches to the teaching and learning of language and literature. We can do a lot in the promotion of Indian languages, arts and culture. Without having cultures language, we cannot understand the subject, Indian subject or subject of that particular country. Now, last point, knowledge and its application. As it is earlier mentioned in this paper, all the 6 Vedanga are represented as the 6 Angas of the Vedas. This kind of metaphor conveys not only the close relationship of the knowledge of teaching and learning methods with the Vedas, but the knowledge and its application too. So this is my point, and in NEP, this is emphasized that whatever knowledge we have, how that can be applied. So knowledge of Vedas we have, but how that can be taught to next generation, that was taken through Vedanga. So that thing we can also adopt. To conclude, the interpretation of the teaching and learning methods of the Vedic period in new context, especially in the context of the NEP 2020, provides us with fresh insights to encounter the issues and challenges existing in the current Indian education system. There is no doubt that the Indian knowledge system has been recognized across the world from time immemorial. However, analysis or review of the system in new context always becomes helpful to ensure the success of innovative initiatives in any field. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Vidmitraji. It was an interesting relationship of the study of the Vedanga, particularly in context of the new education policy in India. So since we are running out of time, so we can take any one question. You may ask the question if there is any. I'm sure your presentation was so clear. Yes, sir. Sir.
Just I would like to ask you that there are 6 Vedangos, as you told, Shikha, Kalpo, Vyakaran, etc. and etc. How Kalpo is essential nowadays because it deals with some sutras, Grijya sutras, Srauta sutras, and some rules connected with the performance of sacrifice. How these are compatible to the present education system? Only Kalpo side. Shikha I understand, Vyakaran I understand, but Kalpo I have not understood. Please.
Thank you. It's a really important point which you have mentioned, sir. As I find that Vyakaran, Shiksha, Nirukta, and few others, all these are theoretical part, pronunciation, grammar, and other. But two, especially as far as my readings, Kalp and Jyotish, these two are the practical parts of Vedanga. In Vedanga, these are two practical. So Kalp and Jyotish, both are very important. If in Vedanga we take Kalp as a practical aspect of teaching and learning methods, as how to rites and rituals we can perform after having knowledge of Veda, after having knowledge of philosophical aspects of Veda. So this kalpa in new education policy, especially Jyotish too, this practicality of our education, of our knowledge could be possible through kalpa. So as you said that Griha Sutra, Sulbha Sutra, my reading says that practical aspects can be taken through kalpa. And in our new education system, in our higher education system, Indian higher education system, kalp and Jyotish both are important, as far as my understanding, sir.
Prashant ji, could I ask a question, please?
Yeah, definitely, sir.
Ved Mitra ji, thank you so much. My only question is, are you advocating an evolutionary approach or a revolutionary approach? In the sense that, do you advocate just throwing out our present system lock, stock and barrel and re-bringing the system that you talked about? Thank you.
It's no doubt it's evolutionary approach, not revolutionary approach, and gradually we can implement, gradually we can apply some traditional knowledge, traditional from Indian perspective, traditional knowledge we can apply that can be applicable gradually. So these are my observations which I noted, and no doubt even Vedanga not a small field, a great field, okay, Vedanga, I'm still studying, so no doubt not revolutionary.
Ved Mitra ji, I hope you would say it needed a revolutionary approach, but it's your paper, so I perfectly understand. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Shukla. Now we quickly move to the next speaker, taking care of the time, which we are actually running out. So I invite Dr. Kavita Das ji, and she would be presenting on the topic, Phonetic Value of Open Air Teaching Learning System, a Vedantic Approach. So Dr. Kavita ji, the stage is all yours. Please start.
Is it visible, sir?
Yes.
Yes, we can view it fine.
Yes, thank you, sir. Namaskar to all, esteemed chairperson and other dignitaries. At the outset, I would like to thank the organizers for organizing such a great event and also giving me the chance to be the part of this event, 26th International Congress of Vedanta. So the title of my presentation is The Phonetic Value of Open Air Teaching Learning System, a Vedantic Approach. Here are the outlines. Yes. The previous speaker has already made the road to sharing my views about this phonetic-based open air teaching learning system, which is a practical based thing in related to Vedanta philosophy. Okay, so education, as we all know, that plays an important role in the development of an individual and makes him a knowledgeable citizen. It makes an individual self-reliant, helps to suppress social evils, and contributes towards the development of the society and nation as a whole. It creates condition for better and for better life and happy life. So in relation to this, students' experience in the natural world can be as small as touching a plant, sitting under in or around a single tree in sight, or listening to the sound of a bird. Spending time in a natural environment has been documented to improve life and learning in many ways. This education system began in ancient times during the Vedic age, when there was no particular form of formal education, but the learning was skill-based and rooted in Vedas, Puranas, and holy texts, which were the imperative guide for students to expand their horizon of knowledge. This present study focused that such a connection with nature has been slipping away from many of us, especially in this COVID period, especially so for the world of students. The education outside the classroom is known as the open air teaching learning system. It is an attempt to satisfy growing social and educational need, which has long been in existence and is now becoming generally felt. So it is an attempt to satisfy a growing social and educational need, which has long been in existence and is now becoming, we felt that it's a need. This wealth of wisdom and knowledge that can inspire transformative changes in modern education system. So the present study, here are the objectives: that to create a sense of belongingness and interconnectedness among the students and nature, to revitalize the student-nature bond and intensity toward natural surrounding, to spread love for learning from natural world, to enhance curiosity and compassion towards all life forms, to propel their learning, observing, listening, and feeling skills, to encourage them to learn and relearn aspects about nature that once dominated our surrounding as they rediscover themselves, to support them to explore and discover the magnificence of nature. To this open-air teaching learning system, it emphasized a holistic approach to education, focusing on the nature that develops intellectual, moral, and spiritual development of students under the guidance of a teacher. To fully insight the Vedanta, it delighted by the connection with and within the nature. Open-air teaching learning system can be understood both as a concept and a practice which is varied and complex, with an extensive field of educational activities in several different settings. Study shows that the outdoor environment may enhance learning since the encounter with nature become holistic, where knowledge and experience interact with all senses. The role of outdoor learning is to encourage outdoor experience and to stimulate caring about nature and behavioral change. Outdoor learning has been shown in students' collaborative skills and interpersonal relationship that creates the unity. It is, open air teaching learning system. It includes, or it's added with the Western education system, that is phonetic based education, which explored by Aristotle. The concept of pedagogical phronesis has been developed from a combination of empirical insights and theoretical positions, and originally derives from Aristotle's term phronesis, meaning personal experience based on competence to make morally right judgments according to certain situation, through lifelong learning that are enabled to skillfully confront ethical challenges in reality, to develop concrete ethical perception and judgment based on practical wisdom. Here it is defined as phronesis. And this phronetic based education, it with practical skill and mental skill both. Learning from observation in Vedanta, knowledge is not only acquired through study, but also through direct perception and contemplation. Open-air teaching learning system allows students to observe and learn from nature itself, enabling them to draw lessons from the natural processes and phenomena around them. Teacher-student relationship, Vedanta claims that if the teacher embodies and reflects the values he is teaching, then the impression he leaves on his pupils is very deep and indelible. Both the teacher and learner are travelers on the path of self-realization, but the teacher is comparatively advanced and superior in age, experience, and dignity, and hence he is well equipped with knowledge and wisdom through meditation and great penance. By virtue of this, he becomes known as in ancient days gurus, and the other is Shishya. Vedantic perspective is self-introspection and the restorative power of nature. In this Vedanta philosophy, we have, which attempts to guide the individual to enlightenment. According to Advaita, Jiva in his basic nature, which is Brahman, is the illumined, but it is due to avidya that he is not able to realize his original state, the Brahmanhood. Advaitic philosophy offers meditation, lecture, questioning, discussion, self-study, traveling, exercise, and practice, reason, and review as methods of education. In these methods, the learner is required to be active while seeking knowledge. It also emphasizes on sutra method, which is helpful in the practice of concentration and meditation. It is applied especially when higher learning and spiritual knowledge are to be attained. As a part of methods of teaching, it consists of hearing the Vedantic texts, the Sravana reflection on their import, manana, and meditating on what has been ascertained as the true self, nididhyasana. So these are the three pillars of Vedantic practice to attainment of the true consciousness. It is well known as Sravana, Manana, Nididhyasana Vidhi. In reasoning, both inductive and deductive approaches are applied. Says that reasoning is good for removing one's doubt. Harmony with nature. In ancient days, harmony is about wholeness, and in present also, when we connect with the nature, we will just find out the wholeness about the nature. So as individual, harmony is about wholeness. It is created when parts of a whole work together to produce something beautiful, enjoyable, and beneficial for all. Harmony between people and the natural world, and to find harmony within one's own being. The harmony principles are ways of understanding harmony and implementing that harmony in practice through values that arise from them. Education based on harmony and its principle is rich and purposeful as it gains a new layer of meaning and coherence. Vedanta emphasizes the interconnectedness of all living beings and the environment. Conducting teaching and learning in open-air settings aligns with this principle as it allows students to connect with nature, fostering a sense of reverence and appreciation for the natural world. So when we present this middle one with harmony, we have oneness, we have interdependenceness, we have adaptation and oneness. As nature is whole, we are the part of that whole. Simplicity and detachment is another content of this open air teaching learning system, where environment-based learning and learning in environment is experiential and context specific. Learners become part of their community by exploring and connecting to the natural and human world. Social and emotional learning through this process, where students understand and manage emotions, achieve positive goals, feel and show empathy for others, establish and maintain positive relationships, and make responsible decisions. So environment-based learning is the source of social emotional learning. And this two learning, we have again critically engaged with imaginative learning, dialectically engaged with inquiry-based learning, and inclusively engaged with inclusion-based learning. So how to create the oneness and unity? Vedanta teaches that there is underlying the unity and oneness in all all of existence. Open air teaching learning can help students experience this unity firsthand by immersing them in the vastness of nature, leading to a sense of interconnectedness with the universe. So here we have this oneness, nature and Vedanta. Vedanta teaching, nature and oneness. So in this context, we have these virtues, and if we go through the open air learning, we have this we develop the self-reliance, we develop the reflection and sharing, overcome from the challenges, and then we really contact with the spiritual context, through which we can connecting with ourselves, with the nature, and knowing the self better. So this is the comparison between the closed door teaching and learning and open air teaching learning. One is curriculum based, or this curricular, it is heavily on textbook of data and manipulative materials. But in the other side, it is students primarily work in groups in the practical field, learning rather than teaching rather than learning. Now come to the mindfulness and self mindfulness and contemplation. That is, in Vedanta, emphasizes self-inquiry and contemplation to understand the nature of reality. Open air learning can facilitate a conducive environment for mindfulness and introspection, encouraging students to explore their inner thoughts and develop a deeper understanding of themselves. It connect with nature of reality in life, social environment, philosophize the facts of social lacuna and issues in the field, practical-based learning from society in humanity subjects. Now I am just concluding that in Vedanta, or the main is that the self-realization. The ultimate goal of Vedanta is self-realization, and open air teaching with its connection to nature, that is society for us and environment, and the vastness of existence of issues can inspire a sense of awe and wonder, fostering a conducive environment for spiritual contemplation and realization. Even though Vedantic approach of pedagogy is compiled or applied in many situations and in many fields, open air teaching learning system in field could be a required surplus event. Individual can philosophize facts and figures of social issues with phonetic approach to solve them. Such skill may be incorporated to syllabi to start new era of pedagogy, which is the main focus of NEP 2020. Thank you all.
Thank you for a very interesting paper, Dr. Das. We invite questions now to the speaker. Anyone can ask the question if there are any.
Yeah.
Sir.
I'd like to ask from Dr. Das, Kavita Das. Suppose there is an open air education system, and if the students and teachers are in the open air, there are so many facilities, as you rightly pointed out. But there are certain problems of concentration. Suppose a group of people are going through that way, the attention is diverted to that, or somebody is playing with a radio or music, attention is diverted. Moreover, if the fair weather, it is the teaching of the fair weather. If there is a not weather is so friendly, then teaching will be stopped. In the rainy season, you cannot teach. Moreover, there are social evils also. Not good things are available in the society. So the students will be acquainted with the social evils. But if it is in the hermitage system, Guru Griha Vaso, then the social evils will not affect the students. So how can you rescue the student from being involved with the social evil, social problems, and environmental problems? So this thing to me, I think these problems will come if you believe in the open air system.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you for the wonderful questions that you have raised. Sir, first of all, I am suggesting the thing that open air is not only that you go outside and learn something. It is, it is society based, practical based. That's why I connect, my paper is connect with phonetic based education also, where you go with your teachers to the problems area and then you learn. I have already mentioned one thing, that learn and relearn the aspects. And it is the pupils' decision whether they can go outside and learn the something or that particular problems, because it is better if we have the problems in our surroundings to solve the problems with the case. Like suppose one patient who is who is what with a very very what it is the thing that one patient who is with a very non-curable disease, okay, and then whether you give the euthanasia to that patient or not, you have to go to that particular place and you have to analyze the situation, then you can come with a solution that whether you give the euthanasia or not. So my point is that not just you just showcasing your thing with an abstract level. We have to go outside, we have to go inside the society, then will to take the problems, then philosophize with the best fact, with the best fact, then we can have certain kind of solution or find out the truths about the problems. Thank you, sir.
This is, madam, practical based education, which we are having nowadays. Some of the departments, the UGC has introduced the system of epoch-making thinkers, and they are pouring money to the universities. And what we do, we go to the villages and counsel them for make them free from superstition. As you rightly pointed out, euthanasia or any other social evils. This has been done in the case of adult education, in the case of continuing education, in the case of epoch-making thinkers education, Center for Buddhist Studies, Ambedkar Studies. We are doing, not that it is the only system. So some of the systems we are doing, but if you say it is outside the classroom, because it's good that practical based education is essential, but it must be within the place where you can contemplate. For field work, you can collect the data. For concentration, you have to sit together. This is my suggestion.
Sir, actually, Vedanta says about self-realization. Okay, but how one can realize his or herself without intervening the practical aspects or real problems that society has. Okay, so you have to go to that particular place. Suppose in dowry cases, okay, some are in favor of dowry and some are not in favor of dowry. I'm not supportive that we have just collected the data and then take a ratio. Okay, these peoples are support the dowry system and these are not. No, this is not the open air teaching learning system what I have suggested in my paper. I am just suggesting that open air teaching learning system means you have that base. You have that base, and that philosophy gives us the base, which is you questioning them, you doubt them, then you go to the field, then you collected the data, then analyze, then you philosophize. That is my point, sir. Thank you, sir.
Are there any other questions to the speaker? Okay, so I'm sure that the paper was crystal clear, and that is why there are not more questions. And I really appreciate your clear presentation, ma'am. So thank you. With this, we move to our next speaker, Dr. Mitali Bhagwati ji, and she would be speaking on a very interesting topic, Advaita in action. So, ma'am, the dais is all yours.
Namaskar, everyone. Thank you, Prasad sir, for the introduction, but I am not a doctor yet. I am still doing my doctoral research. So yeah, the topic that I'm going to present today is Advaita in action, exploring the role of non-dualism in addressing contemporary human crisis and guiding towards fulfilling life. By the phrase Advaita in action, I want to refer to the possibility of the practical implications of Advaita Vedanta in the contemporary time. Here, I would like to bracket myself by dealing only with the concept of multiculturalism, which is a fact as well as an issue of today's world. I would further deal with the notion of multicultural self and explicate how the understanding of the philosophy of Advaita, especially the concept of Madhvaita, can help in enriching our multicultural self. The application and the awareness of the non-duality principle from Advaita Vedanta could be crucial in resolving contemporary human crisis and guiding towards fulfilling life. Therefore, I would like to make an attempt to examine the non-dualism in Advaita Vedanta philosophy and promote it as a counseling paradigm for encouraging a better way of life. So what does philosophical counseling mean? Dr. Vikas has already discussed about it very clearly, so I would like to minimize the explanation again. He has talked about what it means and how it is different, as well as how it is related to the to the psychological counseling. And he has shown how the new Vedantin thinker Aurobindo's philosophy can be utilized as a method of philosophical counseling. And here I am dealing with Advaita Vedanta's foundational theory of non-dualism as a method of philosophical counseling. Counseling generally denotes a professional guidance provided to someone facing challenges. At its core, any constructive and reasoned conversation aimed at addressing personal conflicts, whether mental or behavioral, can be seen as counseling. Philosophical counseling especially involves individuals seeking guidance from philosophers. One may be a teacher of philosophy or a student of philosophy who is equipped with the philosophical knowledge for any life issues. Sometimes referred as philosophical practice or philosophical consultancy, it represents a modern trend in applied philosophy. Essentially, philosophical counseling adapts philosophical principles to address the real world scenarios. Philosophical counseling is a recent and ongoing movement. In the recent decades, Western countries have witnessed the rise of philosophical counseling as a distinct field. Its definition varies as different thinkers interpret and introduce it uniquely. Yet, at its core, it seeks to enhance an individual's well-being through philosophical insights. India has a rich history of philosophical thoughts dating back to the ancient time, particularly the Vedic and Upanishadic periods. The Vedas, as the foundational literature of Indian civilization, and the Upanishads, the philosophical essence of Vedas, offered profound insight into life. This ancient wisdom holds potential for counseling on life's various concerns. Historically, dialogues, sutras, and vices within both Vedic and non-Vedic school of Indian philosophy inherently carried a counseling essence. Despite this, the systematization of philosophical counseling within the Indian tradition has been somehow overlooked until recently. The richness of Indian philosophical tradition holds tremendous potential for the global field of philosophical counseling. The challenge lies in adapting and making this wisdom relevant to today's world. It's worth noting that several Indian philosophical theories already come with structured philosophical practice such as Buddhist mindfulness. Again, the Bhagavad Gita is one of the best examples of applied philosophy or philosophical counseling. Philosophy, when utilized as a counseling tool, does not claim to have a definite answer to all concerns or eradicate every issues. Instead, it paves the way for diverse solutions and perspective to navigate life challenges. There might arise a question, as counseling generally places on the individual, how can one counsel a broad notion like multiculturalism? To address this, one must recognize that while counseling targets the individual, it also delves into the integral dynamics and interaction of that person. Fundamentally, every individual is a product of societal and cultural influence. Thus, by emphasizing individuals as a multicultural self, we can have a philosophical counseling for multiculturalism, not just as a theory, but understanding it as a body. It is not merely addressing the theory, but understanding multiculturalism as a transcendental entity within oneself. Philosophy inherently seeks to heal and enrich individual consciousness and identity, providing a sense of direction and meaning in life. This can be instrumental in enhancing one's multicultural essence. The non-dualistic principle and interrelated realities, as presented by Advaita Vedanta in Indian philosophy, can highlight its relevance in philosophical counseling. Now, whom do we call a multicultural self? Diversity is an undeniable fact of today's world, and it is acknowledgeable that every individual in the contemporary time is compatible with such diversities by one's own unique multicultural self. The multicultural quality of person has been steadily increasing as a function of the increased multicultural society. Therefore, it can be asserted that every individual in today's world is a multicultural self. The idea of the multicultural self in philosophy is about how to deal with the challenges of today's culturally or religiously heterogeneous societies. In today's multicultural societies, all ethnic groups and all individual citizens have the right to develop their identity as multicultural selves. To understand the concept of multicultural self, we have to reflect on the concept of multicultural identity and also the concept of multiculturalism. Multiculturalism is indeed the most enriching quality of the globe today, which has been publicly adopted as a public policy during the 1980s and early 1990s. Multiculturalism as a policy has been redefined and refined over the years according to the need of different countries. The concept of multiculturalism has been disputed in the last 4 decades differently in different parts of the world, such as Europe, North America, Australia. India is a democratic state, but although it doesn't use multiculturalism as a constitutional policy, as a matter of fact, it can be considered as one of the best examples of multiculturalism with the characteristics of secularism and diverse ethnicity. Although in India, multiculturalism is not adopted as a national policy, the essence of multiculturalism is well depicted in all such societies through its variety of school curricula or welfare services. Thus, it can be rightly asserted that the world today is multicultural and we live in a multicultural society We all have an unavoidable multicultural identity. Although in its basic understanding, multiculturalism is understood as a political policy, here we are trying to discuss about it from a philosophical point of view. The concept of multiculturalism conveys an underlying philosophy of unity. Multiculturalism as an accent on the celebration of cultural differences while presuming certain conditions, one of which is an underlying principle of shared identity or integration. Though this principle of integration underlays the celebration of differences, it is clear where the accent lies in multiculturalism. Backlashes against multiculturalism are now linked with the preferential treatment at the expense of shared identity. Against this backdrop and against the proclamation that multiculturalism is dead, there have been attempts to harmonize differences with an underlying principle of integration. The principle of integration or shared identity is the foundation of multicultural identity, and in virtue of the multicultural identity, we are all multicultural self. The concept of multicultural self conveys the idea of how a self or an individual relates to the multicultural society. A multicultural self can be defined as one who has the potentials to accept and practice cross-cultural competence. By cross-cultural competence one refers to the ability to understand different people's cultures and traditions. The acceptance of diverse cultural identities is essential for individual self-esteem. A multicultural self entails within him a spirit of mutual understanding or cooperation. And it is said, I quote by Samson, each multicultural individual have aspects are not fragmented and distinct from one another or hierarchically ordered on behalf of a ruling center, but remain in full interconnectedness and communication, unquote. It can be asserted that identity of individuals come from the communities of which they are part of. The communities that can be visualized as culture for a broader perspective are considered by many thinkers as an important medium for understanding an individual's identity. For an inclusive point of view, in a multi-layered social context, every individual has a multicultural identity, as one cannot avoid being a part of a multicultural society in the present time. Now, the concept of multiculturalism and multicultural society is not free from criticism. One of the main criticisms against multiculturalism is that the theory of multiculturalism are based on cultural essentialism. And according to this critic, multiculturalism assumes cultural essence. Another criticism against multiculturalism is the critique of multicultural tolerance and accommodation. And in the name of tolerance and accommodation that multiculturalism espouses, we cannot be blind towards the cultural injustice. These critics show that multiculturalism cannot afford to say that differences are prior to the essential unity of these differences. We espouse multiculturalism because we have commitments to certain unities or universals, both ethical or maybe metaphysical. Hence, multiculturalism can be counseled at this point through non-difference that underlies all differences. Underneath the differences that we have to acknowledge, we need a unifying principle that brings them together, that makes these differences meaningful, and perhaps the principle of unity that Advaita non-dualism offers can support multiculturalism in its celebration of diversity and differences. Now, how Advaita can help and how Advaita Vedanta can counsel multiculturalism. Advaita Vedanta teaches the principle of non-dualism. The term Advaita means non-dual. The foundational belief of Advaita Vedanta is that there is a single reality underlying the apparent diversity and multiplicity of the universe, of the world. Individual souls, jivas, are not distinct from the Brahman. They are essentially the same. This view promotes the idea that at the deepest level, all the existence and consciousness are interconnected and are one. One of the essential dispositions of an individual as a social being is one's relationship with the other. The other here is referred as both the living and the non-living entities of the universe. And individuals' values or ends are nothing but the modes of her engagement to the rest of the universe. Apropos of such engagement, the principle of non-dualism can be considered as a fundamental constituent of human beings. Advaita Vedanta takes its stand for the concept of non-dualism on the Upanishadic view that all is Brahman. Therefore, the different jivas are nothing but the Atman or Brahman itself. Brahman is described as Sarvam Khalvidam Brahma, all that is existed. Brahman is permanently serving. The very definition of Brahman in Vedanta philosophy reflects the non-dualistic worldview. The knowledge of Brahman or Brahmavidya is considered to be eternal, extremely subtle, all-pervasive, and is the source of every other knowledge. Brahman is nirguna that expresses its indeterminable aspect, which means Brahman is without form. Brahman is indeterminate but not shunya. One may understand it indifferently. Brahman can be realized by an individual with the help of knowledge by being, that is, being united with Brahman, which is called Brahmavidya. This concept of Brahmavidya is the core of non-dualism. This means the non-duality between individual and the absolute. When a person realizes the truth of non-duality, he or she becomes aware of the fact that no matter what worldly hardship we are going through, we all are going to be fine, and ultimately we are nothing but Brahman and not just the body or mind. This is the worldview which can be recognized as a theory of philosophical counseling to deal with any human existential crisis or anxieties or any conflicts. Brahmavidya or the knowledge of non-duality is explained as Brahma Satya Jagat Mithya Jivo Brahmaiva Napara, which means only Brahman is real and the world is mithya, neither real nor unreal, and the jivas or the individual soul are inseparable from Brahman. The world is unreal in the in the Paramarthika level, but it is real in the Vyavaharika level. The falsity or the Prativashika Satya is realized only when the empirical knowledge is attained. Similarly, the non-permanent or unreality of this universe, this empirical world, can be realized only when one attains and understands the Paramarthika Satya. However, Advaita non-dualism should be understood from the perspective where apparent empirical reality of dualism is not contradicted by the hidden universalistic reality. This attempt at reconciliation of empirical duality with universal non-duality is an intelligent strategy to enrich the theory of practice of multicultural integration. The concept of Advaita has been analyzed as an alternative epistemological or methodological tool to overcome the complex multicultural social issues. However, it should be mentioned that duality is admitted in the Shruti and by Shankara only as a methodological device or requirement to teach the non-dual. Duality is rejected the moment it serves the purpose of making one realize Advaita. Thus, it can be argued that Advaita Vedanta's principles, especially the principle of non-duality, can offer a profound philosophical foundation for embracing and navigating multiculturalism by recognizing the essential unity of all beings while respecting and celebrating apparent differences. This philosophy provides tools for fostering and understanding the harmony in multicultural societies. Now let's understand Madhuvidya, the dictum of Madhuvidya, as a method of philosophical counseling. The concept of a multicultural person can be understood through the theory of interconnectedness of Madhuvidya. Self-centeredness is basic to human nature that creates almost all the central controversial issues in human society. Disintegration in general can be considered as a result of such self-centeredness and the inability to accept others. But from the Advaita viewpoint, we can realize that we are not just different individual beings, but also cosmic beings. As we contribute to the organic whole besides being a simple individual. By cosmic being, the individual are understood as non-different from the Brahman. We live in a cosmic harmony as well as in our own independent individual boundaries. The cosmic harmony includes socio-political, cultural, religious, and environmental harmony with all the living organic things. One of the best examples of integration and interrelation can be found in the theory of Madhuvidya in Brihadaranyaka Upanishad. The theoretical framework of this Upanishadic concept of interrelation among individuals can be implied as a method of philosophical practice for counseling the issues of disintegration prevailing in a multicultural society. In Sankara's commentary on Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, the non-dualistic philosophy, the non-dualistic principle has been displayed through the analysis of Madhuvidya, which explains that everything is organically related to everything. Madhuvidya described the cosmic complementation of reality. It leads to a question whether this Upanishadic dictum is related only to the metaphysical or higher level of realization, or it is also important in the concrete world. In this regard, it can be answered that although Upanishadic dictum may not be directly or immediately effective, it should be understood and applied for fulfilling one's life with inner peace and mental strength. The knowledge of this Upanishadic dictum is significant for the upliftment of an individual, which will result in social upliftment as a fellow feeling. The fifth section of the second chapter of Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, which is called Madhu Brahmana, explains the essence of Madhuvidya, that is the mutual respect, mutual relationship of everything with everything else. Madhu means honey. In this example of Madhu, the Upanishad asserts the essence of interdependency and the thorough interconnectedness among all the entities of the universe. The first 14 hymns of this section expresses that in the field where the beings act and where there are numerous actions create fruit that they are together experience. Thus, everything is connected. Being affects the inorganic nature, and the inorganic nature affects organic beings. One is the honey, and the other is the food or result. Sankara says, this art is like honey to all beings, and this is made up of many creatures. Just like a beehive, it is made up of many bees. And the beings are the effects or honey of this art. According to this dictum of Madhuvidya, everything is interrelated, but we cannot measure them as they are very subtle. And there is always a state of harmony within everything in the system. From the approach of this Upanishadic dictum, we can understand the need of a journey from the narrow sense of consciousness to the cosmic sense of consciousness to uphold integration. Advaitin principle can be adopted as a positive and constructive multicultural approach. This theory of interconnectedness, which can help one realize the non-difference between us and the other, can be considered as a method of philosophical counseling for understanding integration and enriching one's essence of multicultural self. Thus, everything is mutually dependent. Now, the question arises, how this principle of interdependency is working, how it works. The theory of Madhuvidya explained that this is because everything comes from one, that is Brahman. In Advaita Vedanta, it is held that all this is nothing but the self, which means the universe has begun from the self, has the self alone for its genus and resolves alone in the self. This means the universe has its origin, the continuation and resolution in the self. This one self alone is real and it is Brahman. When Brahman is known, the whole universe is known. Therefore, it is expressed, idam Brahman, idam Sarvam. The question that arises here is how to understand the empirical practical issue of multicultural self with a metaphysical theory. There may arise dichotomy of duality and non-duality because the concept of multiculturalism celebrates differences and the concept of Advaita itself means non-duality. However, it is important to note that the concept of Advaita as a philosophical method may encapsulate the missing connectedness amidst dualism. The practice of Advaita principle can be a method of counseling for the conflicts created through disintegration, as the core concept of Advaita Vedanta is integration. It is not the case that there is no diversity in the world, as today we live in a multicultural society. Advaita Vedanta does not deny duality, non-duality which is not evident to man and is not intelligible to one's rational understanding, is to be known in the light of Shruti. But duality does not require any proof, and no one doubts the reality of difference or duality, as it is experienced by all. Therefore, Shruti is not required to establish the reality of duality, but it is required to understand the non-duality. It is to be clarified that we cannot equate the multicultural self with the concept of cosmic self. However, the concept of cosmic self can be used as a theory of counseling to enrich one multicultural self. Thus, the philosophy of Advaita can help people in general to lead an integrated and more interconnected life. So, while talking about Advaita Vedanta in action, in dealing multiculturalism, this means applying the principle of non-dualism to multicultural interactions and relation from the aspect like unified existence. Just as Advaita Vedanta sees all beings as manifestation of a single reality, a multicultural perspective based on this philosophy would emphasize the intrinsic value and unity of all cultural expressions and identities. There is respecting diversity. Even though Advaita Vedanta teaches the underlying oneness of all things, it also acknowledges the apparent diversity of the world. This duality of understanding can guide multicultural interactions by valuing the unique expression of each culture while still recognizing the fundamental unity of humanity. We can also see empathy and interconnectedness. The belief that all individual souls are part of the greater whole foster empathy. If one genuinely believes that there are interconnectedness with everyone else, it becomes more natural to understand and empathize with and respect the perspective of people from different cultural backgrounds. And we can also talk about breaking down barriers. The non-dualistic view challenges us to break down barriers and distinctions that separate us. In the context of multiculturalism, this means working towards a world where cultural differences are celebrated, but not used as reason for division or hierarchy. We can also talk about promotion of peaceful coexistence. With its emphasis on the fundamental unity of existence, Advaita Vedanta in action promotes peace, understanding, and harmonious coexistence among different groups. So to conclude, it can be said that the concept of multicultural self develops a sense of multicultural integration through the concept of Advaita as a method of philosophical counseling. The concept of non-duality in Indian philosophy can play a vital role in minimizing the conflicts in a multicultural society. The Advaita worldview may create a sense of empathy among individuals. Therefore, an attempt can be made to reintroduce this principle of non-duality as one of the methods of philosophical counseling to have a better way of life. However, this is a conceptual analysis or an intellectual strategy to say so. And it is therefore, there is an exciting avenue for future research. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mitali. It was a really new dimension of the issue we were discussing. I can see the hand raised of Dr. Arup Jyoti ji. Sir.
Thank you, Prashant, for giving me the opportunity. I have actually two questions. One is related to the multicultural self in the context of the Advaita Vedanta, because the non-dual self that we know, and how does it fit with the multicultural self? Please clarify a little bit more. This is number one. And the number two is that you are talking about a multicultural self, and you also talked about the philosophical counseling. But in a multicultural self, what happened? We cannot talk about universalism, because universal, it is very difficult to adopt universal ethical principles in a multicultural society, because there are different cultures, and hence there are different people having different cultures, and each adopt different policies. So there may not be the same or universal standard or standpoint where when one can come together at one level. So in that case, there may be a kind of relativistic pluralism. But you also said, and that also I appreciate, about shared perspective, shared interest. So shared interest is one of the way through which we can come to a common platform. So this is just my opinion about it, about your paper. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for your comments. And yeah, first of all, coming to the first question about multicultural self and how I like what I mean, how I can resonate like multicultural self with Advaita Vedanta. Now, again, I have to be very honest about it. The dichotomy or the controversy about the controversy between metaphysical thought and the empirical reality is there. It is there in my paper. It is clearly there, and it has been a controversial, debatable issue since forever. But now, multicultural self. What I mean by multicultural self, first of all, that we cannot deny the fact that we are living in a multicultural society today. No matter if we have a political policy to call it so, it may, as for example, India, constitutionally we are not a multicultural country. We are a democratic country or a secular country. But this brand name multiculturalism is an unsaid policy. It has become an unsaid policy in today's world. So by default, we all are a multicultural self, as we are living in a globalized global village era. So by default, we are all multicultural self. So by multicultural self, all I want to mean that we cannot deny the fact that we are living in a global and digital time, and we have to connect. We have to be globally aware of all cultures and all traditions. That is what I mean by multicultural self. Now, coming to how I'm trying to relate it, first of all, I'm not making any kind of comparison between multiculturalism and Advaita here. To put it in the first place, I'm not making any kind of comparison, and I'm not even saying that it can be replaced. Multicultural, I'm not trying to replace the multiculturalism theory or philosophy by Advaita Vedanta. What I'm saying is that multiculturalism is a fact. The existence of differences or multiple culture is a fact, but the multiculturalism as a policy or as a philosophy has some backlashes, has some criticisms. One of the major criticisms that it has in the recent time, we can see the riots in France that is happening. It is because of the Islamophobic or the racism that is going on. We can see that there is cultural essentialism. And by cultural essentialism, it means that the majority culture has its dominance over the other cultures, even in a multicultural even in a multicultural country, that only our cultural essence are important. So what I am trying to say that let's broaden up the concept of essentiality here. Let's bring on Advaita Vedanta's essentialism to make to show that yes, essentiality is there, but it's not about one major culture's essentiality. It's about the shared human identity that what Advaita Vedanta talks about. So that's why I'm trying to show here how Advaita Vedanta's non-dualism can counsel the backlashes or the criticisms that has arisen in today's multicultural society.
Okay, that was
Can I
an
connect?
interesting response. Yes, yes, ma'am.
I just would like to understand multiculturalism we can establish through Advaita Vedanta. Perhaps this way, if we go by the idea of the Mahavakyas, that Pancha Mahavakya, starting from Aham Brahmasmi, then Tattvamasi, Sarvam Khalu Idam Brahma, Ayam Atma Brahma. So if we cherish the idea of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, maybe that we can establish the multicultural self, multiculturalism and multicultural self, that one self can be extended to the same self we are talking about, because Advaita made it very clear that one self is there with everybody. So that way, I think we can resolve the problem. I hope so, because Panchamahavakya theory can be followed here. Thank you. It's a nice paper because first time you have a clarity of whole Advaita philosophy, and very consistently you have read the everything consistently, and so nice to hear you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Okay, so I hope there are no more questions. So we are moving to our last, but of course not the least, presentator. So I invite Dr. Alok Kumar Dwivedi ji, who is a co-presentator along with Dr. Balram Singh ji. And the topic of the presentation would be redefining the supply and demand elements of economics in the light of Vaishyavarna for a sustainable modern society. So sounds interesting, and we are looking forward to your presentation, sir. Please start.
थैंक यू सर एंड सबसे पहले यहाँ पर उपस्थित हमारे पूज्य गुरुदेव प्रोफेसर सिंह, प्रोफेसर बलराम सिंह, पूरा वेदांता कांग्रेस के जितने भी आयोजक मंडल हैं, और इन सुकल्याण सेन वर्ड्स द बॉस ऑफ दिस सेशन डॉक्टर प्रशांत शुक्ला सर। अर्थशास्त्र में दो परिभाषाएं जो सामान्य रूप से प्रचलित रही, एक रॉबिन्स की परिभाषा रही जिसने कहा कि संसाधन सीमित हैं हमारे यहाँ और इच्छाएं व्यक्तियों की अनंत है। तो अर्थशास्त्र की मूल समस्या ये है कि सीमित संसाधनों का ऐसा डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन, ऑप्टिमम डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन किया जाए जिससे सभी लोगों तक पहुंच जाए। एक और इकोनॉमिक्स हुए डॉक्टर जे.के. मेहता इलाहाबाद विश्वविद्यालय के, उन्होंने वांटलेसनेस की थियरी दी, फिलॉसफी के आधार पर इकोनॉमिक्स को एक्सप्लेन करने का प्रयास किया। मेरी समझ से ये दोनों परिभाषाएं या तो सिर्फ इकोनॉमिक्स को लेके चल रही हैं और दूसरी जे.के. मेहता की परिभाषा वह फिलॉसफी को लेके बढ़ रही है, जहां प्रॉब्लम ये है कि हम इच्छाओं पर नियंत्रण करे समाज, इसकी व्यवहारिकता थोड़ी सी कम हो जाती है। मैंने इसी प्रकार का एक प्रयास किया है कि आधुनिक संपोष्य समाज के लिए आर्थिक संप्रत्यय, जो अर्थशास्त्र में सबसे प्रमुख संप्रत्यय उसके कॉन्सेप्ट हैं डिमांड एंड सप्लाई, उसके आधार पर उसकी पुनर्व्याख्या फिलॉसफी और इकोनॉमिक्स को मिलाकर कैसे की जाए एक संपोष्य समाज जिससे हमें देखने को मिले। और इस क्या ये संभव है, एक प्रश्न उठेगा, क्या ये संभव है? तो डेफिनेटली इट इज पॉसिबल, और इसका व्यवहारिक समाधान है, और इसका हम कहें कि इसका व्यवहार में उदाहरण है, और वह उदाहरण वैश्य वर्ण के माध्यम से, जो वर्ण व्यवस्था है हमारी, उसके माध्यम से बताने का मैं प्रयास करूंगा। चाणक्य सूत्र में कहा गया कि सुखस्य मूलम धर्मः, धर्मस्य मूलम अर्थः, अर्थस्य मूलम राज्यम, राजस्य मूलम इंद्रियजयः, इंद्रियजयस्य मूलम विनयः, विनयस्य मूलम वृद्धोपसेवा। इसमें जो सबसे महत्वपूर्ण चीज है, स्लाइड सर मेरी चल नहीं रही है आगे, इसमें जो सबसे महत्वपूर्ण चीज है वो ये है कि अर्थ क्या है। धर्मस्य मूलम अर्थ है, जो धर्म का मूल है अर्थ, वह है क्या, इसका अभिप्राय क्या है? सामान्य रूप से देखा जाता है तो अर्थ को धन के रूप में देखा जाता है। क्या अर्थ सिर्फ धन है? अमरकोश में अर्थ के लिए धन, वस्तु, प्रयोजन, रिक्त, घुटन, विभव इत्यादि शब्दों का प्रयोग मिलता है। वैशेषिक दर्शन के अनुसार भी द्रव्य, गुण, कर्म, अनेक प्रकार के, 1 मिनट जस्ट, अन्य प्रकार, जैन मत के अनुसार सत्या, सत्व, द्रव्य, अनम्य वस्तु और विधि, ये सब अर्थ के रूप में प्रयोग किए जाते हैं। कौटिल्य अर्थ के विषय में कहते हैं कि मनुष्यों की वृत्ति अर्थ है, मनुष्यों से युक्त भूमि का नाम अर्थ है। शास्त्र क्या है? जो क्रमबद्ध रूप से वर्णित किया गया है वह शास्त्र है, और जो मनुष्यों से युक्त भूमि का एक सैद्धांतिक विवेचन है वही अर्थशास्त्र है। फिर वो कहते हैं कि मनुष्य की जीविका तथा जिस भूमि पर वह रहते हैं दोनों ही अर्थ है, अतः वह शास्त्र जिसमें मनुष्यों वाली भूमि के लाभ एवं उनके पालन के उपायों का वर्णन हो वह अर्थशास्त्र है। अंग्रेजी में अर्थशास्त्र को इकोनॉमिक्स कहा जाता है। इकोनॉमिक्स दो शब्दों से मिलकर बना है, लैटिन के ओइकॉस और नेमीन। ओइकॉस का अर्थ है हाउस, नेमीन का अर्थ है मैनेज। तो इकोनॉमिक्स मीन्स हाउस होल्ड मैनेजमेंट। इकोनॉमिक्स कंटेन्स एलिमेंट्स विच मैनेज द कंटिन्यूएशन ऑफ ह्यूमन लाइफ। महत्वपूर्ण यह है कि जो हिंदी का इकोनॉमिक्स है, जो अर्थशास्त्र की परिभाषा कौटिल्य दे रहे हैं, जो अर्थ की बात जैन सिद्धांत वैशेषिक मतों में की गई है, वही बात इकोनॉमिक्स जो अंग्रेजी का टर्म है, जो इकॉस और नेमीन से निकला है, वही बात वो भी बताता है। वह बताने का प्रयास करता है कि इकोनॉमिक्स जीवन के समस्त पक्षों से संबंधित एक सुव्यवस्थित धारणा है और इसका एक लक्ष्य है। इसका लक्ष्य क्या है कि हमारा जीवन सुचारू रूप से चल सके। तो अर्थशास्त्र जो फादर ऑफ इकोनॉमिक्स, उन्होंने परिभाषा दी कि अर्थशास्त्र धन का विज्ञान है। तो यहाँ पे निकल के आता है, जो उसके व्युत्पत्ति शब्दों से निकल के आता है कि अर्थशास्त्र सिर्फ धन का विज्ञान नहीं, अर्थशास्त्र हमारे जीवन से संबंधित है और यह श्रेय और औचित्य, द राइट एंड व्हाट इज गुड, उससे संबंधित है। तो अर्थशास्त्रीय संप्रत्यय भी हमारे जीवन से संबंधित होंगे। इसीलिए आवश्यक है कि अर्थशास्त्रीय संप्रत्यय जो मांग और पूर्ति है, डिमांड एंड सप्लाई है, उसको सिर्फ हम इकोनॉमिक, बेसिकली मनी टर्म्स में प्रयोग न करके, इकोनॉमिक्स में प्रयोग न करके, जीवन से संबंधित विचारों के आधार पर अगर प्रयोग करें तो इकोनॉमिक्स और फिलॉसफी एक साथ चलते हैं और संपोषणीय सामाजिक व्यवस्था, जो सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट का हमारा गोल है, उस पर हम पहुंच सकते हैं। सामान्य रूप में जीवन के दो पक्ष हैं। एक बाह्य पक्ष है जो भौतिक कल्याण की बात करता है, एक जीवन का आंतरिक पक्ष है, आध्यात्मिक पक्ष है, जो आध्यात्मिकता की बात करता है, जो हमारे यह लौकिक के बाद भी पारलौकिक की बात करता है। तो विकास क्या होगा, डेवलपमेंट क्या होगा? हम जानते हैं, हम सब जानते हैं कि विकास का अर्थ है सर्वांगीण विकास, विकास का अर्थ है समग्र विकास, विकास का अर्थ है सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट। लेकिन जब हम सिर्फ किसी एक पक्ष पर ध्यान देते हैं, यह डिमांड एंड सप्लाई के आधार पर समाज की अलग अलग व्यवस्थाएं, समाज की दो प्रकार की सामाजिक व्यवस्था कैसे बनी और उसका समाधान क्या है, यह बताने का आगे प्रयास मैं कर रहा हूं। कि जब हम बाह्य पक्ष पर ध्यान देते हैं तो हमारे डेवलपमेंट में व्यतिक्रम आता है, उसमें कुछ इनकंसिस्टेंसी आती है। क्योंकि भौतिक विकास पर जब हम भौतिक पक्ष पर बात देंगे तो वह डिमांड बेस्ड होता है, वह मांग आधारित है। मांग क्या? जब मांग होती है तो उपभोग बढ़ता है, और जब उपभोग किसी समाज का बढ़ जाता है तो वह समाज नीड बेस्ड की बजाय ग्रीड बेस्ड सोसाइटी हो जाती है। हमारी जो वैदिक सभ्यता रही है या वैदिक समाज रहा है, उसमें भी हम बात करते हैं कि हमारे 100 गाय हो जाए, हम 100 वर्ष तक जिए, हमारा धन वैभव अधिक हो जाए। लेकिन क्या कारण रहा कि जब हम उपनिषद के स्तर के समय तक आते हैं तो उपनिषद में ब्रह्म की बात होने लगती है, उपनिषद में पारलौकिकता की बात होने लगती है, उपनिषद पूरा ज्ञान कांड आ जाता है। ये समाज का जो की मूल्य संरचना रही, वह निश्चित रूप से उसमें डिग्रेडेशन। वैदिक युग का समाज ऐसा रहा होगा, मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि ऐसा रहा होगा कि उसमें यद्यपि हम भौतिकता की बात कर रहे हैं, लेकिन वो भौतिकता भौतिक रूप में नहीं होकर ऐश्वर्य के रूप में थी। वहां पर जो वैदिक व्यक्ति है वह शासन कर रहा है भौतिक वस्तुओं पर, वह शासित नहीं हो रहा भौतिक वस्तुओं से। तो वो समाज नीड बेस्ड था। यह जब हम भौतिक वस्तुओं का शासन अपने ऊपर स्वीकार कर लेते हैं तो यह ग्रीड बेस्ड सोसाइटी हो जाती है। और ग्रीड बेस्ड सोसाइटी जब हो जाती है तो वह जो समाज होगा वह व्हाट इज राइट, व्हाट इज रॉन्ग, इसका जो विवेक है जिससे समाज बढ़ता है, सामाजिक गतिकी के लिए विवेक आवश्यक है, वह खो देता है। और जब व्यक्ति या कोई समाज यह विवेक खो देता है कि उचित अनुचित क्या है, तो वो मूल्य क्षरण की समस्या के रूप में आती है। दार्शनिक और वैचारिक स्तर पर अगर हम इस डिमांड बेस्ड सोसाइटी को देखें तो यह सदरूप आधारित व्यवस्था कहा जाता है। दर्शन में सदरूप का बहुत वर्णन है, और जो ये समाज होता है उसमें दो मेजर फैक्टर्स काम करते हैं, दो प्रकार का डिग्रेडेशन होता है और दो फैक्टर आते हैं। एक स्वार्थ केंद्रित समाज होता है, एक अहम केंद्रितता हो जाती है, सेल्फ सेंटर सोसाइटी हो जाती है और सेल्फिश सोसाइटी हो जाती है। तो एक हम लोग जानते हैं कि एक कथन है कि आवश्यकता आविष्कार की जननी है। इस समाज में बदल जाता है, इस प्रकार के समाज में आविष्कार आवश्यकता की जननी है, इस रूप में हो जाता है। और सदरूप की अवस्था डिमांड बेस्ड सोसाइटी में आ जाती है, काम, क्रोध, मोह, लोभ, मद और मात्सर्य। इस प्रकार का समाज मांग आधारित समाज है। एक प्रश्न उठेगा कि ऐसा होता क्यों? भगवत गीता इसका समाधान करती है। श्रीमद भगवत गीता ने 14वें अध्याय में श्लोक संख्या जो 5, 6, 7 है, उसमें त्रिगुणों की व्याख्या की और उन्होंने कहा, भगवान श्री कृष्ण कहते हैं कि 3 गुणों के आधार पर सामाजिक व्यवस्था अलग अलग बन जाती है और उसके आधार पर लोग व्यवहार करने लगते हैं। और लेकिन इसका जो मूल कारण उन्होंने बताया, तो मूल कारण बताते हैं कि अज्ञान और भेद दृष्टि। और अज्ञान और भेद दृष्टि क्या है? व्यवहारिक रूप में जो हम लोगों ने पहले देखा अभी कि उचित अनुचित का विवेक खो देना, वही है अज्ञान और भेद दृष्टि। एक दूसरे प्रकार की सोसाइटी, ये तो डिमांड बेस्ड सोसाइटी हो गई जो सटरिप आधारित है। एक दूसरे प्रकार की सोसाइटी आती है वह सप्लाई बेस्ड सोसाइटी, जो दूसरा एलिमेंट है इकोनॉमिक्स का। सप्लाई क्या है? प्रवाह है। सप्लाई क्या है? त्याग है। इस प्रकार का समाज सप्लाई बेस्ड सोसाइटी है। ईशावास्यमिदं सर्वम यत्किंच जगत्याम जगत्तेन तक्तेन भुंजीथा माग्रते कश्चित् धनम, ये सप्लाई बेस्ड सोसाइटी तेन तक्तेन भुंजीथा का आधार है। सबसे महत्वपूर्ण चीज जो इस श्लोक की है वो ये है कि माग्रतः कश्चित् धनम, हमें रोका जा रहा है एक विशेष प्रकार के लालच के लिए। और वो लालच क्या है? गीध की तरह लालच नहीं करना। व्यक्ति एकदम लालच नहीं करेगा, समाज में जी रहा है, समाज में एकदम लालच नहीं होगा, समाज में एकदम शांति होगी, संभव नहीं है। लेकिन हमको रोका जा रहा है कि गिद्ध की तरह लालच नहीं करना है। गिद्ध की एक विशेषता होती है कि गिद्ध किसी के मृत्यु का इंतजार करता है और जब उसकी मृत्यु हो जाती है तब जाकर उसका मांस खाता है। कहने का तात्पर्य यह है, सिंबॉलिक रूप में यह है कि हम किसी के नुकसान का इंतजार करेंगे या किसी के नुकसान होने के लिए, अपने स्वार्थ के लिए किसी का नुकसान चाहेंगे। ऐसी स्थिति से हमें बचना है। बेसिकली यहाँ गिद्ध की लालच से बचना है। तो जब गिद्ध जैसी लालच से हम बचते हैं तो सड संपत, सडरूप के विपरीत सड संपत आधारित व्यवस्था आती है। उसमें सम, मन का संयम महत्वपूर्ण। ये है कि मन का संयम, जो सम है वह काम का विपरीत गुण है, जो दम है वह लोभ का विपरीत गुण है, तितीक्षा है क्रोध का विपरीत गुण है, उपरति मोह का, और श्रद्धा वो भी मद का विपरीत गुण है, और समाधान, समाधान मत्सर का विपरीत गुण है। एक अन्य महत्वपूर्ण बात यह है कि हमारे पास दोनों गुण रहेंगे, समाज में दोनों गुण। लेकिन ये जो प्रवाह आधारित व्यवस्था है या पूर्ति आधारित व्यवस्था है जिसमें गिद्ध जैसी लालच का निषेध किया गया है, अगर हम ये करते हैं तो यह ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन है। ये जो विपरीत गुण हमें दिख रहे हैं, सडरिपु दिख रहे हैं, इसका व्यवहारिक रूप से ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन हो जाएगा। हम अगर गिद्ध की तरह लालच नहीं कर रहे हैं तो काम है, तो काम को अगर हम रोक रहे हैं और लालच हमारा वैसे नहीं, तो ये सब में बदल जाएगा। तो सडरूप का ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन हो जाएगा सड संपत्ति, और समाज स्वतः पूर्ति आधारित समाज हो जाएगा। यह वही व्यवस्था है जो त्याग आधारित व्यवस्था है, और त्याग आधारित व्यवस्था ही संपोष्य विकास की कुंजी है, और यह आवश्यक है हमारी आगे आने वाली पीढ़ी के लिए। अब पूर्ति आधारित व्यवस्था क्या संभव है, कभी रही है? निश्चित रूप से। एक उदाहरण हम लोग वैश्य वर्ण के विशेष संदर्भ में जैसा हम लोगों को देखना, तो वैश्य वर्ण का जब व्याख्या करते हैं तो हमें दिखता है कि पूर्ति आधारित सामाजिक व्यवस्था रही है, और वो सामाजिक व्यवस्था किस रूप में सस्टेनेबल थी। श्रीमद् भगवद गीता के 18वें अध्याय में चारों वर्णों से संबंधित कार्यों का वर्णन है। समदपोत शौचम छात्र में वचय ज्ञानम विज्ञान आस्तिक्यम ब्रह्म कर्म स्वभावजम, ब्राह्मण के कर्म है शौचम तेजो धृतिश्चार्यम युद्धे चाप्य पलायनम दानम ईश्वर भावश्च छात्र कर्म स्वभावजम, कृषि गौरक्षम वाणिज्यम वैश्य कर्म स्वभावजम, परिचर्यात्मकम कर्म शूद्रस्यापि स्वभावजम। कृषि, गौपालन और वाणिज्य साधारण अर्थों में देखें तो ये वैश्य के स्वाभाविक कर्म है, और शूद्र का स्वाभाविक कर्म परिचर्या अर्थात सेवा कर्म। महत्वपूर्ण एक और शब्द है, मैं वैश्य पे आऊं उससे पहले जो यहाँ परिचर्यात्मक कर्म शूद्रस्यापि स्वभावजम है, इसमें अपि शब्द जुड़ा हुआ है, और जो अपि है वह तीनों अन्य वर्णों के साथ जुड़ा है। ऐसी बात स्कूल ऑफ इंडिक स्टडीज इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ एडवांस साइंसेस से एक पेपर पब्लिश हुआ डॉक्टर अपर्णा धीर और प्रोफेसर बलराम सिंह सर का। तो उन्होंने बताने का प्रयास किया कि सेवा कार्य सबका है, सभी वर्णों का है, सिर्फ शूद्र का नहीं, अन्य तीनों वर्णों का भी सेवा कार्य है। अर्थात जो उनका कार्य है वह सेवा भाव से करें, ब्राह्मण क्षत्रिय वैश्य तीनों सब कार्य अपना सेवा भाव से करें। वर्ण धर्म का आधार क्या था? चातुर्वर्णम मया सृष्ट गुण कर्म विभाग से, गुण और कर्म के आधार पर वर्ण व्यवस्था बनी थी। वैश्य को हम लेके चलते हैं कि कृषि गौरक्षम वाणिज्यम वैश्य कर्म स्वभावजम। वैश्य शब्द विश्व से निकलता है जिसका अर्थ है बसना, इसका एक अर्थ प्रजा भी होता है, और प्राचीन काल में समाज भी विश्व के नाम से पुकारा जाता था। विश्व के जो प्रधान संरक्षक होते थे उनको विश्वपति कहा जाता था। वैश्य के अनेकों इनके बारे में, इनके गुणों के बारे में वर्णन है। चाहे मनु स्मृति हो, वह कहती है कि वैश्य की कार्यशैली है अनेक पदार्थों में दोषयुक्त अथवा श्रेष्ठ पदार्थों का ज्ञान, मित्र व शत्रु देशों का बोध, निर्माण के कार्यों में फायदा नुकसान व पशुओं की वृद्धि में निपुणता। श्रीमद् भागवत महापुराण में एक महत्वपूर्ण है कि देवता गण के प्रति, गुरु के प्रति, ब्रह्म स्वरूप भगवान विष्णु के प्रति स्थिर भक्ति और तीनों पुरुषार्थों धर्म अर्थ काम की जो पुष्टि करे, वह सब वैश्य का लक्ष्य है। एक भागवत पुराण में जैसे है कि ब्रह्म स्वरूप भगवान विष्णु के प्रति भक्ति, वैश्य शब्द विश्व धातु से निकलता है और भगवान विष्णु विश्व प्रवेशने नाम की सिद्धि होती है भगवान विष्णु से। तो जैसे भगवान विष्णु को कहा जाता है कि वह समाज के संरक्षक हैं, ब्रह्मा ने समाज बनाया, सृष्टि बनाई और सृष्टि का संरक्षक भगवान विष्णु, उसी प्रकार वैश्य इस संपूर्ण सृष्टि का संरक्षक है और वह विष्णु के समान सृष्टि का संरक्षक है। इसीलिए जो वैश्य है वर्ण, वह गृहस्थी का वर्ण है वैश्य। इसके गुण बताए गए भगवत गीता में, कृषि गौरक्ष वाणिज्यम वैश्य कर्म सौभाजन। कृषि क्या है? एग्रीकल्चर अंग्रेजी में कहा जाता है, जिसका अर्थ जो एग्रिस और कल्चरा से बना, मृदा का कर्षण। लेकिन जो कृषि शब्द है वह क्रियात्मक है, कृष धातु से निकला है। अंग्रेजी में इसको ट्रैक्शन कहते हैं और ट्रैक्शन खींचने चीरने के रूप में तो लिया ही जाता है, साथ ही साथ ये रुझान, आकर्षण, इन सब रूपों में भी ट्रैक्शन का प्रयोग होता है। तो कृषि एक जो साधारण किसानी है उसको कृषि के रूप में लिया जाता है, लेकिन वास्तविक रूप में अगर सूक्ष्म भाव से देखा जाए तो मन, विचार, बुद्धि, इन सब के स्तर पर जो हमारी रचनात्मकता है, जो हमारी क्रिएटिविटी है, वो सब कृषि के रूप में आ जाती है। तो इन सब क्षेत्रों में भी जो काम कर रहे हैं वह भी कृषि के रूप में काम कर रहे हैं। आचार्य महावीर प्रसाद द्विवेदी ने एक स्लाइड आगे बढ़ नहीं रही है सर, हाँ, अतीत स्मृति, उसमें लिखते हैं कि वैदिक व्यवस्था में प्रस्तुत आर्य शब्द का मूल अर्थ कृषक या किसान संतान है। आर्य का मूल अर्थ भी कृषक संतान है। सामान्य आर्य का अर्थ व्यवहार एवं विचार में श्रेष्ठ व्यक्तियों के लिए, उत्तम गुणों से युक्त मनुष्यों के लिए किया जाता है। अन्य भाषाओं में भी इस शब्द के शब्दार्थ मिलते हैं। आर्य का एक अर्थ आचार्य महावीर प्रसाद द्विवेदी अपनी पुस्तक अतीत स्मृति में आर्य का एक अर्थ वैश्य भी बताते हैं। तो किसान शब्द कृषि से निकला और आप सब जानते हैं कर से अतीत कृष्ण है, जो अपनी ओर आकर्षित करे वो भी कृष्ण है। तो खींचना चीड़ना, क्रिएटिविटी जितनी होगी सब किसान के रूप में है, सब कृषि कार्य है। हमारे गांव में बोला जाता था बचपन में कि आप जो भी कार्य कर रहे हैं, अगर आप पढ़ाई लिखाई कर रहे हैं तो आपकी खेती वही है। सामान्य बोलचाल की भाषा में आप जो भी कार्य कर रहे हैं वो आपकी खेती, आप उसको कितना अच्छा बना सकते हैं। तो ये सारे कार्य जो हमें सामने दिखाई पड़ रहे हैं वो सब कृषि कार्य ही है। किसी व्यक्ति की जो क्रिया क्षमता है वह इस क्षमता से कुछ भी जो उत्पन्न कर देता है वह कृषि है। भारतीय ग्रामीण परिवेश में जो हम लोगों ने अभी देखा कि सामान्य बोलचाल में किसी भी गुणवत्ता युक्त कार्य को कृषि कहा जाता है। जीवन का हर एक कार्य कृषि है। जैसे किसी किसान की सफलता उसकी खेती के उन्नत उपज द्वारा निर्धारित होती है, उसी प्रकार किसी भी व्यक्ति की कुशलता उसकी क्रिया क्षमता से निर्धारित होती है। दूसरा है गौ, कृषि गौरक्ष, गौ की रक्षा। सामान्य रूप में गौ को गाय के रूप में लिया जाता है। वैदिक संस्कृति का आधार रही है गाय। सनातन परंपरा में हम जब अपना उद्घोष करते हैं तो कहते हैं गौ गंगा गीता गायत्री की रक्षा होनी चाहिए, इस प्रकार संस्कृत की रक्षा होनी चाहिए। गाय का इतना महत्व है कि अगन्य है कि उसको मारा ही नहीं जा सकता। वेदों में गाय को कहा गया, गौपनिषद भी लिखा गया है। महाराजा सौदास से गौपनिषद का निरूपण वशिष्ठ जी ने किया गौ को। लेकिन क्या गौ सिर्फ गाय है? सिर्फ गाय की रक्षा है? गौ का एक अर्थ पृथ्वी भी है, और ये विशेष रूप कारण कहा गया क्योंकि वह दूर तक जाती है, पृथ्वी दूर तक फैली है, इसलिए गौ को पृथ्वी के रूप में भी बताया गया है। यास्काचार्य ने इसकी व्याख्या की है कि पृथ्वी के कारण हमारा जीवन चल रहा है, गाय के कारण भी हमारा जीवन चलता है। गो भी गति का परिचायक है, इसलिए गाय स्वेच्छा पूर्वक जो विचरण करती है वह पृथ्वी पर, तो पृथ्वी के समतुल्य हो जाती है। तो हमारी व्यवस्था में गाय को पृथ्वी के बराबर दिखाया गया। तो गाय जो गो रक्षा है वो पृथ्वी की रक्षा है बेसिकली, वो सिर्फ गाय की रक्षा नहीं, वह पूरे पृथ्वी की रक्षा है। तो अब जो वैश्य वर्ण का कर्तव्य है वह गाय के साथ साथ संपूर्ण पृथ्वी की रक्षा करना, पृथ्वी की रक्षा या पृथ्वी के जीवन को चलाने के लिए जो सहायक स्फूर्तिदायक शक्ति है उसकी रक्षा करना, उसको आगे बढ़ाना, ये वैश्य वर्ण का कर्तव्य है। तो पंच महाभूतों की रक्षा, पंच महाभूतों का संतुलन बना रहे और इसके माध्यम से समाज में सामाजिक, आर्थिक, राजनैतिक, नैतिक, आध्यात्मिक ये सारी उन्नतियां होती रहें, ये वैश्य वर्ण का कर्तव्य है। भगवान विष्णु का भी हम लोगों ने उदाहरण दिया। भगवान विष्णु ने एक बार हिरण्याक्ष, जब पद्म पुराण में कहा गया कि हिरण्याक्ष पृथ्वी को लेकर समुद्र में चला गया, तो भगवान विष्णु ने पृथ्वी बचाया। तो वैश्य, अगर पृथ्वी पे कोई संकट आ रहा है तो वैश्य वर्ण का कर्तव्य है। और वैश्य वर्ण सिर्फ वो नहीं है कि जो सामान्य कैटेगरी में रख दिए जाते हैं। हम लोगों ने अभी देखा कि जो भी क्रिएटिविटी कर रहे हैं उनको ध्यान रखना होगा कि उनका कर्तव्य, हमारा कर्तव्य क्या है कि ये संपूर्ण पृथ्वी की रक्षा रहे, इसके जो एलिमेंट्स हैं उनमें कोई विसंगति न आने का, ये हम सबका लक्ष्य है, हम सबका लक्ष्य होना चाहिए। वाणिज्य 2-3 मिनट में मैं खत्म कर दूंगा। कृषि गौरक्षम वाणिज्यम वैश्य कर्म स्वभावजम। वाणिज्य सामान्य रूप में वस्तुओं और सेवाओं का उत्पादन, उनका वितरण कैसा हो, तो और उत्पादक और उपभोक्ता के बीच की एक कड़ी जो है वह वाणिक रूप में देखी जाती है, वाणिज्य की क्रिया के रूप में देखी जाती है। बनिया शब्द वह बणिक का ही अपभ्रंश है। उत्तर वैदिक काल में पर्ण या पर्ण और पणि जैसे अन्य अन्य शब्द आए हैं और उनका अलग अलग अर्थ है, जैसे वस्तु, सामग्री इत्यादि। परंपरागत रूप में वैश्य को 2-3 नामों से पुकारा जाता था और उसके सिंबॉलिक अर्थ महाजन, श्रेष्ठ, सेठ, साहू, इन सब का प्रयोग किया जाता था। महाजन क्यों कहा जाता था? क्योंकि वो महानता दिखाते थे अपने आचरण में, महानता अपने पहनावे में, महानता अपने खान पान में, महानता अपने जीवन शैली है। महानता का मतलब क्या है? बहुत साधारण जीवन शैली। हमारे यहाँ का बड़िक समाज जो वैश्य समाज था वो आज भी परंपरागत रूप में एक साधारण जीवन शैली को अपनाया हुआ है और उसका कर्तव्य वो त्याग भावना से अपना रहा। आज जरूर वर्ण व्यवस्था में बहुत सारी विसंगतियां हमें देखने को मिलती हैं, लेकिन जो जिस कॉन्सेप्ट पे ये व्यवस्था बनी थी, यह वर्ण व्यवस्था बनी थी, वह परंपरागत रूप में अपने इन शब्दों को चरितार्थ कर रहा था। तो महाजन क्या था? भोग विलास से दूर रहते थे, तो उनको महाजन, महाजन है ये गता सपंता, इसलिए उनका उनका मार्गदर्शन लोग पाते थे, उनके बताए रास्ते पर आगे बढ़ते थे। सेठ क्या है? श्रेष्ठ से आया हुआ शब्द। जो सेठ महाजन कहा जाता, तो उनके आचरण श्रेष्ठ थे, उनके बाद व्यवहार श्रेष्ठ थे, इसलिए उनको सेठ कहा जाता था। साहू शब्द की उत्पत्ति भी साधु से होती है। और साधु क्या है? साधु है परमार्थ के कार्य में, साधुन धरा शरीर। तो परमार्थ उनके व्यक्तित्व और व्यवहार से, उनकी क्रिया से परमार्थ दिखे, वही साधु। तो समाज में बेसिकली, तो हमारा समाज जो रहे वह इस भावना से आगे बढ़े और सिर्फ विचार के स्तर पे नहीं। जैसे हमने बात की कि पूर्ति आधारित और मांग आधारित समाज हो जाए, षड्रिप और षड संपत आधारित समाज हो जाए, भावना के आधार पे नहीं। एक लोक श्रुति की कथा है, मैं खत्म करूंगा। शंकराचार्य और चांडाल की कथा मिलती है बनारस। शंकराचार्य जी जा रहे थे और ऐसा माना जाता था, उनके शिष्य मानते थे कि ये ब्रह्म ज्ञान प्राप्त करते। वो जा रहे हैं, रास्ते में एक चांडाल आ जाता है। उनके शिष्य इवन शंकराचार्य भी कहते हैं कि ये हमारा रास्ता कैसे काट दिया। फिर चांडाल यही कहता है कि तुम समझ पाए कि तुम कौन हो, अपने आप को समझ पाए कौन चांडाल और कौन किसका रास्ता काट। तो वो जो ब्रह्म ज्ञान था शंकराचार्य का, वह उनके आचरण में आना था। तो बताया जाता है कि भगवान शंकर खुद थे। तो वैश्य वर्ण जो था वो षड संपत आधारित व्यवस्था, ये वैश्य वर्ण को भी बताने की आवश्यकता है, हम सबको समझने की आवश्यकता है। तब षड संपत आधारित व्यवस्था होगी और सस्टेनेबल सोसाइटी के लिए षड संपत आधारित व्यवस्था आवश्यक है। अगर हम अपने संप्रतियों को, जैसे वर्ण व्यवस्था या अन्य दार्शनिक संप्रतियों को आगे बढ़ाना चाहते हैं, उनको और समाज में पुनर्जीवित रखना चाहते हैं, तो मेरा ये मानना है कि उन सब की नवीन व्याख्याएं होनी चाहिए और ऐसी व्याख्याएं जो समाज के लिए उपयोगी दृष्टि से अगर देखें तो वैश्य वर्ण इस प्रकार उपयोगी है। वैश्य वर्ण को भी ये समझना पड़ेगा और उसकी व्याख्या समाज में प्रकाशित रूप में आनी पड़ेगी कि उनका योगदान समाज को सस्टेनेबल बनाने में बहुत है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। थैंक यू।
Thank you, Alok ji. You have started very interestingly with the etymological meaning of the terms, and then you have gone to the societal expressions and showed the relevance of all the themes which have been discussed as up to now. So I consider it as a sort of capsule formation of the entire mind-boggling discussion we were going through for the last 3 days and four day now. So if there are any questions, so we can accept some very brief questions.
Yes, प्रशांत, I have
Yes, ma'am.
बहुत अच्छा पेपर आपके था, जो बहुत अच्छा एक सस्टेनेबल मॉडल, इकोनॉमिक मॉडल आप एस्टेब्लिश करना चाहते हैं इन थ्योरी. In practice, it's whether it is possible or not, that is a question mark. मेरा ये क्वेश्चन है, एक आदर्श समाज के मॉडल क्या अर्थ के आधार पे निर्धारित हो सकता है? सिर्फ अर्थ के एक अगर पुरुषार्थ मॉडल आप ले, सो धर्म अर्थ काम मोक्ष, जैसे आपको पता है कि बुद्धिज्म एंड जैनिज्म जो आप वैश्य कम्युनिटी के बात किए हैं, दे आर द फॉलोअर्स ऑफ द जैन फिलोसफी. उन्होंने भी अर्थ एंड काम को डिनाई किया है, सिर्फ दो पुरुषार्थ को माने हैं. तो आपका क्या कहना है? क्योंकि अगर आपके अर्थ के ऊपर आधारित है और आप दूसरे मॉडल को एक्सेप्ट नहीं करते हैं, या दूसरे मॉडल को आप एक्सेप्ट करते हैं, काम और धर्म को चल जाते हैं, फिर मोक्ष को, जो आदर्शवाद की आप बात किए भगवत गीता में, तो क्या वो फिर अर्थ रह जाएगा या कुछ अलग हो जाएगा? आई
जी
होप.
जी जी, थैंक यू. अर्थ बेसिकली यहाँ जो हम लोगों ने वहां से शुरू किया शुरुआत से, कि अर्थ सिर्फ यहाँ भौतिक विकास नहीं या भौतिक अर्थ नहीं, वह अभिप्राय के रूप में है, वह मीनिंग के रूप में है. और धर्मस्य मूलम अर्थ, जो धर्म का मूल है, जब तक हम वास्तविकता को नहीं समझेंगे तब तक हम लालची हो जाएं, या तो अर्थ के सामने आएंगे सिर्फ भौतिकता के सामने तो हम लालची हो जाएंगे. अभिप्राय अपना समझ रहे हैं, अपने कर्तव्य हम समझ रहे हैं अगर, तो हमें वास्तविकता समझ में आएगी कि हमको आवश्यकता की आवश्यकता है, हमको लालच की आवश्यकता नहीं. तो अर्थ बेसिकली हम लोग जो प्रयास कर रहे हैं कि अर्थ अभिप्राय के रूप में है, मीनिंग के रूप में, जो मोक्ष भी अर्थ से डिराइव हो जाएगा. आगे चल के मोक्ष भी इसी के अनुरूप हो जाएगा कि अभिप्राय, मोक्ष में भी तो हम अपना अभिप्राय, अपनी वास्तविकता, अपना अपने आप को जानने का प्रयास करें. तो अर्थ यहाँ पे भौतिक अर्थ से थोड़ा सा व्यापक होकर वह अभिप्राय के रूप में है, मीनिंग के रूप
तो
Yes, Dhananjay ji, please be brief in your question.
आलोक जी, आपका पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू मैं आधा सुन पाया, कुछ चीजें मेरी रह गई, लेकिन आपका पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू मुझे लगा कि आप अर्थ के संबंध में, मतलब उसके ही बेसिस पे बात कर रहे हैं. मटेरियलिस्टिक पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू ज्यादा लगा, स्पिरिचुअल पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू की कमी थोड़ी सी लगी मुझे. मैं ये समझना चाह रहा हूँ, अगर मार्क्स की फिलॉसफी को ले लें और उसमें थोड़ा सा पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू अगर मोक्ष के एक्सपेक्ट का भी रख दें, तो क्या वो वाला पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू ज्यादा बेटर नहीं होगा आपके पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से? और अगर आप डिवाइड कर रहे हैं सोसाइटी को आज भी वर्ण के हिसाब से, तो क्या ये तर्क संगत है आज की सोसाइटी के हिसाब से भी सर?
थोड़ा सा आप जो शुरू में छोड़ दिए उसी में फिलॉसफी थी, और उसका उदाहरण जो था वो वर्ण व्यवस्था के रूप में था, तो फिलॉसफी शायद आपसे छूट गई. दूसरी बात यह है कि उसमें गुण कर्म विभाग से, और ये तो मुझे बैठते हुए मुझे भी ये स्वीकार करना पड़ेगा कि अगर इस वर्ण व्यवस्था में वैश्य क्रिएटिविटी है और मैं कुछ खोज के रख रहा हूं, तो मैं वैश्य वर्ण के अंतर्गत आ जाता. प्रॉब्लम बीच में बहुत सारा प्रॉब्लम हुआ, और तो हमें आवश्यकता है कि हम इन संप्रतियों की वास्तविक व्याख्या, या जो भी उस समय की व्याख्या रही हो, युगानुकील व्याख्या हम करने का प्रयास करें, तो इनका वास्तविक संदर्भ भी समाज में आ सकता है. अगर हम इसको पुनर्जीवित रखना चाहें तो पुनर्व्याख्या की आवश्यकता है.
Okay, so it has been a wonderful session with the plethora of dimensions over Advaita available to us, and it was really enriching experience for, I guess, all of us, and all of us would agree to that. So with this, we can wind up the session, and sir, we are waiting for directions of Dr. Sen Gupta, sir. You are
Sorry.
muted, sir.
Thank you, Prashant. Thanks to all the speakers. It has been a wonderful 4 days, and we are now ready to move into the concluding the valedictory session, which I promise will be a very short session. I am acutely aware this for those of you who are in India, it's pretty late, but if you could please spare us maybe 15-20 minutes, that would be very helpful. The chair of this session is Raghunath Da, and I will hand over the session to him very shortly. I just have a few announcements, and that is some of you have asked me, well, when do we get the certificates for participation and presentation? The way it works is that I will have to prepare these certificates electronically, and then it has to be signed by Professor R.P. Singh, Professor Balram Singh, and myself, and then we will be ready to distribute. So give us maybe a week's time, and we should be able to then email it to you. That's number one. Number two, again, some people have asked, well, we couldn't attend this session, or we couldn't listen to this particular speaker. How do we get a copy of the recording? Very, very simple. We have been recording each session the entire day, and it's all going to be uploaded to our YouTube channel. The Center for Indic Studies has a YouTube channel. So sometime after today, sometime tomorrow, I will send you the link, and then you can watch any or all of the presentations. All right, so then about those of you who have already submitted the papers, so what's the next step? The next step is it will be reviewed by more than one reviewer. And if need be, we will ask you for revisions. And for those of you who still haven't given me their paper, please, please, please do so at the earliest. Because as you know, unless we get the entire list of papers, it's difficult for us to proceed with the next step, that is the review and the revision and all that. Then the next conference, the 27th Congress of Vedanta, that will be held in person. As you know, we have had these last two conferences completely online. The next one will be, our hope is it'll be completely in person, and that'll be in December 2024 or January 2025. We usually have it about a year and a half between two conferences, because in the United States, it's summer when we typically hold, and in India, it's the winter. So because of that. And finally, the reason we hold this valedictory session is to get feedback as to how we can improve upon this conference. So we would be very interested to hear from you. And I have been looking at my participants list for the last 4 days. And without any doubt, there are two participants who have pretty much been with us for the entire 4 days. They are Ritu and Dr. Sahu. So I will definitely like to hear from them, since they have been so involved in this. So with that, Raghunath Da, it's over to you.
Thank you, Sukolanda. Now we have valedictory session, particularly we have learned many things, and many young participants participated, presented their papers in different dimensions are also there. So however, just as we get the garland with so many flowers, so we have got the garland of so many flowers of different flavor, different colors. So we are happy that Vedanta is extended to our society, to our computer, to our other fields also. So we are not confined within the Shastras, but we have kept Shastra in one hand and the extension of the Shastric Vachanas to our practical life, everyday life. And it is good that young scholars have come up with their presentations, and we are the old persons are also there. So we are very much happy that most of the scholars are interested in World Congress of Philosophy, Vedanta Congress. So now, as Sukolanda tells us, if you have any suggestions or for improvement of the conference, you are free to say so. Please do. Any suggestions which you like to have?
Right. Please unmute yourself and speak.
Yes, Professor.
Yes, Ritu, please go ahead.
I've been trying really hard to think what can be improved. For me, it has been a perfect and a privileged experience to be here. I really liked. I mean that's what I want to say. The parts which I have liked, and there has been nothing that. Maybe after some doing some thinking and everything, I can email you and share some of my critical opinion. But for now, I'm not able to capture any as such. It was very systematically held, and the discussion time was properly given, and all kinds of views were addressed, and it went in a flow. I thoroughly enjoyed this event. That is all what I have to say.
Thank you, Ritu. And it's for all of you. I mean, if you think that you want to kind of mull over it and then send me an email, please do so anytime. Dr. Sahu.
Yes, sir. First of all, I would like to congratulate you and your team, Professor Balram Singh sir and Professor R.P. Singh sir, and you yourself tirelessly last 4 days I have seen you. So it went well, as Ritu said also, and I'm so happy to see that it is a kind of systematic presentation of Vedant philosophy. Vedant, I believe it's a very difficult and very practical philosophy, and all the speakers, they are trying to justify and have gone in-depth study of uh, the Vedant philosophical thought, especially listening to Professor Raghunath and Professor Nataraju, Professor Balram Singh, and you, and so many learned scholars. So that also clarifies your doubts. A seminar is I believe always that it is a learning platform. We learn interacting with each other. And Vedanta especially is one thing that where you have to remove your false identification. And this is a platform where from people from diverse groups, diverse religious groups, and from abroad, like from USA, from entire world participating, that itself is a kind of praiseworthy. And I just simply have something like, it's my, I always believe that speaking the truth, and which I believe that when we do some kind of online platform, that everybody should engage, that more cameras would be switch on, then you feel that lively sessions. As today it was a very, everybody was something like as happy, and that if we are doing. And second thing is that if we are analyzing, at least those who are serious scholars, so they can teach us, because the young generation need also, because it is a guru sisya parampara, and we are not able to, the Sanskrit language is not with us. The Sanskrit scholars, some kind of discussion, serious discussion also should be part, that some kind of clarity, as I heard many of the professors, they said. So that also we are looking forward. And 1 year is a very long time. I think in between we should have some more sessions, so that the idea which you are trying to establish and give to the society, then we can more fruitful in that way. And I just congratulate and thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to share my views, and I'm so beneficial. Always I learn something from others, and so grateful to everybody. So thankful. If by mistake any wrong thing, I am really a sincere apology. I think. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Sahu. And just to let you know that, as I said, the next conference will be in person at JNU. And without even getting the permission, we all meaning Professor R.P. Singh ji, Balram Singh ji, Girish Jha, and myself, we have deputed, or we have entrusted the task of holding the next conference to Nataraju. So from now on, when you send any email to Nataraju, just keep that in mind, that he is the all in all of the next conference. Nataraju, you want to speak?
Oh, okay. Good. It's only now that I have come to know.
There's always a place for surprises, isn't it?
Yes. No, but that's all right. I mean, there is this wonderful team, and you're all doing it so well. I'm always there. I'm in always, and I'm in Delhi only. Just yesterday I was traveling the whole evening. I couldn't join. I missed, but today later half I joined the Hindi session. I was there. I switched over between the sessions, and I was enjoying. Thank you. All of you deserve a big round of applause. Physically we can't do it because it takes a lot of effort to organize half a day seminar. I have organized some of them, and I know how tough task it is to put in place everything. So a big round of applause to all of you, Balram Singh ji, Sukalyan ji, and RP Singh ji. So I mean Raghunath da as well. Raghunath da, traveled all the way. So
Thank you,
Raghunath,
Dr. Raju. Thank you.
Raghunath, your presence makes the discussions, more meaningful. It lifts the discussion standards. The presence of some of the senior professors always, makes a difference to the whole discussion.
Thank you.
And yeah, please. And Sukalyanji, I mean, I don't have much to say to add, except one thought was passing my mind that, say, for example, if the theme of the conference is something like consciousness and intelligence, if consciousness studies, that was a theme that you have put in place. There were several papers on it and several good discussions bringing in Kashmiri Shaivism, Buddhist perspectives, Vedanta. I thought maybe by invitation we may futuristically call 2 or 3 people working in the area and then let them speak. Say, for example, if there was discussion by Jeffrey Long on David Sharma's heart problem, and then a counter perspective by Vedanta. I thought we could have had David Sharma himself. David Sharma gives a talk to Assam University. He would be more than willing to talk to us at a Vedanta Congress. Bring in the David Sharma himself, or bring in a Ganeri themselves. So we can, I mean, depending on the topics, probably we can do it futuristically. Have invited talks on the relevant theme, those who have put in 2-3 decades of work. And other papers will continue. Was one idea I felt. That's all. But otherwise, I mean, it's well attended also. Even today's last session, both the sessions there were people, दोनों में थे. हिंदी सेशन में और भी ज्यादा लोग पार्टिसिपेट कर रहे थे. So अच्छा लगा sir. Thank you everybody. Thank you all of you, and let's hope. I mean, we will pull it off well when it takes place at JNU as is decided, maybe December 2024. Definitely, I will put in all the efforts. Of course, you are all there, and thank you. Namaste.
Thank you, Nataraju. And as Professor Nataraju said, we did actually try to get very renowned people who have worked in this area of artificial intelligence and consciousness. Part of the problem was we were very late in approaching them. These people, the people of such stature, their calendars are filled months in advance. And so we were pretty late. So some of them, they kind of regretted that they couldn't attend because they were already booked. And interestingly, two people whom I contacted, whom I will not name, of course, they said that they have had enough of these online conferences. They said they only speak now in in-person conferences. And I can perfectly understand the reasons. And then the other side is there are some, and you may remember some of these people from earlier Vedanta congresses who are very renowned and have been part of this conference for decades. Their age is such that they are unable to come to an in-person conference. So, and even one of them couldn't attend this one because of health reasons. So you see, there are these challenges that, of course, we have to face. But Professor Nataraju is absolutely right that unless we bring in people who are well regarded in this field, we may not be able to, I mean, our efforts may not be appreciated that much in terms of global outreach. Anybody else? Please feel free. And again, I know it's, what time is it in India now? Almost midnight? So yeah, I mean, please feel free to log out anytime. There is no compulsion. Balramji, you want to chime in?
Let's see, I'm driving.
Okay.
So
I don't want to impose
no,
it
it's
on
okay.
you.
I mean, it has really gone very well. Thanks to you and Bravo's for making all the arrangements and making sure that everybody gets communicated. Whatever, some people apparently did not get the communication, maybe email issues or something. But we'll try to make that happen in the future. And I think it all went very well. I learned a lot. I'm sure other people did. So I'm so glad that everything is done with completion, perfection. So thanks to you, thanks to the whole entire team, and thanks to all these people who are really so committed to Vedanta. And more people want to join. I think that our collaboration with All India Philosophical Association was great. It was a great attendance, a lot of good stuff going, and I think next time they will be probably presenting a lot more that I will be in India. So it's great. Thank you.
Thank you, Balramji. Anybody else? Last chance. All right, then. So once again, thank you so much for your commitment, sincerity, devotion, and enthusiasm. That's what kind of keeps us doing this. So as I said, please feel free. All of you have my email address. So please feel free to email me any questions you may have, any questions, suggestions, comments. And so namaste, and wish you all the best. Hope to see you in person at the next conference. Namaste.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Namaste.
Thank you. Namaste.
Namaste.
Namaste, sir.
Thank you.